meditate to connect with the deepest part of myself.
I meditate to self-connect in the morning.
I meditate to access the better in me.
I meditate to remind myself that nothing is perfect and everything is always changing. I'm not a highly experienced meditator, but I do try to meditate every day, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. It's something that I found grew into my life in a really organic way. And I think it literally started with one breath, just focusing on a single breath, and then focusing on 2 breaths, and then 3 breaths, and then 4 breaths. And it was just something I built on very, very slowly. Meditating is finding the space in between the chaos. The way that I was introduced to meditation was through my mom. My father passed away when I was a young adult, and obviously it was a very difficult time for my whole family and a really difficult time for my mom. But she meditated every day, and she was obviously filled with grief. She meditates every day, probably 20 to 40 minutes, so she's my role model. And I've seen its effect on her life. I've seen its effect on her mental health and on her outlook in life. She's 80 and she's so positive, and she always tells me to think in the present, and she's so fit, and part of that is because of meditation. So that's what I aspire to.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jay Vidyarthi. Thank you for joining me on World Meditation Day. I'm coming to you live from just outside Toronto, Canada, and I'm excited to help get this special day started by exploring how meditation can help us unlock our greatness. The theme today is to say yes to meditation. And when I started these practices, I really was enthusiastic and excited about how much they helped me. And so I found myself, really wanting everyone in the world to meditate. It's just like, everybody should do this. And then I kind of, the novelty wore off, and I kind of got humbled by the idea that, maybe people are different, and maybe not everyone is going to benefit as much as I did. And so I sort of eased back on that, like trying to push it on my family and friends and that sort of thing. But then as I continued my journey personally, and it also became a part of my professional journey as well, I started to be exposed to the science of this. I started to understand all the different human traditions of various kinds of contemplation and meditation that have come from literally every human culture. And I realized that while, yes, there are some people who may not benefit in the same way, I've landed on a place where I believe that everybody may not benefit from meditation, but almost everybody could. And so I'd say, unless there's some special circumstance, some form of mindfulness or meditation might be relevant to your life. And so that's why today I'm going to lead us into a practice to say yes to meditation. If this is new to you, the option is always open to just listen and not necessarily follow my guidance. For those of you who want to dive in with me, I'd encourage you to find a posture or a position that feels comfortable, yet also alert. So capturing your intention to be fully present, yet also a sense of ease and relaxation. Maybe stretching your head up to the sky, maybe grounding in the feet. If you need to lie down or stand up, you're welcome to do that. And now notice how your body feels in this position. The position you're in right now is your idea of the right way to sit or stand or lie down. But now I want you to sense into your body and make any micro adjustments. So if you feel that your hips are a little tight, see if you can kind of move your torso around and find a more balanced position. If you want to slightly adjust your feet or your hands, feel into your body and let that guide you into a position that feels right. And before we dive in, let's take a moment to let this body position seep into our state of mind. And when you're ready, bringing to mind a question. And the question is, why are you here? Why are you watching this right now? There's no right or wrong answer, but notice what comes to mind. See if you can find an authentic motivation and tap into that to lean into this day fully. And now, opening up to whatever you might be experiencing in this moment. Noticing if there's any sound in your environment. Noticing any body sensations that might be here. Noticing any light that might be pouring in your eyes. And at this point, if you prefer to close your eyes, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, gently rest your gaze on a single point. You also might notice thoughts, maybe an inner monologue, or mental images. You might notice emotions or feelings or emotional body sensations. The idea here is to invite it all in. Let it all happen. Drift in the flowing river of experience, letting your attention wander wherever it might go. No need for any resistance. Simply be aware of awareness itself. And keep it playful. You might notice your attention naturally spotlight a specific experience. Maybe you're used to paying attention to your breath in moments like this. Or maybe there's a sound in your environment that's drawing your attention over and over again. That is all good, perfectly fine. Just notice that, be aware of it. On the other hand, you might notice your attention wandering, sometimes even wandering frantically from one experience to another. There's no problem there. There's nothing to solve, nothing to fix. Just notice that. Also, all good. Watch as your attention wanders. If you find yourself particularly dull or drowsy, or particularly intense, striving, agitated, those are just experiences too. And the trick here is to bring your curiosity to those experiences. Instead of getting stressed out that you're drowsy, what if you just explore? What does drowsiness feel like? Do I feel it in my eyes? Is there subtle discomfort in my body? Do my thoughts take on a certain tone? That's what drowsiness feels like. That innate power of curiosity is almost like your jujitsu or aikido, sort of sidestepping and observing. sidestepping and observing, letting the energy flow as it does without resistance. Continue with this, and I'll invite you, if you are not finding a momentum with this, to feel free to reduce the effort, take a few deep breaths, reset your posture, and start again without any judgment or self-criticism. This is really a practice of starting again and starting again and starting again. And all we have to do is remember. And if you are getting some momentum with this, I'll invite you to add one more ingredient to the practice. Whenever your attention notices a new experience, in your inner voice, acknowledge it by saying the word yes. And if that feels awkward, you could say the word thank you. Or you could not say any words and simply feel into that acknowledgement. The idea is that you're inviting in every experience, whether it's a challenging thought, a body pain, or a bird singing. Yes. 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 Welcoming everything. Yes. Keep it up. For the remainder of this practice, everything is okay, exactly the way it is. Yes. This is how it is. This is what it's like to be you, here, now. Yes. If there's some experience in your field of awareness that you simply cannot accept, this instruction might feel a little awkward. To resolve that, simply accept that you cannot accept it. Accept that it is the way it is. Even if you don't like it, even if you're mad about it or you feel any other challenging emotion, you can still accept that it is reality for you right here, right now. Yes. And now, for this last minute, letting go of all effort, opening up. We're not rushing, but we're not doing anything now. Let everything be exactly as it is. If your eyes are closed, you can slowly open them and watch the light pour in. And have a little stretch if you'd like. Have a sip of water. But carrying this quality of inviting, open, loving awareness forward. So not letting the end of the meditation simply be a dropping of the ball, but more a carrying forward. And I hope you're feeling centered. I hope you're feeling powerful. I hope you're feeling balanced and ready for the day ahead.
Thank you, Jay. That was wonderful. You know what I never realized was how powerful saying yes really is. The moment you said yes and you said it 3 times, I began to feel this light shine through my body. I think all of us have to practice saying yes to ourselves while in practice, or even just every day. I'm delighted to have you here, and I'm delighted that you're kicking off this event, especially because we work together, and I love the attention you pay to attention activism as well. I want to welcome everybody here for the next 12 hours. My hope is that you honor your space today, that you give yourself the permission to go inward. Today, we have an avenue really for you to renew yourself with meditations, with enriching conversations, with inspired practices. And we've curated the best teachers, the best experts, all of them who embody the practice. So let's learn from them, but more importantly, let's unlearn some of those things that we struggle with. I'm excited to bring these conversations to you. We're starting our conversation, of course, with Jay, who you've met, who will sort of unpack this whole mindfulness and the attention that's been paid to it. We want to move from there to Michelle Maldonado, who will teach us about self-awareness and our superpower. Maddie Richardson is somebody who really embodies the practice every day in her teachings with kids. And she's going to really teach us how to bring this practice to them and how to bring them into the practice. So I'm actually very excited because awakened children and awakened families lead to awakened societies. And we have Amy Blackson and Dr. Bobo Blackson, who will walk us through nurturing relationships, especially in a family dynamic. Dr. Christiane Wolf, a physician turned compassion teacher, will teach us how to outsmart our pain. I'm really excited to learn how to de-link pain from suffering. Mastin Kip, really well known as well, works with trauma, and he'll lead us through rapid transformation. We have Sura Kim, who will work through the feminine divine energy to enhance our mindfulness practice. And Nico DiMattina will harness the masculine energy in the same practice. To wrap it all up, we have Nitishanti, who will sort of zoom us out of our practice and turn it into a voyage of self-realization, really from meditation to awakening. Once again, folks, this is a 12-hour program, pulsing with conversations, meditations, sound bowl sessions, and more. I'm excited to begin the day and to hear from all of you in our virtual global audience. So please feel free to communicate with us through the chat and make this as interactive as possible, because this is for all of us and we're all learning together. Jay, back to you. It's always such a great purpose that you have, and to bring that to an audience is vital in my mind. Jay is a meditation teacher at RoundGlass, and his teachings put emphasis on personal responsibility. An aspect he highlights is attention. And right now, mindfulness is getting a lot of attention. Jay, can you unpack that a little for us?
Sure. So some of you may have heard the term, others may have not. This is term of mindfulness, of course, a play on McDonald's. So not two things you usually put together. Looking at the big picture, the word McMindfulness is sort of the flag for a certain critique for the way mindfulness is entering our society. And let's think about it. I mean, it's not a coincidence that it's McDonald's, because McDonald's is sort of a story of like capitalist success, like fast food growth. And it's also a symbol of, kind of not necessarily the best food for you, subtracting maybe some of the nutrition in exchange for incredible flavor and, widespread distribution. It's a very capitalist story. And so McMindfulness is capturing a sort of critique of the commodification of these practices. Now, interestingly, if you look at the people who are talking about McMindfulness, who are writing books about it, some of them who I've met, they are very passionate about mindfulness practice. So they're certainly not saying that we shouldn't practice mindfulness or that it's somehow bad. Really what they're critiquing is this habit that our systems have of commodifying something that has a lot of attention. And there's a couple of stories from the past 50 years that maybe put this in perspective. One of them might be the 60s counterculture movement, where you have these people, so-called hippies, who are spreading love and awareness and trying to live in a more communal way. And then in that era, Coca-Cola came up with their famous Hilltop ad where everyone's like singing, holding hands about buying Coke. And then the Pepsi launches their campaign of the Pepsi generation, and they start bringing hippie imagery into the Pepsi campaign and basically co-opted the hippie movement to an era where kind of when I grew up, hippie was really just sort of a fashion. Like if you wore a poncho, you were sort of hippie, you had hippie style, and it really lost a lot of that meaning. And that was really unfortunate. We lost something there. And we don't want the same thing to happen in the mindfulness world. And unfortunately, in some places, it is happening. In my course at the University of Toronto, I show an ad from a well-known car company called the Getaway Car, where it's a 3-minute ad where it starts like this beautiful, inspiring video with Alan Watts, a famous American Zen Buddhist teacher, talking about like the meaninglessness of the chase for more and more. And then as the ad goes on, you start to see these shots where they're clearly showing like the car logo. And then it all ends with the characters like basically self-actualizing by taking this particular car out on a road trip. And it's an example of like the McMindfulness. And another example, if I can put it quickly, is you'll see a lot of corporations who bring mindfulness in, and it's really all about productivity and the bottom line. And I think we have to be judicious. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Mindfulness has a great role to play in our organizations and corporations, but we just have to make sure we're doing that with integrity. And it's okay if we want to see the effect on our organizations, but we really have to prioritize self-care and collective transformation to stay true to the real intentions of these practices. So we have to walk the line of McMindfulness carefully. We can't throw the entire thing out saying, oh, it's all capitalized, it's all commodified. But at the same time, we can't like spend all our time, thinking about mindful water bottles and, mindful real estate or whatever it might be, and thinking carefully about when we use these terms and what they mean in a modern society.
That's so true. I was actually struck by the fact that, the conversations around this are really talking about how they're creating social myopia and enhanced individualism. And I know one of the things you talk about is really responsibility and also sort of social responsibility. So I'd like to share with the audience how you can move from, say, a commoditized practice in a sense, which is really just habit forming, especially what apps are doing right now. It's giving you a mode to sort of create habits and then expand that so that you can have a broader view and a more mindful way of living. So I'd really like to touch upon that aspect as well, please.
Yeah, so often in our society, we find these practices in a very individualist frame. So we want to feel better, we want to heal, we want to concentrate better, we want to, be more productive, be more focused, sleep better. And really, that's all kind of our own individualist frame. But to me, these practices really are about self-care in service of collective transformation. So we shouldn't be allergic to that. In fact, it's a beautiful doorway when we start to realize, hey, maybe there's more than this. And what naturally seems to happen in these practices, and it's something we do want to encourage as teachers, and it's something we do want to encourage when we're learning, is to recognize that this isn't all just about us. That in fact, if we think of the human project as a shared project, right? We're this civilization of conscious monkeys on planet Earth. It's very mysterious. We are born as stewards of our share of that collective resource. So my mind, Jay's mind, if I think of that as a piece of our collective consciousness, my job and my responsibility is to take care of my plot of land on this global sphere of collective consciousness. And so in doing self-care and taking care of myself, I'm taking the first step to take care of all of us. And as I've continued on that journey personally, it started to become about more than me. It started to become about my close relationships, and then my family, and then my friends. And now it's something that I think of in global terms, that this is why this is the work I do, that I believe that this force that we're talking about is something essential to the future of our species. I believe that it's not the be-all, end-all solution to everything, but issues like injustice and climate change and political polarization, they're not going to be addressed if we can't learn to be aware and be good listeners to each other and respectfully disagree and dialogue. So that's really, really essential, I believe, to our future. And one more point on this is that if we are going to increase the footprint of these practices in our society, we can't be afraid of taking care of ourselves. We can't be afraid of taking care of ourselves, because that is really the first step to finding more balance. And so right here, right now, if you pause, I'm going to leave some silence, and you become aware of your breathing. So noticing your breath, taking a moment. The inhale, pause, exhale, pause. Noticing the gentle flow of air in and out of your body, this force that has sustained you.
Can you hear me?
The question I would ask you is, what are you doing right now? And I would say you're doing three things. The first thing you're doing is taking care of yourself, right? The second thing you're doing is tapping in to this deeper human project of taking care of all of us by taking care of your sort of area of this collective consciousness. And the third thing you're doing, I believe, is you're standing up to a world that is trying to command your attention at all times. So it's a sort of three-pronged element, that to be taking care of yourself is not at odds with taking care of all of us. And what I've known is, as that flowers, it starts to show up in your actions in the world.
Well, thank you for that. What about this quick fix, commoditized applications to uncomfortable situations? Does that really increase passivity?
When things happen in the world around us that we don't like, things are uncomfortable, or things are maybe even unjust, things are offensive, right? It can feel like all this saying yes is naive, right? Like, yeah, okay, I can say yes to that experience. The way that person is treating that person, I don't want to say yes to that, right? But what we forget in these moments is that the first step is acceptance. That from an activist frame, if you are trying to speak out against injustice, the first thing you must do is see reality for how it is. You must accept it. And then, only then, can you get the deeper understanding of what's really happening and maybe take some skillful actions. If you spend the whole time just resisting and hating and fighting, you are more likely to take unskillful action. So I consider myself an attention activist, and I'm really mired in technology. And so if I start hating these big tech companies, I don't know if my strategies are going to be as useful as recognizing that these are people just like you and me. They want to do the best. Most of them want to do the right thing. Most of them have tried to do the right thing. And they're mired in a system that has led to some unintended consequences. And if we work together, we can respectfully disagree on some issues. We can actually start to make change in our technology and in the technology that shapes the world. And, I've been doing this for a while now, and I can confirm that that is the case. And some of my colleagues who really push a certain hate or disdain for these tech companies, they're not seeing reality for how it is, because the reality is if you go and visit Facebook or, any of these big tech companies, they're people just like you and me, and they have families, and they want to do the best, and they want to feed their families. And it's really up to all of us to work together to steer that ship in the right direction. Change fundamentally will come from within ourselves, but also within the organizations that have power.
Yeah, and I want to get to the last moment of truth. We're talking about your ship. What's the ship that got you into this whole meditation practice and attention activism?
Yeah, it's a long story. I mean, I think I will summarize it as, there are people in my close and more distant family that are neuroatypical. And so I was opened up to this sense that there are different ways of being. There are people in my family who have done this kind of practice, and that exposed me to it and normalized it for me. And then as a musician, I started to experience the joy of profound states of concentration and started to practice with sound. As a student, I learned a little bit about Eastern religions and stories of people transformed. And that all led me to exploring the conceptual frame of these practices, learning, reading books. But then I went on my first retreat, which was my first of many. And I had profound personal experiences of healing, particularly challenging emotions, of seeing clearly, more clearly than I ever had before. And that was the beginning of the journey. And when I came back to my regular life, I looked at my hands, and there were tools in my hands about designing technology and thinking about technology, because that was already my profession. And so it was sort of natural for me to start to explore, how can I make this not just about me, and use the tools of design to create and think about how technology can be better. And since then, been doing more technology work and a lot more retreats, and both of those flowers have kind of braided and intertwined into who I am today and what I believe the world needs.
Well, thank you. That's amazing. I think everybody kind of needs to learn how to put their spiritual practice into their professional practice and merge the two. I love the braided visual of what that is. Obviously, I can tell that you work with your hands. Thank you so much. Is there any kind of real life experience that has moved you from a state of despair to joy using the very practices that you teach?
Yes, I can tell you the story of that first retreat. I didn't know what I was getting into. I was curious. I wasn't perceiving that I was suffering intensely or anything. I did have a sense of meaninglessness, but it wasn't one of those stories where I was dealing with grief or trauma or something. And I went on this practice, and it was a Goenka. This teacher offers these 10-day Vipassana retreats, and I went to one.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, it was intense. And I think day 5, day 6, they do this thing called adhitana, which is sort of strong determination. So you try to sit in meditation for an hour. And I was, I'm not super flexible. And so back pain was a big issue for me, trying to sit on the floor in the way that meditators sit. And so I'm sitting there, and the instruction is to sort of sit still and to notice whatever arises without any attempt to sort of change and fix it. So there I am. You can imagine me. I'm sitting there, my eyes are closed. And I'm noticing back pain come up, I'm noticing tension, all kinds of stuff is coming up in my body. And it starts to really hurt. It starts to really, really hurt. And I decide to take the instruction seriously. So I don't move, I notice my back pain. First thing I notice is it starts to move around. And immediately I have this insight. I'm like, I've kind of always assumed my back pain was like there was some muscle. This is like my training as a scientist. There's some muscle or some ligament that's weak, and I need to go train that muscle and fix the problem, and then my back pain will go away. But then as I actually observed my pain and movement, the way it was moving, I was like, oh, it's like moving all over the place. Like it's not one thing. It's pain. It's this experience, and mysterious in a way. And so I started to look into the pain. I started to notice it started to get really intense, like because normally I would kind of want to pay attention to something else, like distract myself. But I started looking right at the pain. And in the moment this pain started to peak, this really powerful mental image arose in my mind. And it was a mental image of my late grandfather's house when I visited him in rural India in Bihar. And I went to his house, and this was a year or two after he died, and the house was empty and all the furniture was gone. And I saw on the bookshelf this picture of my brother and I. And my parents had immigrated to Canada. I didn't have a very strong relationship with my grandfather. And my whole body just lit up with emotion. I just felt shame and grief and all this stuff that I hadn't felt when I actually stood in that house. And I realized that, you know, my grandfather was this distant figure, but he had a picture of me in his bedroom. And I felt this shame, like I wasn't there for him when he passed. And I almost like, you know, was just living my life. And I was like, oh, he died, and then let's move on to the next thing. And I never took the time to feel it. And so in this pain, I started noticing, and I was doing this sort of body scan of all this energy, and I felt so bad, I felt so dark, but then I felt his presence there with me. And, you know, I'm not really a metaphysical person. It was really, could be thought of as a spirit if you're so inclined, but that's not how I think about things. I thought of it as a sort of phenomena of mind, that his identity showed up. And he was there, and he's such a strong person from what I know about him. He was a zamindar who brought peace to a village in rural India. And he brought peace to me. And he was like, it's not a big deal. You can get through this. You can sit. And that energy allowed me to sit still till the end of the practice. And I ended the practice, and I went for a walk. And I felt lighter than I had in years. And I realized in that moment that I didn't even know the kind of stuff my body was carrying, that I had not processed that emotion when it happened in India like a year before that. And I was just like, oh, wow, this lightness is possible. And since then, you hear that story, you can understand how could I possibly stop practicing or not even devote my life to this, because it's been so powerful for me. That's the first of many stories of lightening and opening and becoming more kind and becoming more compassionate. And it's been a real journey from there.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. It's such a beautiful thing when you start to still your mind. You can really feel the somatics and release them and get back into the journey of sort of, as you're claiming, like just it's like peeling the onion and getting to the source of your own divinity in a sense. Once again, I want to thank you for coming on, and I want all of you to check out Jay's beautiful courses on RoundGlass, where he works through attention activism and also has some very quick under 5-minute meditations for you. If any questions come up during the day, please type it into our live chat, because we will take them, and I'll be back for our next live conversation. Make self-awareness your superpower with Michelle Maldonado at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Until then, keep enjoying our continuous all-day meditation content on RoundGlass.
Have you ever heard of this research study by Amy Cuddy? She was a teaching faculty at Harvard University. And according to her research, she realized that the body posture made a huge impact both on how the individual perceived the world and, more interestingly, how the world perceived the individual. While teaching at Harvard, she noticed that there were a few students who used to sit like this on their desk or, with a very bent spine and just low energy. And then there were few students who would come and really sit nice and wide on their tables. And while in certain cases their IQs or their abilities were quite comparable, one of them did better at their interviews, at their exams than the other. So that kind of sparked this idea for her, and she came up with this concept called power posing. And as part of the study, she'd have two sets of students or test subjects, and in one, she'd make them stand in these really powerful poses. One like this, the Superman pose, one like this, really straight spine, open heart, and in the other, she'd make them sit, all bent and all inward and kind of as if they just lost something. And after holding that pose for 2 to 5 minutes, she would then send these test subjects to do interviews, to gamble, and to do a few certain tests. And what happened is, in each case, the people who were in the power pose did much better. Even in gambling, they were taking more risks and they were winning more, interestingly. And then she checked their inner chemistry. Those who were in power poses, they had more testosterone suddenly being produced, and their cortisol levels, which is the stress chemical, also reduced. And therefore she deduced this: the body posture makes a huge difference in our relationship to the world and in the world's relationship to us. So what is the yogi's power pose? That brings us to today's session on asana. Now we begin really the true stage of meditation, which starts with our body. The spine and the alignment of the body is extremely crucial for meditation. I have mentioned already that the purpose of meditation is to withdraw all the life force existing within us into the spine and then lifting that energy up to the brain. The experience of samadhi, as we said, was that when all your prana, all that energy is solely in the brain and no longer in the body. In order to do that, our spine has to be completely open. There's several points of alignment we need to be aware about. The first point of alignment is the base of our spine with the heart. Our heart cannot be caved in. You may think you're sitting straight like this, but this is really the yogi's power pose. When I am like this, with my heart open and uplifted, the center of my heart chakra, the anahat chakra, at the very center of my body, is in a straight line from the base of my spine. But when I'm like this, even though it feels like my body and my back is straight, but the center moves backward, thereby no longer allowing a free flow of energy upward. The second point of alignment is between the heart and the medulla, the seat of the ego, the ahankar. And that deals with the position of my neck. My neck has to be perfectly parallel. The chin needs to be parallel. The neck needs to be perpendicular to the floor, thereby allowing the energy to rise from this point here. And then from the medulla to the point between the eyebrows. Now here we come into the awareness of where my eyes need to gaze. If we close our eyes during meditation and we allow the eyes to just drop, they enter into a subconscious state. When we fall asleep, this is what happens to the eyes. They go downward, naturally lulling us into a subconscious state. For a superconscious state, I don't know if you've ever seen an image of a saint in ecstasy. You will always see their eyes uplifted. Because when that energy, that's what the ecstatic experience is. When energy rushes up the spine to the brain, automatically they enter into that samadhi state. So we are going to kind of draw that state by ensuring that our eyes are gently uplifted. I want you to think of, when your eyes are closed, as if you're gazing at a distant mountain peak. So it's not so much that the eyes have to strain to see or look at this particular point. It's more like we're looking through it, just around 30 degrees or so above into the distance, so that the eyes are relaxed and there is no strain at all. Now, there are two ways to be seated for meditation. One is on a chair and one is on the floor. I'd like for us to start first with the chair. Of course, this part of our body remains exactly the same. Heart is open. In fact, you can feel almost that there's a string at your heart. Anytime you sit and you feel that, I don't know if I'm sitting right, take that string, that imaginary string, and pull it up and out. And suddenly feel that lift. You say, this is how I need to be seated. Similarly, you can take a string on top of the head, and if you are kind of compressing your spine, lift up, lift out, and this becomes the posture of the yogi. I'd like to first show you how to sit on a chair. Let me reposition the chair sideways to give you a profile view. First and foremost, you see that I am not sitting with my back resting against the backrest. I need to be nice and forward. My spine has to be dynamically held by my will alone. Otherwise, even though you may start with a straight spine, the magnetic call of the back will eventually force you to begin to bend your spine. So be a little further away from the backrest. See how the spine is aligned. You see my heart outward, my chin is parallel, my arms and my hands are going to rest on my thighs. You'll see the closer you bring your arms, the more you see the shoulder blades moving back, thereby allowing the chest to really pop forward. If my hands are here, which there's nothing wrong with it, but after a while, my shoulders tend to collapse a little forward. But then when I move them back, they push my chest open. So this is the posture. Now the legs are important here. You see my legs are perpendicular, thighs parallel to the ground, and my calves perpendicular to that. I don't want to be seated like this. I don't want to be seated like this, but really grounded, feet flat on the floor. Everything about you must seem conscious and deliberate. So closing our eyes, uplifting our gaze, looking out into that distance, this becomes your meditative posture on a chair. Now let's look at the various options that we have seated on the floor. The first thing I want you to remember if you choose to sit on the floor is to always have a cushion. Now, you don't have to sit so much on the cushion as the edge of the cushion. The purpose of the cushion is this. It gives a little lift to your sit bones, thereby giving that lift to the spine to remain a little upward throughout your meditation. In time, having done this for many years, a time might come where you don't need the cushion for that anymore, but especially in the beginning, do use a cushion. You can choose the height of the cushion according to that which most supports your spine. Now, the other part about sitting on the floor really is about our lower body, because the top half remains exactly the same. Straight spine, open heart, relaxed shoulders, chin parallel to the ground, gaze uplifted, and palms on our thighs. But there are many different ways we could be seated on the floor. And there are these different asanas. The first I'd like to show you is called Sukh Asana, also known as the comfortable pose or the pose of ease. And in this, you will see this is how most people do usually sit on the floor, but you'll see that the knees are up in the air. After a few minutes, this might cause a little discomfort. So it could be helpful to place more cushions under your knees to give them the support they need. A better still position would be called Ardha Padmasana, half lotus pose, where you take one of your feet and you place it on top of the other thigh. Now you see what this does is it pushes my knees firmly onto the floor, thereby giving me a much more stable ground. Another form you could try and practice is called Siddhasana, or perfected pose, where both your ankles and heels are in alignment with one another and they're at the very center of your spine. Again, this helps keep your knees downward. Whatever position you choose, and there are many others you could play with, just remember this. It is a position you want to be able to hold in perfect stillness for the entire duration of your meditation. This is key when it comes to asana. Patanjali says, asana is perfected when the practitioner can sit motionless for a minimum of 3 hours. Of course, we're not there yet, but at least we should be able to sit motionless for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it's going to be, your meditation duration. So let me get into my favorite posture, which is Ardha Padmasana. Very relaxing, very comfortable. Of course, I've worked at making it comfortable for me. Let's go into our practice, and our practice is going to be simple. Choose first one of these many positions that work best for you. Let's get into the right alignment and then see if we can sit for 5 minutes in perfect stillness. When I say perfect stillness, I mean perfect stillness, because any movement of the body is going to force the mind back into body consciousness and force the life force, the prana, out back into the extremities rather than further interiorizing into the Sushumna, into the spine. So finding the pose that works best for you, get into that alignment, sit up straight, pull on that string, lift up your heart, pull on that top string and open and stretch the spine. Relax your hands and palms in an upward position as close to your body as you can so it pushes back your shoulder blades. Close your eyes, make sure your neck and chin are in perfect alignment, and then inwardly lift up your gaze as if you're looking out just above the horizon line. This will help direct your life force upward towards the superconscious experience at the frontal cortex of your brain. Once you've found the asana that works best for you, let's just relax and see what perfect stillness feels like. Notice especially those areas of your body that from the very beginning are restless, and there's certain agitation, which means energy is not flowing freely there. If it'll help you, just breathe into those areas of your body, trying to consciously relax them. Notice also how very soon the power of gravity begins to force your spine to start drooping a little bit. Every time that happens, lift it up again, lift up the heart, and find that firm position. Just being still in itself brings a very interiorized state. And it also just shows us how subconsciously restless our body is, and therefore how much energy it demands from us. Stay with your body. Enjoy this stillness if you can. Just a minute more. Push yourself a little if you must. Hold your willpower to the test. This is your tapasya, the austerity that we talked of in the niyama. But once you push beyond just a little bit, you will find that it becomes very easy to sit still. And whenever you are ready, open your eyes. Don't yet move. Even with your eyes open, hold this position. Keep still. Stillness is power. This is your power pose. This is how the world will see you, as a warrior, and then you will see the world as something you can easily deal with. Maintain this posture throughout all activities of your day. If you're in the kitchen chopping vegetables, don't be chopping it this way. Keep a straight spine. If you're sitting on the couch watching television, don't be watching this way. Keep a straight spine. Because every time you do this, it strengthens the muscles around your physical spine to be able then to support you in meditation. In the beginning, it'll be hard to hold a straight spine and it'll want to keep bending because that's how we've trained ourselves so far. So we have to retrain the body and claim that power pose for ourselves.
Whirling is not just a simple movement. This primal universal movement is not just simply dance. It's a sacred dance. It's a fine art of meditation. Whirling is turning. Turning is there in all different dance forms. In whirling meditation, we find the stillness and the stable field of presence within us. For whirling meditation, we are keeping our turning continuous. We're turning around the axis of our own body, the spine. And it's not about taking 1, 2, 5, 10 turns. We sustain the turning as a continuous movement meditation over a period of time. But the sustaining of the practice is where the meditation emerges. Whirling is a meditation for deep healing. It's a transformative course that reestablishes our health with our body. The blueprint design of this body is to function in health, where we use whirling to turn into our body. We reconnect to the original design of health in our system. Whirling is deeply therapeutic for us. Whirling on a regular basis can stabilize our nervous system, bring equilibrium, get us a sense of calm yet alert experience, and regulate our sleep cycles. On the other hand, if we have depression, whirling can rejuvenate us, kickstart the system, get us more energetic in life. So join me in this course of Whirling Mandala, the mystical art form for turning, and discover the secrets in your own body that can take you into the dimensions of spirituality and mysticism. The concepts and the rules behind meditation can feel overwhelming. Let your consciousness experience itself with no attachment to time. I have encountered a lot of people that most of the times they have assumptions. Let all obstacles melt away. I don't have time. I can't commit. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Let awareness expand. How can you focus a mind that is bouncing all over the place? Let's observe the mindfulness principle of becoming aware of the thoughts in our heads. And what exactly is mindfulness? As we recognize the process, we can create gaps in it, and we can play with it. How cool is that? My name is Almeida Santos. I am a meditation teacher and a Reiki practitioner. Meditation does not have to be a challenge. It can be a simple act you practice while in line at the grocery store or waiting for the bus. In this course, we will look at practices of meditation and mindfulness and make these practices simple and easy to apply in daily life situations, leading to a richer living experience. We are breaking all of the misconceptions of meditation here. You don't necessarily have to sit cross-legged and push all thoughts out of your mind to meditate. We will learn that there is no right and there's no wrong. Meditation is a very private experience. In this 12-session course, you are going to pause and breathe and accept who you are. I am going to teach you that you already know how to meditate. I am just your guide. It's about you. It's about your inner silence. If you have ever been curious about mindfulness and meditation, I invite you to join me for this course on RoundGlass. I will see you then.
Welcome to RoundGlass Living. I am Almeida Santos, and thank you so much for joining me on World Meditation Day. How cool is it that people from all around the globe, I'm in Toronto, Canada, and you have decided to dedicate time and attention to the practice of stillness and self-awareness. It's pretty cool. We are all going to breathe together and use this simple meditation to calm reactivity,
get out of feeling stressed, reduce triggers, and move towards being back in greater balance. I like that. Sign me in. I have a question for you. How does stress or anxious moments affect your breathing? What? Breathing? Yes, exactly. We forget about breathing and paying attention to it when we are stressed. So let's stop for the next few minutes. And yes, let's pay attention to our breath. My hope is that today's meditation and taking a pause to breathe together will help us get better at this so we can help ourselves when we need it. Cool? Okay, so let's begin by getting better at finding a comfortable spot for our meditation. And then let's get better at closing our eyes very gently. And just because we decided to get better at things that are good for us, let's get better at breathing. And stay here for just a moment. And get very curious about what is keeping you alive. Yes, that's your breath's job. And breathe. Easy. Begin to take very conscious breaths, and as you do it, go a little bit deeper. Conscious breathing is just simply paying attention to the way you're breathing. And here's something that can help you. Use your diaphragm. You just begin to be aware of the belly going in and out as you breathe. So the belly goes out and the air comes in. The air goes out and the belly moves with the breath. Beautiful. Keep noticing your belly movements as you're breathing. Long and deep breath. Excellent. So now let's do something really cool. Begin to pay attention to the space in between each breath. And notice that the confusion, the chaos in your mind is hopefully slowly going away as you breathe with purpose. Nice and slow inhale. Nice and slow exhale. Yes. You know what's very interesting is you're probably noticing that you're becoming more present. Isn't that quite something? We can get even better at this. Let's see if it helps when we count. So here we go. Inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold it 4, 3, 2, 1. And exhale 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. Please breathe. Inhale again with me. 4, 3, 2, 1. And hold it. 4, 3, 2, 1. And let it all out. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes. Oh, it feels good. Please breathe slowly and gently. Long inhale. Long exhale. Fantastic. We're going to do this together once again. So inhale to my count of 4, 3, 2, 1, and hold it. 4, 3, 2, 1. And exhale 4, 3, 2, 1. And center yourself. Very good. Keep breathing very slowly and gently, very deeply. And notice how present you are when you pay attention to the way you're breathing. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? That we can do it. Yes, just be present and breathe. Here's something for you to reflect on. You actually don't need more than just one moment to take a deep breath in and out and to allow your mind a brief opportunity to rest a little and create a bit of silence and peace. That's exactly what you're doing. Breathe very easily. If you ever wondered what being present and breathing on purpose means, this is what it means. This is how it feels like. And you got it. So very gently, when you feel ready, you can open your eyes. It feels good, doesn't it? To do such a simple thing as remembering to breathe. So here's what I would like to share with you, especially today. Meditation has already given me what no one can ever take away from me. My ability to pause and breathe and observe so I can respond from a different perspective as opposed to reacting from a place of confusion. Yeah. It is nothing short of a blessing to be able to find ways to live a better life. And meditation has truly been an amazing teacher for me. And this is what this day is all about. Meditation World Day. I love it. I hope you have enjoyed your practice today. I really would like to thank you for taking the time for joining this beautiful celebration. And once again and always say to you that I appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Have you ever been assailed by negative mental states? Have you ever said, I'm unlovable, nobody loves me, or I hate myself? This is what I call stinking thinking. And in this practice today, we are going to interrupt the stinking thinking. I'm Vimala Sara, your mindfulness teacher for today. And I want to let you know that once upon a time, I was assailed by stinking thinking. I had a mind full of hate and I used to beat myself up with all the unkind things I used to say to myself. And then I discovered the breathing space. And I really hope that this breathing space will be a powerful meditative practice for you. The breathing space is called ACE. It's an acronym. A is for awareness. C is for collecting the breath. And E is for expanding the breath. So let's practice together today. Okay, so I don't want you to automatically get into your typical meditation posture. As soon as we think about meditation, we go into a meditation posture and a mudra. And the reason why I'm saying this to you, because when we are assailed by negative mental states, we're often on the go, moving. We're not sitting somewhere comfortable. And so I just want you to stop what you're doing and just be where you are, and we will practice this together. So A, become aware of your body. Becoming aware of your body is simply noticing what the body is touching. So let's begin with the feet. Notice what your feet are touching. Notice what your legs are touching. Notice what your sitting bones are touching. Notice what your torso is touching. Notice where your hands are resting. Notice what the neck is touching. Notice the air touching your face. This is how we become aware of the body. Awareness of the body is really important. When we become aware of the body, we can begin to see what is happening. The body produces feeling. So let's see if you can become aware of feeling tone in the body. Let's begin with the feet. Do your feet feel pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, or a mixture of all three? Do your legs feel neutral, pleasant, or unpleasant, or a mixture of all three? Often there is pressure under the sitting bones, and pressure is always slightly unpleasant. But maybe for some of you it's pleasant or neutral or a mixture of all three. Also noticing the tension in your back or your shoulders. Often this is where we carry tension, which is unpleasant. And then come to your hands. My hands, I experience them as feeling quite pleasant. In our whole body, there will be sensations of pleasantness, unpleasantness, neutral, nothing much going on in the body, that's neutral, or a mixture of all three. So really see if you can notice and be aware of what's happening in the body. Feeling tone produces thoughts. Thoughts arise in the body. Thoughts arise in the heart-mind. The mind loves to produce thoughts. We can't stop thoughts arising. So become aware of your thoughts. And perhaps you could note the thoughts, judging thoughts, thinking thoughts, happy thoughts, peaceful thoughts. Just simply noting your thoughts without thinking them. This is where we move into C, collecting the breath. When we collect the breath, it interrupts the process of thoughts becoming thinking. It's so easy for our thoughts to turn into narrative, to turn into story, to turn into stinking thinking. And so we collect the breath. And we collect the breath by becoming aware of the breath in the abdomen rising and falling. So see if you can experience the abdomen rising and falling. Perhaps you experience the chest rising and falling. So really see if you can connect to the touch of the breath. Your breath is the handbrake on your stinking thinking. Watch the mind. It loves to wander, and often it wanders into stories and narratives. So become aware of the breath. Use the breath like a handbrake and pause the thinking. Become aware of the touch of the breath in the abdomen. We continue to work with our thinking by expanding the breath throughout the whole body. So we take a deep breath in and expand the breathing throughout the whole body. Go on, take a deep breath with me. So take a deep breath in and expand the breathing throughout the whole body. So let's take a moment to reflect on this practice. Firstly, noticing how you're feeling right now. Is it different from when we began? What was it like for you to become aware of the body? Was it uncomfortable, unpleasant, or was it pleasant? What was it like for you to become aware of feeling tone in the body? This practice can be used anywhere. It can be while you're driving the car, and when you're driving a car, it would just be a deep breath in. Or you could use it when you're walking to the superstore, and you could just stop and pause and become aware of the body. You can use it when you're driving, becoming aware of your hands on the steering wheel, becoming fully aware of driving your car and taking a deep breath in. And of course, if you ever experience any road rage, you could just pull the car up at the first safest moment and stop and do a short breathing space before you begin driving again. I really hope that this practice will help interrupt your stinking thinking. Thank you. Namaste.
I know that without a spiritual practice, being a human is really hard.
We forget that life is a marathon and we are sprinting all the time. And what happens is something has to give. What gives is your peace of mind, your mental well-being, your physical well-being.
We at RoundGlass have chosen to take the journey of bringing holistic well-being to the world.
This is your waking life, and how you live it should be up to you. To me, the stakes really are that high.
You're here, you're showing up for yourself. That's amazing.
How do we make the world eat better?
My hope is that today's conversation will empower our audience.
I welcome you all. I invite you all. Come to RoundGlass. Welcome home. And let's travel this journey together.
Have you ever tried to stop your mind from thinking? It's not so easy. The truth is that thinking is what your mind is meant to do. Your mind produces thoughts, just as your ears hear sounds and your eyes see your surroundings. Also, thinking isn't a bad thing. It's just that we're preoccupied and often obsessed with it. In fact, our thoughts rule our lives. My name is Kara Bradley. I'm a performance coach and meditation teacher. In this practice, we're going to explore what our busy mind is so busy doing. Busy mind is a catch-all term I use to include anything that pulls you away from showing up right here and right now. Your busy mind includes thoughts, emotions, stories, and perceptions, the stuff that often mute our experience, the stuff that often traps us into stressing. Our thoughts, our overwhelming thoughts, often leave us feeling exhausted. Although thinking is really useful, overthinking can be detrimental and even destructive. Thinking too much increases stress and it blocks our capacity to connect with the world and with our body. Here's a sampling of what getting stuck in your busy mind might look like. 1. Forgetting an appointment. 2. Losing your cell phone. Again. 3. Zoning out in front of the TV. 4. Finding yourself on social media. Again. 5. Eating that donut before realizing what you're doing. 6. Arriving in your driveway, not really remembering how you got home. And these are just a few. Your busy mind is made up of a mix of stuff, thoughts, emotions, doubts, fears, along with so many other thought patterns. While we can't stop our mind from thinking, we can get to know what our busy mind is so busy doing. In this practice, we're going to discover this. What is going on between the ears in our minds? During this meditation, you'll be guided to simply notice and name what type of thinking your busy mind is busy thinking. So find a quiet place to lie down or sit down. Give yourself permission to not do anything for a few minutes. Let's just start by turning our attention away from our mind and into our body. So for a moment, notice your feet. Notice your hands. Notice your heartbeat. And now notice your breath. What we're doing is just turning our attention so that our mind has a place to land, often called an anchor in meditation. We're anchoring our mind in our body and in our breath. And as your mind is settled on your breath, or even on your hands, wherever you feel comfortable, you'll start to become aware of thoughts as they come and go. Thoughts will continue. It's okay to think. When you have a thought, or you notice a thought, you can just nod. Notice the thought. Acknowledge the thought is there. And then let it pass. You can think of placing a thought on a leaf on a river and allow that leaf to just pass by your mind's eye. Notice, nod, and then think, not now. I do this a lot myself. When I notice a thought, I nod and acknowledge, and then just say to myself, not now. Because right now, what you're doing is just following breath and noticing your body. So again, when you notice yourself thinking, you can actually thinking, say that in your mind. And then simply say lovingly, not now, and allow that thought to pass. Like a leaf on a river or a soap bubble rising, popping, and dissolving away. Notice, nod, and not now. This is the practice. This is mindfulness. It's not about stopping. It's not about pushing away. It's simply about noticing. Noticing is like doing bicep curls for your mind. This is mental strength training. So for the next few minutes, allow your body to be at ease. Allow your mind to rest on your breath. And then just pay attention. When thought comes through, you can notice and nod. And if it's helpful, just say, not now. Remember, noticing is the practice. The more you notice, the better you get at noticing. Practice this consistently, and your thoughts and emotions will no longer rule your world. Instead, you'll let your direct experience, what's happening right here and now, inform you of what is real and what is true. If your eyes have been closed, open them and notice what it feels like to be calmer and clearer. This natural state where our mind is awake and alert and our body is calm and at ease. So remember that thinking is what your mind is meant to do. Your mind produces thoughts. Just as your ears hear sounds and your eyes see, cultivating a new relationship with your busy mind, with noticing, nodding, and saying not now if the thought is not necessary. You can do this anytime and anywhere. No one needs to know what you're doing. Practice this consistently. Become familiar with your busy mind. Get to know what your busy mind is so busy doing. And you'll be able to use thoughts instead of allowing your thoughts to use you. Thank you for joining me.
The way I look at the world is that we have forgotten how to live. We're always wanting something more. We're always chasing something, whereas we are not enjoying what we have. There are over 100 million people in the US who have either diabetes or cardiovascular problems or mental issues. And we are among the most privileged society in the world. Imagine not waking up in the morning and saying, I've got to rush. Saying, this is a beautiful day. I'm going to make the most out of it. Because every day matters. And whatever I do, I'll do from my heart, with a lot of passion. I'm going to help people, carry people with me, and I'm going to become the best of what I am. Because I'm only competing, not with somebody else, but in only bettering myself. And I believe holistic well-being addresses them. As a founder of RoundGlass, I want everyone in this world to be able to live a life of holistic well-being. So when I was doing my high school, I think middle school, I got a tutor who was teaching me in India. He would come teach me 3 days a week, 1 hour each session. But he was very instrumental in shaping and saying, Sunny, I'm going to make you fall in love with these subjects. And because you fall in love, you'll do the rest. Good teacher teaches for the love of what they know, what they want to do in the world. And that trumps everything else. At RoundGlass, we bring the most authentic teachers from across the world because we want to give everybody a global worldview. We give content in terms of classes, courses, photo stories, narratives, conversations.
The longest pilgrimage in this world is that sacred journey from the head to the heart.
Notice how the mundane has become miraculous and magical. These practices are always available for you.
So the collective concept within RoundGlass is about having these different channels. And each channel represents a modality of well-being. So for example, if you have a meditation channel or a meditation collective, we have end-of-life collective, we'll have many other such collectives. Now we combine all of those collectives together, we are giving you a complete universe of well-being, of holistic well-being, of every area of holistic well-being. That's RoundGlass. The reason this free service is important to us is because we want to democratize holistic well-being to the world. So that everybody, the poorest of the poorest kid in Africa or in a village in India, to anybody else, should be able to access that and incorporate well-being in their lives. I'm excited about the future. I'm excited about every new day of the untold beauty that we're going to encounter. I welcome you all. I invite you all. Come to RoundGlass, welcome home, and let's travel this journey together.
Is it possible to explore conscious living in a systematic way? Welcome, my name is Nitishanti, and I'll be taking you through the 4 dimensions of conscious living. I had a chance to practice as a Buddhist monk for about 6 years in Thailand and Sri Lanka. And in that time, I was exposed to many different aspects, many different teachings from not only the Buddhist tradition, but from a wide variety of teachings and traditions. And over years of practice, this is my distillation of how I approach living a more conscious life. And let me share this with you. Essentially, I found that meditation can be explored in 2 ways. One is attention, which is a passive form, and the other is intention, which is an active form. Attention is, for example, being aware of what you're seeing, being aware of what you're hearing, feeling the touch of your breath. This is all attention. It's a passive form of being aware of what is happening. Intention is when you add an element to it. For example, Not only am I breathing, I'm breathing in freshness and lightness. I'm breathing out any tiredness. Or I'm breathing in a beautiful breath. I'm breathing out any kind of heaviness, tiredness. And so like this, exploring our field of experience through the facet of attention and intention. Attention is simply experiencing reality the way it is without adding too many layers to it. Intention is the use of conceptual thought. For example, if you were to count your breath, that would be an intention practice. It's an active practice. If you were to send loving wishes for all, may all beings be happy, that would be an active practice. So I've divided this up into 4 elements. Attention out, attention in, intention in, intention out. And this for me is a pretty comprehensive way in which we can explore conscious living. Let me share with you my favorite practices for each of these 4 dimensions. Let's start with attention out. By out I mean what you're seeing, what you're hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. Anything that you can experience with your sensory framework, that would be attention out. So right now, your eyes can be open. Notice what you're seeing, colors and shapes. Also notice what you're hearing, different kinds of sounds, without labeling them. Now add another layer to this. Experience the arising and passing away of your experiences. So for example, when you're hearing sounds, notice that you can hear a vibrational pattern of some kind. The beginning and the ending of a sound. And of course, when you see things, your eyes move. And even the things you are seeing, there can be some movement. This is called the direct experience of change. Not as a concept. We've all heard everything changes, everything changes. This is the direct experience of change. In what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and you can include the other sense doors as well, what you're smelling and tasting. And here's a good one, what you're feeling throughout the body. At the level of sensation. For example, notice what you're feeling in both the hands. If there's any pulsation, vibration, anything that's arising and passing, that would be an example of change and the direct experience of change. This was a very big breakthrough for me because until then I had been approaching impermanence in a conceptual way, in an idea-based way. But in this way I actually experienced, it changes. Even a physical pain, the intensity rises, 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 and at some point it just collapses and disappears, goes away by itself. And itch arises, arises, arises. And even if you don't scratch it, it doesn't stay permanently. At some point it just dissolves. So attention out is paying attention to whatever you're experiencing. And it also includes even your inner experience inside the body is also attention out. Anything that's in the field of your awareness, like a sensation or an emotion, is also something I would consider attention out, and seeing the arising and the subsiding of that. That's the first dimension of conscious living. Experience your world through bare awareness and see the characteristic of whatever is arising and passing. Let's come to the second dimension. This is attention in. So this is also known as looking for the looker, seeking the seer. The lovely teaching that what we're looking for is that which is looking. And we keep looking for reflections everywhere, but ultimately it's here. In the Indian scriptures, this is known as the musk deer, mrignan, searching everywhere for this delightful fragrance. not knowing it's coming from its own body. So, in this second aspect of conscious living, we turn our attention backwards to the source of our attention. Who is aware? There's a famous question given by a great sage of India, Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi, and he kept saying, throughout his life, he invited people, ask the question, who am I? And don't just settle for the superficial answers by giving your name or giving your age or giving your gender or giving the work that you do. Keep asking, because all of those things can change quite easily. Keep asking, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? And the purpose of the question is to dissolve the questioner. The purpose of asking, who am I, is not to arrive at an answer. It's to arrive at a kind of silence, of just beingness. This can be confusing for some people, so there are different ways to approach it. One way to approach it is you ask yourself, what's happening now? Second, I'm talking right now, I'm sharing something I know. All right. Who's talking now? I am. Now, where did that sense of I am come from? Was it in the heart? Was it in the face? Was it behind my body? Where did that sense of I am? I'm talking right now. Where did that come from? So you go to that place, maybe like for me right now, it's somewhere in my heart. I'm talking right now. All right. So who am I? And in my case, all that happens is, it's like there was some solidity I was imagining, and now suddenly I cut through it. And there's no person there, there's just presence. It's a shift from personhood to presence. That's what the second dimension of conscious living does. You see, you can spend years in just the first dimension, just practicing mindfulness. Mindfulness of different objects, different activities. You kind of get stuck and stagnate at some point. At some point, you have to ask yourself, who's meditating? Who's being mindful? Who's making these decisions? Who's trying to live a better life? I am. Who am I? And you get a sense that, wow, it's a shift from witnessing to life living life. It's not you living life, it's life living life. This is a wonderful shift. It's a wonderful unburdening that happens. So each time we question who is having this experience, it is attention back to its own source. And my experience is that the deeper we dive into this endless, you could call it, dimension of hunting the I, what Ramana Maharshi called hunting the I. Go find this I. Where is this I? This I is up to all the mischief. Let's find this I. And the deeper you dive into this dimension, simultaneously two things start to happen. You find that you're more and more a no thing, and simultaneously you're more and more everything and everyone. When you're with someone, you can really connect with them quite deeply. The blueprint of your life starts to come into higher and higher contrast. More and more resolution. You seem to know exactly what needs to happen at any given moment. And yet there's no sense of you doing anything. So this is the second dimension of conscious living, which is attention in. Bringing the attention back to its own source. And I know that for some of you, this is all very unfamiliar. You're not used to these things. But everything starts off as unfamiliar. Anything new that we learn is unfamiliar to begin with. One of my teachers used to say, in the beginning, it's unbearable. In the middle, it's uncomfortable. And in the end, you're unstoppable. So even though something's unfamiliar, doesn't mean it is not appropriate for you. Because we spend our whole life embellishing the I, doing so many things for the I. And very rarely do we ever question, but who is this I? What is this I? And what if this I is a big imposter? It was never an entity, it was just beingness. That's the second dimension of conscious living. Let's come to the third one. Intention in. Now this is how you describe yourself. How do you describe yourself? Are you a human being going through a human world? A physical being going through a physical world? Are you an energetic being going through an energetic world? Are you a light being going through a light world? Are you pure consciousness moving through pure consciousness? All different ways of describing yourself. Some say, I am a soul in this world. God is in me. And some say, no, I am in God. What is your favorite way of describing yourself in the deepest sense? The way you describe yourself, that basic root identity, has a big impact on the way you live your life. If you say I'm broken and I need to be fixed, I need validation, I need love, your whole life will be a search for love. If you feel you're not enough, for many of us, that's the root program. I'm not enough yet. You keep trying to fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. So a nice way to explore this is to ask yourself, in my presence, what do beings experience? In my presence. So for example, in my presence, beings experience complete acceptance. In my presence, beings are fully expressed. In my presence, beings get in touch with a part of themselves that they had forgotten. You start giving meaning to a deeper identity that you have. And you can play with this, right? You can play with what is your deepest core assumption about yourself. Like one of my favorites is that I am God in clever disguise. God is grand overall design. And all of us are actually, not just me. We are all God in clever disguise. God has chosen to forget. Right? And in my presence, beings remember their true nature, for example. And if that's my core identity, then quite effortlessly, that's what's going to happen. So how do you define yourself? How do you see yourself? It's worth questioning. It's worth upgrading that. Is there a scope for that root identity to be upgraded? Matching your innermost intuition. This will be the third dimension of conscious living. And the fourth dimension of conscious living is intention out. So as you connect with the world, as you engage with the world, what for you is the highest purpose? There are 4 beautiful teachings from the Buddha. Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha. Let me say a Hindi doha, I'll translate it. Dukhi dekh man karuna jage, aisa brahma vihar ho. Sukhi dekh man mudita jage, aisa brahma vihar ho. सबके प्रति मैत्री जागे ऐसा ब्रह्म विहार हो और हर स्थिति में उपेक्षा रहे ऐसा ब्रह्म विहार हो. What does it mean? Dukhi dekh man karuna jage. When you see someone who is suffering in any way, the natural response of a balanced mind to someone who's suffering is compassion. You do what you can to relieve their suffering. It's just natural. Sukhi dekh man mudita jage. When you see someone who's happy, who's doing well, the natural response of a balanced mind to someone else's happiness is rejoicing. You rejoice in their happiness. You're happy for them. You share in their happiness. Sabke prati maitri jage. Towards all, the balanced mind has a response of loving friendliness. All are my friends. I've got no enemies. And that doesn't mean you're foolish. You will take care of yourself. But your basic attitude is one of wishing well. And the fourth one is har sthiti mein upeksha rahe. In the ups and downs of life, your mind does not oscillate, does not get affected. It remains balanced. Whether it's praise or blame, whether things are going your way or against you, you keep a balanced mind. Your heart and mind remain balanced. A lovely example of this, in Japan, there was a monk who lived on a small hill. And he was surrounded by villagers who would come and meet him. And they really respected him, they really loved him. And every morning he'd go down to get food and they'd serve him food. He'd come back to a little hut and he'd meditate there. One day, the village headman, who happened to have a vegetable shop, his wife comes and tells him, do you know your unmarried daughter is pregnant? He's like, what? A big shock. What do you mean she's pregnant? How did that happen? So he goes and he interrogates his daughter. Who is the father of this child? You're not even married yet. With a lot of pressure, she reveals, it's that monk. She can't believe it. This holy man has been with his daughter. He gets so angry, so angry. The entire village goes up and they scream at him and they shout at him. Because he's a monk, they can't really hit him. They tell him, when that child is born, you take care of that child, none of our business. And he just said, is that so? Is that so? And they left. 9 months later, the child is born. And right away they go and they hand him the infant, you take care of your child. So in the morning he goes to get food and some people give him food and out of compassion they give something for the baby as well. And this goes on for a few months. And one day this daughter of this headman can't bear it anymore and she goes and confesses to her father, I lied. The father of this child is actually the son of the fish seller. And I knew that you would never approve of that union. And I couldn't have the courage to tell you. Like, what? You lied to me? What a big mess you created out of all of this. And he's so embarrassed. And the next day, the whole village goes up and they apologize. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Oh my goodness, what have we done? And all the master says is that so? And he hands the child back with a lot of love. This ability to keep a balanced mind, is that so? Is that so? I like to say, how wonderful, no matter what happens, how wonderful. Because you don't really know what's a good thing, you don't really know what's a bad thing. Your mind remains balanced in all conditions. So like this, as you relate to the outer world, what is going to be your basic attitude as you relate to them? Right? My intention is that anybody who comes in contact with me leaves lighter and brighter, more in touch with their true self. And if that's my underlying intention, that's going to come into every single thing that I do. The 4 dimensions of conscious living. Attention out. The way I practice that is being aware of the constantly changing nature of all sensory and as well as inner experience. It changes by itself. It doesn't require my permission. It keeps changing. Attention in, the source of my attention. Who am I? What am I aware of? Turning attention back to the source. You're not going to find an answer, but the question itself disappears. Intention in, how do you define yourself? In the most root, basic way. And finally, intention out, how you choose to connect and interact with the world. As you give attention to all these 4 dimensions and you clean them up, you start finding quite effortlessly your whole life takes on a beautiful flavor. And there's a sense of unburdening, unraveling, and you go lighter and lighter, clearer and clearer. So that was the teaching on the 4 dimensions of conscious living. And I wish you all the best. Be well.
That's Nitya Shanti. He's so great. I'm super excited to be talking to him later in the day. His courses are fantastic. Check them out. Check out his user profile, teacher profile on RoundGlass. There's an app. It's the Living app. And to everyone watching, thank you for joining us today. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to use our chat. Now on to Michelle Maldonado. She will show us how to make self-awareness our superpower. Michelle, before you came on, and for the last few days, I've really been following all your work and have kind of become a fan of it, especially because you have these quotes that you use on a regular basis, which I find fascinating, and it really empowers me. And one of them is living every day, every day. And I think you are such a true depiction of that. I mean, the first thing you asked me when when we were in the green room was, I hope you're ready to have fun. And I think that that's fantastic. I'm always ready to have fun. And true living and mindful living means just that. And your question depicts, obviously, your mentality. And I'd really like for you to share with all our viewers what kind of mission-driven life or mindful living one should or could be sort of open to. And what does that really feel like?
Thank you. I really appreciate the question. Thanks for having me here today. So I used to write for the HuffPost, and my caption was, "An ordinary girl living an extraordinary life." And I think that's how all of us are. We are all, as humans, doing what we do in the world, pretty extraordinary, but there's nothing that makes me more special than anybody else. So what that means is that we all have the ability to just show up wherever we are, whenever we are there, just giving the gift of our full presence. And so what that means is if we're outside and we're listening to the birds, like really, pay attention, see what they sound like. That bird song is pretty powerful. It means paying attention to what's happening in the body, what's happening to us mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, somatically, right? What happens in the body. So when we sort of live a life mindfully, it is fully present in the moment, but also sort of meeting things with a kind of kindness and curiosity and not being over-indexed in judgment about what's what it is that we are experiencing in the moment. And it's in that way, I think, that we have a better opportunity to open the door to meet what is there, so that we can be more skillful in our choice as how to respond and go from there.
Well, thank you. I think when I'm speaking with you, I kind of feel this, vibe of movement, and this vibe of dance, almost kind of joyful. You have that energy that you depict, and it's fantastic. It's so obvious. And when you were talking about the really listening to the birds, I do know that you had that experience as a child, and it's what kind of drove you or ushered you onto this path without you knowing. I'd love for you to share that story with the viewers.
Sure. So I was raised in the northeastern portion of the United States in a very small town. And my grandmother had a sister who kind of traveled the world. And she would always come back with these fantastical stories of her adventures, is what it seemed like for all of us who were there. And one summer, my older sister and I spent a couple of months with her in Casper, Wyoming. And she practiced Buddhism. My family was not Buddhist, and so I had never heard of it, and she actually didn't even tell me that's what she was doing. But shortly after we arrived, she invited my sister and I to come sit quietly with her. And as we did that, even though at 7 years old, I was between first and second grade, so I was around 7, I was, my first instinct was like, who wants to do that? Who wants to sit quietly? We got to ride bikes, go to the pool, play in the dirt. We got to do anything but sit down. And then I remembered, oh, but wait, she is the favorite aunt. She was everybody's favorite. So I was curious about what she meant and what we were going to do. So I sat down, and the only thing she said to me as she stood behind me in the chair, she placed her hands on my head and said, quiet here so you can be here. And somehow I just got it. I got from a 7-year-old's perspective what it meant to be in the heart. It was a feeling shift, and it was incredible.
That's amazing. It actually makes me think about an extraordinary person doing simple things that invokes your heart. I think that's fantastic. And for everybody out there, I really would like them to understand the kind of responsibility that one has towards themselves, to invoke this superpower of self-awareness.
We are always, we have a tendency of looking at other people and saying they should or they shouldn't. And they need to. I mean, think about, people listening right now, how many times you've been in a training and say, oh, I know my boss really should be here, or so-and-so needs this. And so we have this tendency to really focus on what we think other people should do, all the while we are doing our best to contribute, to do what we need to do, but many times it's without that inner reflection, without that sort of introspection about what's happening in our world, in our minds, whether they're self-limiting beliefs or stories that we've made up about other people or organizations or communities. And so we really are invited to do that inner work, because otherwise we don't really have a great and deep well to pull from to be able to meet people with compassion, with healthy boundaries, with accountability in a way that moves the focus from singularly me to the collective we.
That's, I just a conversation before this, we were talking about with mindfulness, and what's been depicted out there is really that it makes you very inward focused, and the community or your social life and your social responsibility gets limited. And what you're doing is actually working towards invoking that true knowledge to be able to usher it outward, so that you are a positive influence on the society, or your frame of reference sort of expands, and you're working on the self, moving into your family life, moving into your social life, into your professional life, and beyond. So I'd really like for you to show people sort of a pathway where they can sort of, they can walk that or walk a few of those steps to become awakened citizens of, whichever domain and really just the world.
Well, you said something really interesting, sort of cascading out. Our impact cascades out, and our ripples go far and wide. We don't often think about what our ripples are. We spend a lot of time thinking about what our intentions are, but not necessarily what our impact is. And so one of the first places to start for us as we all continue, we're not starting, everybody's on a journey, and we are where we are on our respective journeys. And one of the things that we can do is think about our intentionality. What is the nature and quality of our presence? What is our way of being that informs our way of being, that informs how we do what we do? And so I think people have to hold on to that and realize and recognize that everything happens in context. So the context today is we're sitting in this virtual space doing World Meditation Day, but after we finish, it might be that the context is in the family dinner or going out in the morning to a store. The way we show up matters, and we have the opportunity to be skillful in our choice. So first is being sort of introspective, self-reflective, choosing to recognize what's showing up for us. Maybe we see somebody and all of a sudden we've judged, or we, good or bad or something in between. And then managing ourselves, meeting those emotions, those thoughts that come up, and processing in a healthy way. Sometimes we have to challenge those thoughts, right? We might say, is it true? Or that's not true, or that's not true, here's what is, and then move into the conversation or the action that we're taking. The one thing to keep in mind, though, is that doing nothing is also a decision, and it is also an action that has ripples and impact. So if we want to show up and be something that serves as connective tissue from a healthy place in our society, we have to start with ourselves. But it's not with the intention to convince or convert anyone. It is simply to embody and to show up our best version. And that best version will be different depending on what's happening in our lives or what has happened in our lives. But with it, if we meet it also with self-compassion, we begin to give fertile soil and ground to the growth that we are able to do, and that is uniquely our own.
Beautiful. I love it. There are a lot of things I've learned in just that one sort of paragraph that you just spoke about, but I can't get into all of it. But really, just to highlight, I love the fact that, doing nothing is also a decision. It's a great one. And I feel like I need that lesson myself, because there's so many times I want to respond to things that are happening around me, and I know it's making me a reactionary person, and then I take a step back. But I need to do that a lot more. So thank you for that. I know in one of your conversations, I heard you talk about how love is not such a wishy-washy sort of feeling, but it's really powerful. And I would love for people to find that their way to really collapse their own sort of resistance to their brilliance. How do you invoke that kind of powerful love within yourself that can move you across the barriers that pull you back?
I love this question. And I have to say that I have a personal experience that reflects this very well. Many of us, we're really not raised to love ourselves. We're actually raised, don't be selfish. Think about other people. Do for them. We're not really told to take care of ourselves, that among the list of people we love, we should be on that list. And not only should we be on it, but we should be the top person on that list, because that's where the well to give starts. And so I look at love, when people say love, they think about this soft, intimate between two people who are romantically involved, or the love between a parent and child, or siblings. And the love I'm talking about is so much more. It's that and I'm a big believer and big talker of yes and not just binary things. And so This yes and is there is a higher version, a higher expression of love that is companionate, that includes everybody. And it is powerful and it is a healer. Here in my town, we had a unity vigil last night in response to the shootings in Buffalo, New York, and Laguna Woods, California. And the word love came up. I lost count, but it was love as a power. Love can be fuel for you to find your voice, because the first is love for yourself, which helps to build your confidence, build your courage, and then to express that to someone else. And maybe it's in the compassionate form. Maybe it's in a kind word, or sometimes it's tough love. It's having a direct conversation. So love has all kinds of forms, and because it is a way to be a healer, to be a bridge builder, we have to really broaden our definition, our concept of what we mean of love. And to have love for one another as fellow humans, as fellow sort of creations in this world, whether it's humans or animals or insects, it also begins to help us respect all things that are living. And then you grow from there. And that's why it's so powerful, because it can start as a seed, and then it grows, and then it blossoms, and then it infuses each of our ripples, and then those ripples touch one another. And it takes time, but it's magnificent.
And it's the same dance. It's the dance of life. I love it. It's like everything about you is about the rhythm and the dance. I want people to experience this. And I know that, through the body scan, what you were talking about was it's powerful enough to understand what's happening inside. And so I'd really love you to lead our audience through a body scan to invoke that power.
Sure, I'd love to. All right. Well, the best way to do it is to simply begin. So I'm going to invite everyone to find a comfortable way to position your body. You can choose to sit or stand. If you stand, just remember to place your feet shoulder width apart to give you a little bit of stability. And elongating the spine to gently stretch it upward. Imagine yourself sitting as a majestic mountain with strength and power, and yet gentle curves and undulating spaces that are soft as well. If it's comfortable for you, you can close your eyes or simply cast them in a softened downward gaze. And let's take 3 gentle and full breaths in and out together, allowing the body to settle, the mind to settle, and the breath to settle into its natural rhythm and cadence. Breathing in, breathing out. We're going to bring our attention to the body. That is where we are going to rest our focus. We're going to begin at the top of the head, noticing any sensations or not. As you begin to sense into the top of your head, moving around to the sides, the back, and the forehead. Gently moving down the front of your face to your eyebrows and eyes, your nose and cheekbones, your lips and chin and jaw. See what you notice You might even be noticing, if you check in with your jaw, that perhaps it's clenched, and maybe just slightly dropping the lower jaw to relax. You move down underneath the chin to the throat and sides and back of the neck. And maybe noticing as you swallow or breathe what might be there. Extending out to the sides, the shoulders, the tops of the shoulders, moving down the arms, the biceps and the triceps. As you continue to the elbows, the insides of the arm where it folds, moving down to the forearms, the wrists, the back of the hands, extending to the fingertips and over to the palms of the hands. Moving gently back up the arms to the tops of the shoulders, moving to the front of the chest, the top of the chest, and scanning the torso in the front, your pectoral muscles, the bottoms of your rib cages and your belly. Wrapping around to the sides of your torso, extending to the back, meeting in the middle in your spine from each side, and bringing your attention to the area that's at the base of your head down to the waist, covering the back, those back muscles, those shoulder muscles. They carry a lot for us. They hold our posture along with our core muscles. They help us lift and bend. What do you notice? Bringing your attention down to the waist and pelvic region as you travel slowly from the back downward. Bringing your attention to the waist, pelvis, glutes and hips, where your body, if you're seated, is folded to allow your body to sit in a chair or on a cushion. What do you notice? Taking a gentle breath in and out. As you continue down the front and backs of your thighs, stopping just at the knees, the top of the kneecap. Noticing the hamstrings, the tops of the thighs. As you move forward down the kneecap and sides of the knees and back of the knees. The knees are another place that help us bend and move and walk and run and crawl and squat. They do a lot for us. What do your knees feel like? What do you notice? Moving down now to the shins and calves and ankles, just before you begin to the foot. The muscles in the calves, the Achilles heel, the lower part of our body, just below the thighs. Seeing if you notice any sensations. And now, moving to the tops of the foot, of each foot, the toes, going underneath the toes to the balls of your feet and the sole and arch of your feet and the heels, and just noticing how the feet feel, perhaps the sensation of them in your shoes or on the floor, where it meets the ankle. Taking another gentle and full breath in and just allowing your attention now for these last few seconds to scan the entire body in case there's another place that you'd like to return to, and also appreciating that if you don't notice a sensation, that is perfectly human and perfectly natural as well. Let us close our body meditation, body scan, by taking another 3 breaths in and out, beginning to feel the feet on the floor, the bodies in the chair, or the weight in your feet if you're standing. And if your eyes are closed, opening and returning your attention to the virtual room when you're ready. Thank you for your practice.
Brought about a stillness in my body and my mind, and I'm sure everybody else felt it the way they needed to feel it. Just a question to take this inward a little. What has been your greatest awakening through this simple practice?
What I have noticed, and I continue to notice because there is no arrival point with your own self-awareness, it is ever evolving. But what I've noticed is that cultivating your own self-awareness, it helps us, it has helped me to be more fully present in the moment. If I know that I carry my stress and tension in my jaws, I clench them, or I carry them in my shoulders, if I'm in a meeting or if I'm going somewhere and I do a quick body scan and check in and I see those parts of my body are tense, I pay attention, because the research tells us that what happens in the body, that these emotions that show up as sensations, physiological sensations in the body, they're also connected to the thoughts we have, and they inform our decision making and our behavior. So the biggest insight for me was learning how to connect and minimize the gap between when it shows up in the body and when it forms as full cognitive thought, so I can take all of that information to be able to choose and be more skillful in each and every moment.
Thank you. I think what happens with people who are beginning meditation is that they drop off sometimes because they're unable to feel what they think is meditation. I want to break that myth, especially with what you've just said. You've touched upon it by saying there's no arrival point, really, and it's a process. But just to highlight that a little more, because we know that there are a lot of people who are just beginning to get into this practice, who've signed in and tuned in to our conversation today.
Yeah, that is the $64,000 question, because a lot of us arrive to this and we think, I'm not doing it right. Like, I keep having thoughts. You know, I can't stop thinking, or I keep drifting. And I say, welcome, congratulations, you're doing it right, you're human. But the reality is, I say right in quotations, there's no right way or wrong way. And we all, especially when we're first starting, are going to find the form that meets us where we're at. So if we enter it saying, I'm supposed to meditate for 60 minutes and I can't even get through 60 seconds, that's an untenable thing for you to place on yourself as someone who is just learning. So a couple things I say: give yourself a little grace, a little permission, or maybe a lot of permission, to know that there's no right or wrong, that it is what it is. And when your mind wanders and you notice it, congratulations. That is the practice. Noticing it, that your mind wanders, bringing it back to your focal point. That is the practice of mindfulness. It helps strengthen your ability to pay attention and to be fully present. So when you're beginning, start with whatever time frame works for you. 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 10 minutes. And then build from there.
Yep, it's a muscle that keeps growing. The more you use it, the more successful it becomes for you. Thank you so much, Michelle, for being here and for sharing your wisdom with all of us. It was awakening for me, and I'm sure for everybody who tuned in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
My next live conversation is with Maddie Richardson at 10 a.m. Pacific time. The focus here is on relieving stress from our kids. If you have kids, you must tune in because she really walks the talk. Until then, keep enjoying our continuous all-day experiences. Thank you.
I meditate to learn more about myself.
I meditate to perform at my best.
I meditate to cope with grief and loss.
I meditate to tune into my inner wisdom and to remember that there's always peace, calm, and clarity within me. When I take the time and when I'm consistent with my meditation practice, I show up as a more purposeful mama. I show up as a better partner. I show up as a more committed student. And I show up as a better teacher. I meditate so that I can show up every day as my best self. So I started meditating about 15 years ago when I was working in a really stressful, fast-paced job. And there was so much stimulation in my life and so much happening in my work that I found that I wasn't able to unplug. I was always on and I was always thinking about work. So my work life was consuming the rest of my life. When I went to a teacher and I started to learn the purpose of meditation and learn techniques, I started to be able to unplug from all of the craziness that was happening around me. And I started to be able to tune in to the quiet and the calm that was within me. I can actually put in a pause, feel my breath, listen to the information rising up from within me, and I can take action in a place that is of purpose, of my purpose, rather than in reaction to the world. Meditation has taught me that the answers are within me. I just need to listen.
Each day when you wake up, you have a chance to start completely fresh. Starting our days by cultivating appreciation and setting a positive intention can make a massive difference to our lives. I'm Palma Michelle, and I will guide you now in a meditation designed to help you start your day in an optimum way. Let's start. Find a comfortable seated posture, either on a chair or on the ground. And once you've found your posture, take a moment to either close your eyes, which I will do in a moment, or to rest your gaze at a point in front of you, depending on what's more comfortable for you in this moment. Once you closed your eyes or rested your gaze at a point in front of you, take a moment to really arrive in your seat, in your body, and in the present moment. Notice how your body is in contact with the surface that you're sitting on. And try to feel the connection of your feet with the ground. And how is your body feeling this moment? Is it calm or restless? Is it energized or tired? And is your body tense or relaxed? Just noticing. And if you feel that your body is tense, maybe try to drop your shoulders and relax your jaw and your forehead. And then notice what's present in your mind in this moment. How is your mind this morning? Allowing any thoughts to be there. Just come and go like the waves of the ocean. And if there are thoughts, are they about the past, the present, or the future? And what emotion is present this morning? Just name it, give it a name and label it. But allow it to be there. Start to deepen our breath together by taking a deep inhale through your nose and a slow exhale through your mouth. Inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. And maybe you find the image helpful to imagine that you're blowing out a cake with many candles, or that you're blowing out through a straw. Just to make sure that you're slowing down your exhale. Inhaling deeply without forcing it in any way, and exhaling slowly. And as you're breathing here, I'd invite you to take a moment to think of anything that's nice in your life, anything that you appreciate. Starting with small things, like maybe the smile of a stranger, the smell of your morning tea or morning coffee, a moment that you were lingering in bed, maybe the feeling of your sheets on your body, or maybe bigger things, like all the parts of your body that don't hurt, that are okay, having a roof over your head, having enough food to eat, enough air to breathe, and any other big or small things that are nice. What is it that you appreciate in your life? Picturing it, feeling it, lingering with each item, and feeling the appreciation or gratitude as best as you can. As you continue breathing, Inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. And what do you appreciate about yourself? What are one or two things that are nice about yourself? And acknowledging them briefly. Inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. And as you continue to breathe in this deep way, I'd invite you to picture yourself at the end of this day, knowing that you had an amazing day without specifying what needs to happen. Just knowing that you're grateful for this day. And rather than thinking about what you will do today or what needs to happen, I invite you to picture a quality of being that will support you today, or to set an intention. Like I often ask to be of service, and then just see where life directs me. Other qualities that could be helpful could be patience, courage, being focused, balanced, present, creative, joyful maybe. Just pick any quality of being that you would like to cultivate today. And once you pick the quality of being, I invite you to picture yourself already having this quality. Picturing your day ahead, your meetings if you have meetings, your commute if you have one, your work, your personal life. What will it be like with you having that quality that you just picked? Inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. And lastly, I'll invite you to dedicate this practice to someone that you love or care about, someone who is in difficulty, or a group of people who are in need. And to imagine that you're sending out all the goodness that you just created, sending out ripples all around you. Now slowly bring your attention back to your body. Noticing your feet on the ground and your body in contact with the surface that you're sitting on. Start to slowly bring movement back into your body. Maybe wiggling your fingers, maybe wiggling your toes, maybe rocking from side to side, or any other movement that feels natural in this moment. And then whenever you're ready, if you had your eyes closed, slowly open your eyes. And I wish you a wonderful day.
What can be advice for a lifetime that's encapsulated in 3 words? Welcome, my name is Nitishanti, and I want to speak to you about 3 powerful words: trust your process. I had a chance to live with a Buddhist monk for several years, and one thing fascinating about my teacher is that he would not focus so much on long, complicated teachings. He would discourage us from spending too much time in the library, and he'd say, go, sit under a tree, learn from the ants, learn from the clouds. You're not going to get that much by reading symbols on paper. You'll get a lot more from the pulsations of life. So open yourself up to that. One time, he had invited a lot of people to the monastery for a festival. And instead of giving the Dharma talk himself, he got one of the American monks to give the talk. Now, this American monk didn't speak much Thai language. So whatever little bit of Thai he had, he was able to use it somehow. He spoke for half an hour. And my teacher said, keep going, keep going. He spoke for another hour. Keep going. And this kept happening. Little by little, people began getting up, getting bored, and walking away. And Ajahn Chah kept telling this monk to keep going, keep going, keep going. After 4 hours of kind of repeating himself and kind of making a fool of himself, this monk came to a point where he didn't bother anymore about what people thought about him. And that gave him a confidence to go through the rest of his life without wanting validation from his audiences. Sometimes it is an unexpected direction that sets us free. You know, when you plant a seed into the ground and it gets moisture, this seed breaks open. What a calamity for that seed to break open. And yet, in that breaking open, a sapling, a seedling, and a tree emerges. So what from one perspective is a crisis, from another perspective is a new birth. I have a friend, I was spending time with her in New York, and she told me that when she was pregnant with her first child, and she came into labor, she began doing the breathing exercises she'd been prescribed. And as the labor pains came in tides and waves, it got more and more intense. And it came to a certain point, she said, where she felt that if she pushed any more, her body would split into 2. And she did push. And a child was born. It is by trusting her process, allowing her to literally face death, her own death, what she thought would kill her, is what led to a new birth. And life is like this. It's often paradoxical. It's the opposite of what you expect. Some of my own deepest meditations were not in some meditation retreat. They were simple things like eating food and giving my full attention to the eating of the food. And as I was chewing and focusing on what I was tasting, an entire universe opened up in my mouth. Any experience we go through wholeheartedly, consciously, is never a problem. It's the attitude of bring it on. Think of the people that you admire in your life. Are they those who resist challenges, are afraid of what's going to happen, or are they those who embrace the challenges? I was once traveling in a car. I was going to give a talk somewhere. And the person who was driving the car said, Nitya, do you mind if I stop the car? I said, why do you want to stop the car? He says, right here on the left is my family temple. I've been coming here for 30 years. I said, all right, we seem to have time. Why don't we stop? So we stopped the car. And before we got off the car, he said, Nitya, I've been coming here 30 years. I've never asked for anything. You've never asked for anything. What do you do when you go to the temple? So I just go and say, thanks. Let's do it. So we got out of the car. And in these Indian temples, you have a lot of different deities. And in front of each deity, we had a moment of stillness and just saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I found that so beautiful. This, for me, is an example of trusting life, trusting the process. Not always imagining that, oh, if this problem goes away, if that happens more, that happens less, then everything will be fine. Everything is already fine. At the end, when you leave a temple, you get something called prasad. And whatever we get, we usually just put it to our forehead and we consume it with a lot of affection and gratitude. When you leave the temple, does the prasad only end with what you were given? Isn't everything prasad? Isn't everything a gift from the unknown? The car you've been given, the house, the family, the health, the opportunities. We don't compare the prasad, you gave him more, you gave me less. Today is not as sweet as yesterday. We just accept it, we are welcoming of it. Why don't we welcome all of our life like this? Isn't all of it like prasad, like holy, blessed food? This attitude of going through our life, seeing everything as a gift, is one of the most powerful that I know. When wanted things happen, we keep our mind balanced. When unwanted things happen, we keep our mind balanced. And we ask ourselves, what's there to learn in this? What's there to love in this? What's there to laugh about in this? And what's there to let go in this situation? In this way, we are focusing less on the events of our life and more on our responses. The quality of my life is the quality of my responses, not so much the quality of what's happening in my life. There was a Tibetan nun who was imprisoned for over 30 years. And I forget if she escaped or she was released, but she came to Dharamshala where the Dalai Lama was. And he was aghast to hear her story, from the time of being a young nun to now in her late, the last part of her life. He was amazed to hear her story. She had been imprisoned, she'd been tortured. And he asked her, "Sister, what are the hardest parts? What are the most dangerous parts?" And she said, yes, there were a few very dangerous parts. There was a time where there was almost a calamity. I almost lost compassion for my captors. For this nun, the calamity was not what was happening to her. The calamity was when she almost lost compassion. It's a totally different way of looking at life. There's a lovely story which I read about, this Indian actor, Anupam Kher, talked about how when he was in school, he came home one day and his father said, "Get dressed, we're going out for dinner." In his family, it was very rare to go out for dinner. So he didn't know what's the occasion, what's happening, just get dressed. And they went to a pretty good restaurant. And his father said, "Order whatever you like." So he orders whatever he likes, and for once they're not looking at the prices of the food. And once he's had his fill, he asks his father, "Father, what is it about? Why are we here at this restaurant? What's the occasion?" So his father said to him, "Son, you have failed your class 10th examinations." He's shocked. "What? I failed my exam and you got me to have a dinner party?" He says, "Yes, because I want you to know this is not going to be the last failure in your life. You'll have many more failures coming up. And I want you to celebrate your failures." Which father does this? What an amazing example of a parent to say that you have failed, but I know you'll do better next time and I want you to celebrate it. And he went on to say that this attitude of celebrating setbacks, welcoming setbacks, is what kept him in the right frame of mind when he later entered the film industry. He had so many letdowns, so many times people said, "You're not good enough, you can't do it." But he just kept saying, "Next, next, next." I read a book years back which talked about SW, 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 which means some will, some won't, so what? Someone's waiting. There's always someone waiting for exactly what you have in this world, as long as you're willing to show up again and again and again and again. Never give up. One of the people I've learned this attitude from is a fantastic speaker called Nick Vujicic. Nick was born without hands and legs, some anomaly of genetics. He was born to a mother who actually was a nurse. And they did everything right in pregnancy, but still that's what happened. The parents decided they'll treat him like an ordinary kid, even though he doesn't have hands and legs. He went to an ordinary school, and they challenged him to do the best he could in every situation. When you see videos of Nick, it's surprising. He wakes up in the morning. It's incredible. He's found a way to shave his face, comb his own hair. He's found his way to wear all his clothes. He has a little device by which he can travel around the house. He cooks his own food. He can draw. He found a way to propose to his to-be wife without hands and legs. He inspires people all over the world. So when I see his videos, the distillation of his wisdom comes down to these three things. I choose to be thankful. I choose to dream big. And dream big is not only for oneself. Dream big is, what's the biggest dream that wants to live through me in this lifetime? What wants to come out through me? It's not just about you, it's about what you can give. And finally, never, never, never give up. It's a deeper example of trust your process. Whatever is happening, trust it, there's no mistake. As we relax into the recognition we stop resisting life so much. We find that wherever we go, there we are. I read a book about an American surgeon who was going to Nigeria to spend 6 months. And he had this idea, I'll go to Nigeria, I'll revamp the entire medical system there, I'll do so much to be done. And he goes there and he finds even the most basic things he's used to in the US are not available there. The basic devices that he uses to scan his patients, the medical tests that he orders, all that's not available there. And the entire system is so overwhelmed. He doesn't know how to deal with it. He had all these big dreams of transforming the Nigerian medical system. He's finding that he's barely able to deal with the simple clients that come to him. So one day a man comes and he has a very unique kind of symptom where the pulsation is strong and then weak, and strong and then weak. What is this about? So then he remembers something in his medical school where they said, this is actually a very dangerous condition. The person could die at any time. There's a very high amount of pressure around the heart. The cardiac surgeon of that hospital was out somewhere, not available. He had to make the decision. He goes to the medical library, opens the textbook, figures out the procedure, and himself follows the procedure. It's such a delicate surgery, this person could die at any minute. And luckily, it's successful, the man survives. The next day he goes to meet the man in the room where he's staying, and the man is somehow able to see through the doctor and says, you seem to be not completely satisfied being here. You seem to be wondering why you're here. He's like, the doctor's amazed, how did this man know what my inner crisis is like? And the man said, let me tell you why you're here. You're here so that you could save my life. And in that moment, his entire paradigm of medicine changed. He was thinking in terms of doing good for humanity, doing good for entire countries. And this person showed him, no, it's about one person. This doctor went on to be a big part of the human genome. I think he was the director of the Human Genome Project, where they've actually sequenced the entire human DNA sequence. And he said his entire paradigm changed from trying to be a do-gooder for everybody, one person at a time, one person at a time. Wherever you go, there you are, and there's no mistake. Like this, whatever happens in life, wanted or unwanted, as you learn to trust that, as you learn to relax into that, a whole different way of looking at life starts becoming available to you. My teacher used to call this infinite patience. I met a lady in the US, had a beautiful house next to New York City, and the house must have been over 100 years old. A beautiful grand piano there. And we had a lovely time. We had lunch together. When I came back to India, I got news that entire house burned down. There was a short circuit in the basement. The entire house burned down. Beautiful house, old house. And while she's outside, she's telling her friends, I can't see it yet, but I know there's a blessing in this. What a powerful way to go through life. I can't see it yet, but there's a blessing in this. And sure enough, there was a blessing. There was a gathering of the entire town for an exhibition that the family had planned anyway. This was a family of artists. And they all came for the exhibition. Much of the town showed up. And they all showed their support for this family who'd been with them for so long. And somebody on the same street said, I'd love for you to stay in my house while your house gets rebuilt. And all kinds of new opportunities showed up. I met this family again when they were staying in this new house. It's amazing. When you see something as a blessing, it actually becomes a blessing. Nothing is good or bad. Thinking makes it so. One of the best examples of this is Arthur Ashe, who was the first African-American to win Wimbledon. And he was asked, when he later on contracted HIV and then AIDS through blood transfusion. And he was being interviewed by a reporter, and the reporter's like, it's so sad. At one time, you were the fittest person on the planet. To win Wimbledon, you got to be one of the fittest people on the planet. And here you are with AIDS. And isn't that unfair? And Arthur said, when I held up that Wimbledon trophy, there were 100,000 people who would have loved to be there instead of me. In that moment, I didn't say, why me? So today, out of 100,000 people who receive blood transfusion, I get HIV, I get AIDS. I don't say, why me? See, if you're going to say, why me, then say, why me for everything. Don't just say, why me for that one little aspect of your life. Then say, why me for the family you were born in? Say, why me for the education you received? Say, why me for every single thing. It's not fair to just say it for one part of your life. And if you're not going to say it for those parts of your life, then don't say it for any part of your life. And just say, bring it on. I welcome whatever happens. Life is not vindictive, it is corrective. Life is here to make you, not to break you. It's all happening to support. Life is actually not interested in your comfort. Life is interested in your awakening. And the more we get this, the easier our life gets. So I like to say the summary of everything I share can be encapsulated in these three powerful words. Trust your process. Especially when you think things are falling apart, that's when you're getting remade, rebuilt into a whole new dimension that you never even imagined was possible for you. People who try to help a butterfly escape from a cocoon cripple that butterfly. The butterfly has to spread the blood into its wings by breaking out of its own cocoon. If you try to help a chick come out of the eggshell, you've actually weakened that chick. The chick has to break out of the eggshell by itself. So each one of us is in our own eggshell. We have our own challenges, and we have to access inner resources and resourcefulness to break out of the shell of our own limitation. So trust your process. We grow maximum on the border of support and challenge. When you're only supported, you stagnate and you do not grow anymore. And when you're only challenged, you get stressed out and you get burnt out. So it's in the border of support and challenge where maximum growth happens. And in a sense, life is always supporting you and challenging you. When we come to the mindset of gratitude, gratitude for the previous challenges, gratitude for the current blessings, and the larger opportunity that await us, this triple gratitude, past, present, and future, creates the right atmosphere for conscious evolution. With the foundation of the understanding, trust your process. No matter what happens, it's happening for me, it's here to make me, not to break me. So I would say this is a nice distillation of the best things that I have learned in my life. Just keeping this in mind evokes in me a certain confidence to go through life. What got me here will take me home. And whatever I'm here to offer, whatever I'm here to share, let me do that in the most graceful way, in the most joyful way possible. In the same way I invite you, stop resisting the events of your life, situations of your life, and source back to your own inner being. Ask yourself, what is it that's truly important? And are you making what's important most important? Like this, you've done your bit, and the rest of life will organize itself around you, around your bright and clear intention. This is what I wanted to offer you today. Lots of love. Be well. Thank you.
I know that without a spiritual practice, being a human is really hard. I got introduced to Kundalini Yoga when I was traveling in Thailand. I had a year off to just be with myself. And some friends that I made when I was there brought me to a Kundalini Yoga class. In Kundalini Yoga, usually you do a yoga set, then you do a Shavasana, you rest and integrate, and then we do meditation. So you're setting yourself up for meditation by doing the yoga. When I was sat in the meditation, all my emotions and thoughts were just swirling around me, and I was sitting in this peaceful center, and I was able to see all the chaos of what was going on in my life and inside me, and I was just like, tears streaming down my face, and I was like, I'm home. This is what I want. This is what I've been looking for. The thing with Kundalini Yoga is it changes you so fast. Realizations started coming, prayers started to be answered, and I started to get an inner vision that I didn't have before. And it has affected everything in my life, from how I create to how I relate to my children. I have 4 children, and they range in age from 36 to 13. When I had my first child, I was very young, and I was not prepared for parenthood at all. I didn't really understand what I was getting into, or really even who I was. So it was a profoundly beautiful experience, but it was also really one of the hardest things that I ever did. And when my second son was born, I was a little bit older and I thought I was really prepared, but I wasn't. You know, they were traumatized by my young life. I didn't understand like how to parent properly. I thought I'd lost some of my kids along the way, but we're still close. We still have that connection, and I know that this practice has made all the difference. I have a sort of second opportunity to be with them now. I think they see that I'm a much calmer and less reactive person. And I think through that, they are more trusting of who I am, and they can relax and they can find themselves too. My passion for sharing these teachings comes from the profound changes in my life. I know I need to teach this. People need this. And I say to anybody out there, whether you choose Kriya Yoga or Kundalini Yoga, or whether you choose Qigong or meditation or Vipassana, whatever you choose something and do it, and find that true center so that you can act consciously and with intention in the highest good of your being.
That was Cassandra Jewell, one of our RoundGlass teachers, sharing her very impactful personal story. Hi everyone, I'm Prakriti Podar. I hope you're enjoying our World Meditation event here at RoundGlass. My hope is that you find the space to honor yourself and you give yourself permission to go inward. My next guest is Maddie Richardson. She is a middle school teacher at Parker Performing Arts School in Parker, Colorado. She has over 119K followers and 1.8 million likes on TikTok. She's on a mission to help students, educators, parents learn how to combat anxiety and stress of their children through mindfulness. Here she is in action.
Bippity boppity boop for today. It's a new day with a new opportunity to make your world a better place to be. So please close your iPads, heads off your desk, just give me your full attention. And yes, it'll look goofy, but looking goofy is way better than looking like a fool who lost your friends because you lost your cool, okay? Let's take a deep breath and let it go. Breathe in. Breathe out for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I love that. I mean, I've actually watched all your TikTok videos. It's taken me a whole day, by the way. It's so awesome. I have 3 kids, and I was like, wait, if I could be like her, my kids would be so peaceful. But before we get there, I really want you to lead us through that mantra because I love it so much, which is,
today is a new day with a new opportunity,
to make
your world a better place to be.
A better place to be. I feel it. I think it's so incredible that every day you say this with the children that you teach. It really gives them the power to transform every day to make it better. But what I love even more is that you're saying to make the world a better place. How does that actually, frame a child's point of view? Because you're doing it with like grade 6 and 7 graders, really. How does that transform them?
I want them to feel more in control of their environment and see more accountability around the environment that they are constantly creating. So in my classroom, it's really easy for them to show amazing traits of humanity. But as any kid, as soon as they get into the hall or go on the playground, you start to see some of those more hurtful traits come out. And so I really wanted a
mantra, just like you said, that would reset them, allow them the opportunity to always try again, because I hate it when a kid had a rough day and kind of brings that baggage in with them the next day, or maybe missed an assignment and brings that baggage with them throughout the class. And also I wanted to give the control back to them to where they are able to really make the world better. And I think that's the coolest part of this entire experience, is I really do feel like my students made the world a little bit better.
And they probably do, because I saw a child, a student of yours, saying the same mantra and taking them through the action that he does in his daily life. And I think it's so important because children are generally, in a way, wanting to be good in front of an adult. And here you're giving them permission that, you can be who you are, but you have a choice every day to better yourself. And I think that, that sense of being okay with yourself is such a big one, especially because you're also talking to people who have stress, anxiety, and depression. And you make that commonplace conversation as well. Before we go on to another question, I really do want you to also share that mantra where you're saying, throw it out of the window, throw it out of the door. Can you do that for us, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So I really want them to always feel super present. So to end our mantra, I always say, if you brought any stressors, depressors, or anxieties in with you today, I want you to let them know that you'll be with them later, and just throw them out the door or throw them out the window, because all you have to worry about right now is science, and it's not going to be that bad. And that it's not going to be that bad is, I think, the most important part for them to remember.
That's awesome. Does it give them permission to come to you and talk with you about what they go through, apart from, like, obviously science?
Yeah, I often find myself being that teacher. I make jokes that I can't roam the halls like on my planning period, because a child will always kind of find me somehow, some way, and then I'll be sitting on the floor in the hallway talking to that kid instead of grading papers. But I'm really excited that I get to be that person, and that I get to help others, and that I get to teach others how to also be that person.
And that's a tip for parents, because what you just said was that you sit on the floor when you're talking to them. So your position is seated, and they're obviously taller than you. Please tell us the benefits of that in parenting or in just communication with a child.
I think a lot of times we aren't very conscious of the subconscious ways that we present ourselves. And even though most of us have accepted that the majority of communication is nonverbal, we don't apply it very often. And being bigger than someone, or having a deeper voice than them, or being older than them, all of those are intimidating to a kid, especially when it's kind of their first time trying anything. And so when you get on their eye level, or better yet, below their eye level, and you really just speak to them as a human before you make them analyze their actions, or before you really dive into anything else, you take away that intimidation factor, and it gives them permission to be more open and vulnerable in that moment.
And I want to actually address this myth that people believe that when you do that in some way, it takes more time. So they become more authoritarian in their communication, right? I want you to talk a little bit about that.
I'd love to talk about that. So I view that investment of time as just that. I think it's an investment, versus when a child acts out and has like a major meltdown or falls way off course, that is a tax, or like a bill or a ticket on my time, because I didn't plan for that to happen. And oftentimes it takes me so much longer to re-regulate the child than it would take if I were to just invest those few moments into them. In fact, the days that I see behavioral issues pop up in my classroom are the days where I don't invest properly in the individual first. And so teachers will see that and parents will see that those small investments of taking a moment and making them feel seen and heard as a human that's where you're really going to be able to have those super impactful conversations. And that's also where you're going to be able to affect the most change. And instead of doing everything retroactively, you're doing things mindfully from the beginning, not just as they happen.
Yeah, and I know that in one of your videos, you had your colleague who was talking about sometimes when he doesn't apply mindfulness as blatantly, what really happens and the stress of his daily life, how that impacts sometimes his behavior towards these children. And I know for educators, parents, and people who just interact with this community, they often have their own life challenges and their own struggles. How do you get them to take a moment to rebalance themselves before they damage another being?
Well, first of all, that colleague, his name is Tony, and he's an amazing human being. And so he was just very open to my ideas and to applying them. And I think that's why he saw the results that he did, which was when a teacher or a parent starts to feel shame because of their lack of ability to control the situation, that's when they're really going to have a not so kind reaction or a not so mindful reaction to the child. It's when they're at their wits' end. It's when they have explored all of their options that they could think of and they just need an out. And those outs don't have to be a major emotional reaction. Those outs can be a mindfulness moment. And that's why I started the Educator E-Break series on TikTok, which was just really empowering teachers to take a moment to take a breath. And I disguise them as games for kids, but really it's to benefit both the kids and the teachers, because forcing the kids to take a breath is great for those kids. And it actually really does force them to focus inward and relax into the moment, and it makes them more able to learn. But that minute of silence for the educator that hasn't gotten a break to go pee in 4 hours and has been on stage for children and trying to keep their emotions in check while also handling 30 children every hour, that can get really overwhelming. And so that minute is actually for them to take a moment to themselves and breathe it out. And so especially if a kid is acting out, I need the breath too. So I will lead them through the breaths and we will do it together because I need a moment before I react to them also.
That's amazing. You're being so mindful in every minute of doing this work. It takes a lot of self-discipline.
Definitely. I think I'd love to lead you guys through an e-break if you would like that, or if you're interested. So one of my favorite ones is to just ask people to close their eyes if they feel comfortable, and to try and guess when 20 seconds has gone by. The reason that this one is awesome is because it forces you to redirect inward and really analyze time, right? And so you actually have to focus on something while being very patient. So I'd love to do that with you guys and just take 20 seconds all together. But I do need to start a timer. I had a timer going in the bottom and I apologize. Here we are. I have a timer right here. All right, so please, when you're ready, close your eyes. And when you believe that 20 seconds has gone by, you can open them. And I will tell you when 20 seconds has passed. Ready? Begin. And that was 20 seconds. Isn't it weird how some of us go really fast and others go really slow? But also just taking 20 seconds of silence and being okay with not moving on to the next thing immediately, you can really help out.
That's amazing. I want people who are watching us, because I especially asked them to tune in for you if they had children. How long does it take them to instill mindfulness in their children? Like if they say, for example, I'm going through a crisis situation with my children, and I say, hey, 1 second, just take a minute and let's breathe. Does that work, or is there another way to kind of like get them into the mode to do this, especially if they've never done it before?
There's a ton of ways. So there's so many ways to answer that question. So I'm going to start with the adult first, because the easiest way to teach it to a kid is to visibly demonstrate it to them in the moments that you are having a bad day or that you're having a bad time. That is where they're learning the most, because you are teaching them how to deal with things. So even if it feels goofy or campy or a little over the top, if you can display to the children like how you do it and how it actually works for you, their buy-in is 10 times higher. The second way is anything tactile. So in my videos, you'll always see me have these bracelets on, and the kids call them my good vibes bracelets. And when a child is upset, I let them hold it because it makes a noise, they can twist it, they can feel it, and that causes communication between their brain, between the hemispheres of their brain. And that communication allows them to pull out of that very emotional reaction and switch into the logical side and see things from a different perspective. So usually, if a kid is really freaking out, I give them options on what they want to do, but one of the most effective options is to set my phone as a timer in front of them, and I usually set them next to the turtles or the fish. I have some animals in my classroom, and I just set it for 1 minute, and I give them the bracelet, and I just say, we're just going to sit here. We don't have to talk, and in a minute, you're going to feel a little bit different, and I would guess that you're going to feel a little bit better. And then we will talk about how to move forward from then, but not until this minute has passed. And you'll see them just sit there and like toy with things and really zoom out. So the most effective long-term way to instill mindfulness in children is to demonstrate it from within yourself. But in the moment, there's a ton of options. And usually if a child is having a really rough time, it's important that you speak to the human first and then speak to the problem. So you need to get them to re-regulate first before you address whatever else has gone on.
You know that these are tips for like a relationship as well. Any relationship that you have with any other human being. I have so much to learn, by the way. I'm going to keep following you because these are really good tips for me. And I know one of my children who's in Switzerland right now, he's tuned in, so I can't even lie on this show. But, so I'm going to just like, accept that I have a lot to learn in this department. But thank you so much.
We all do.
Yeah, I think it's a process. Thank you so much for being here, Maddie. And I loved this conversation. I love your work. Keep it going. It really empowers so many of us.
Thank you so much.
My next live conversation is the secrets to a happier relationship. That's at 11 a.m. Pacific time. It's with Amy Blankson and Dr. Bobo Blankson. Our chat is live all day. If you have any questions, relationship questions, or anything else that you really do want us to talk about, please do add it to the chat. Until then, keep enjoying our continuous all-day content.
I know that without a spiritual practice, being a human is really hard.
We forget that life is a marathon and we are sprinting all the time. And what happens is something has to give. What gives us your peace of mind, your mental well-being, your physical well-being.
We at RoundGlass have chosen to take the journey of bringing holistic well-being to the world.
This is your waking life, and how you live it should be up to you. To me, the stakes really are that high.
You're here, you're showing up for yourself. That's amazing.
How do we make the world eat better?
My hope is that today's conversation will empower our audience.
I welcome you all. I invite you all. Come to RoundGlass, welcome home, and let's travel this journey together.
Have you ever shoved food in your mouth while watching TV, while on your phone, or been on social media while having a conversation with someone while trying to get your work done? This kind of multitasking and distraction keeps us separate from our own bodies and our own hearts. And when we do it day in and day out, we can really grow to feel like we're not in touch with what's happening inside. This feeling can pretty quickly turn into that sense of real disconnection and loneliness. Through mindfulness and meditation, we're going to practice sinking deeply into our senses, coming in closer contact with life itself. And as we do that, we're going to encounter more of ourselves in the process. So let's give it a try. Now, this meditation will lead us through all of the 5 senses. We are going to look around the room for 5 things that we can see. It doesn't matter what the things are. We're going to spend a few minutes with 5 different objects. And as you look at the object, try and really take in the object as if this is the first time you have ever seen this object before in your life. As if you were going to describe the object to an alien from outer space. Really bring your attention in, really look at the object. Notice the colors of the object, notice the way that the shadow falls on the object. Now, when you're ready, we're going to move to 4 things that you can feel. Now, you may feel the way that your body is just sitting in the chair or cushion or lying down. Or you may feel your clothes against your skin or an emotion in the body that's very powerful. We want to just drop in completely to that sensation of feeling, to the sensation of touch, and let it completely take you over. When you're ready, we're going to shift from those 4 things that you can feel to 3 things that you can hear. Open up your sense of hearing and allow those sounds in. Most likely, you're going to hear sounds that come from this video, but perhaps you'll also hear the sounds in your own environment, the silences between the sounds. Drop into them, become one with them. When you're ready, we're going to move to 2 things that you can taste. This is a good opportunity to pause and to fully taste whatever you have in front of you, to fully let it sink into your taste buds, slowly drinking or eating it before you swallow. If you don't have anything in front of you, not to worry. Just sink into the sensation of taste that's already in your mouth, seeing if you can find 2 in there to taste. Noticing how taste works. What it does to your belly, to the rest of your body, whether it wants more. And stay right there in that sensation. And finally moving to one thing that you can smell. For most of us, that is going to be the air around us. Maybe our own bodies, maybe there's a scent in your living space or practice space. Whatever you smell, now is the time to really inhale, to focus, to concentrate, to breathe and smell. And let that breath bring you to the close of this meditation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dropping into the body with all of your senses. Feeling this experience of being alive right now, of being in your body. You can connect in through your senses to connect with yourself. And when you do that, I hope that you feel a little more connected, more enlivened, and a little less lonely.
When I need to solve a problem, I go out for a walk. Getting some fresh air clears my mind every time. And I usually return home with my answer. We're going to explore how moving your body can change your mental state in a different way than any other practice. Move your body, whether fast or slow. It's guaranteed to either upregulate or downregulate your nervous system. It just depends on what you need in the moment. Moving our body will change our heart rate, it will change our breath pattern, and it gets the blood flowing. It has a magical way of making us feel better. Let's find our stance. So stand with your feet just hip-width distance apart. And let's move slow with deep, balanced breaths. Here we go. Inhale, reach your arms forward and up. Reach all the way up. Spin your palms open, exhale, arms out and down. We'll do that again. Inhale, reach forward and up. Exhale, reach out and down. Now try not to rush. Nice and slow. Inhale, reach forward and up. So from feet to fingers, reach. Exhale, reach out, all the way out and down. All right, moving on. Here we go. Inhale, reach forward and up. As you exhale, interlock your fingers behind your head. And now open your elbows. Side bending. Inhale, lengthen your spine, stand nice and tall. Exhale, dip over to your right. Inhale, come back to center, slow and steady. Exhale, sway left. Inhale, center. Use the full breath to get there. Exhale, right. Inhale, center. Exhale, left. Do you feel more clear and alert? Do you feel more awake? Notice your mood. Do you feel lighter and brighter? Through checking in with your body and mind, connecting with the earth beneath your feet, you can shift your default state from frazzled and frenzied to more focused and in flow. Join me in meditation, join our community, get to know who you are, get to know your mind and your body and what makes you come alive.
Earth, air, fire, and water, and the bits of space between matter are called ether. These make up our body, and in Kundalini yoga tradition, these 5 elements that make us up, along with the physical world, are called tattvas. I'm Cassandra Jewell, and in this class, I'm going to show you how to create harmony in your life by balancing the tattvas. We'll start our practice today with a warm-up. And the warm-up is a traditional Kundalini warm-up known as spinal flex. Come sitting onto your mat in an easy sitting pose, cross-legged. You can sit up on a cushion if you like, and you can even sit in a chair for this. It's totally gonna work fine. Make sure your feet are flat on the floor if you're sitting in a chair. You're gonna take hold of your ankles If you're in the chair, you'll take hold of your knees. And you'll begin inhaling, and you're going to look all the way up. And then on the exhale, you're going to look all the way down, and you want to feel like somebody's pulling your ribs back towards the back of the room. So your inhale as you expand your chest. Exhale as you contract. And continue like this, breathing long and deep. Flowing with the breath. Allowing the breath to guide the movement. And the movement to guide the breath. Keep the eyes focused at the brow point. And you can inwardly chant Sat on the inhale and Nam on the exhale. And this is to draw us towards a focus of true identity. Sat means truth, and Nam means identity or name. Powerful breath, guiding the motion. And now we're going to continue that spinal flex, but keep the chin level with the earth. It's a different orientation, but it's warming the spine. Inhaling forward and exhaling as you contract back. Keep those eyes focused on the brow. And inhale deep, squeezing at the pelvic floor, at the navel, and keeping the chin just lightly tucked in. Keep the eyes rolled up and the tongue pulled back, and you want to squeeze the energy up the spine. You're probably feeling a lot of energy flowing, opening up the spinal channel. It's a very, very beneficial thing to do before your meditation. We will begin this class by chanting the Adi mantra. The Adi mantra is chanted 3 times, and it goes like this. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om is the seed sound for the infinite, and Namo means to bow. It essentially translates as, I bow to the Guru through the ages, and I bow to the Guru within. Chant with me, but first come sitting into a beautiful seated posture. You want to relax your sacrum and allow it to drop down and spread sideways. Let's roll our shoulders a few times and then square them up and allow the shoulder blades to wrap around behind your rib cage, opening the heart. The chin is slightly tucked in Jalandhar Bandh. This is Jalandhar Bandh at the chin. And you're going to bring your palms together and just rub them for a few moments to stimulate the nadis and stimulate your life force energy. Smiling deep into this beautiful body temple, take a deep inhalation. And as you exhale, bring your hands to your heart and let your thumbs press into the sternum as you press between your palms. Take another deep inhalation, settling in and allowing your spine to lengthen. Feel your crown lifting to the heavens and your tailbone rooting down into the earth. Feel your whole spine tractioning between heaven and earth. Inhale deep. Exhale complete. And inhale for the Adi mantra. Don't be shy. Really let the sound resonate and sing along with me. Om Namo Gurudev Namo Om Namo Gurudev Namo Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Take a deep inhalation. Suspend your breath. Let your eyes keep looking up to your brow. Pull your tongue back and squeeze at the pelvic floor, navel, and keeping the chin locked in Jalandhar Bandh. Keep smiling, keep lifting, and keep elevating from within. And feel that peaceful presence start to grow and expand within you. Exhale. And now we're ready to begin our practice today. You're already sitting in a nice cross-legged posture. Stay connected to that beautiful, straight yogic posture. We're going to do an exercise that will help to deepen our awareness of the bandhas. We're going to do 5 rounds of bandha activation together. The bandhas are locks or diaphragms in the body, and we focus on 3 main ones. The main one is root lock, which is at the pelvic floor. This is called Mula Bandha. There's one at the navel, and it is called Uddiyana Bandha. And then the one at the throat is called Jalandhar Bandha. You've heard me refer to these already. When we use a muscular contraction and we inhale and suspend our breath, or in the case of this exercise, you will exhale and hold your breath out. You will apply the bandhas, and this will help to activate and circulate energy in your body. Now, with your hands on your knees, you want to just place your hands on your knees and straighten your arms and use them to support a beautiful straight posture. You're going to take a deep, deep inhalation, breathing from your pelvic floor all the way up, expanding your rib cage, bringing the breath all around, back and front. Fill yourself right up and exhale completely. You're going to exhale every ounce of breath out of you. You're going to hold the breath out, and you're going to squeeze at the pelvic floor, squeeze at the navel, and tuck the chin. Now, as you inhale, you'll release the chin, release the navel, and relax the pelvic floor. Let's do this together. We'll continue for 4 more times. Inhale, exhale. Pull the bandhas, one at a time. Then inhale and release them sequentially. Keep the eyes closed and focused at your brow. Inhale and exhale. Suspend the breath out. Apply the lock at the roots, navel, and chin. Inhale and release. That was 3. We have 2 more to go. Inhale deep. Exhale complete. Squeeze pelvic floor, navel, and chin. Inhale, release chin, release navel, release pelvic floor. Last time. Inhale deep. Exhale complete. Squeeze, squeeze, and squeeze. Inhale, release, release the navel, and release the pelvic floor. Sit and feel your body. Feel the effects of this profound activation. This will give you an idea of how the bandhas work. Now we will move into our meditation. Return to your normal breath with your nice tall spine. We're going to bring our hands together like this. We're going to touch our fingertips and our thumb tips. The arms will be out to the side, just like this. Create enough pressure between your fingertips to join the first segments. The thumbs are stretched back, pointing towards the torso. The fingers are bent slightly due to the pressure. The palms are not touching. Fix your eye gaze on the tip of your nose. This is our drishti for this exercise. Now, inhale slowly and deeply through the nose. A nice full deep inhale. And you're going to exhale through rounded lips in 8 equal emphatic strokes. On each exhale, you will pull the navel in sharply. And we will continue this exercise for 3 minutes. Let's begin. Inhale deep. Inhale deep as you press your hands together in prayer pose. Suspend your breath. Let your eyes close and roll up to your brow, squeezing at the pelvic floor, squeezing in at the navel, and drawing the chin into Jalanja Bandh. Pull the tongue back as you roll your eyes up, and keep a beautiful smile radiating inward as you squeeze the energy upwards. Exhale. Inhale deep. Suspend the breath and continue to pull the bandhas, Squeezing at the pelvic floor, Mula Bandha, Uddiyana Bandha at the navel, and Jalandhar Bandha at the chin. Pull the tongue back, roll the eyes up, press between the palms. Squeeze, lift, and elevate. Exhale. Now we're going to raise our hands up. So sweep your hands upwards. Reach them nice and tall. Take a deep inhalation. And start to shake your fingertips. They're probably feeling a little stiff from that mudra. Shake it out. Shake the hands. Nice and loose. Shake the wrists, the forearms, the elbows, the upper arm and the shoulders, and even the spine. Reach up once more and exhale. Bring the hands down, feeling your fingertips brushing through that beautiful, radiant, auric field around your body. Let your hands rest softly, facing upwards on your knees. Feel the beautiful presence, the beautiful, peaceful presence that you've created by this practice. Take note of the effects. Now, still sitting in your beautiful straight posture, we're going to close our practice with one long Sat Nam. Sat Nam is the word we use to describe infinite identity or true identity. That identity that is infinite through time and space before a human face. We'll call on that infinite identity. Bring the palms together. Start to rub them, stimulating the palm energy, activating the life force in the nadi channels. Keep smiling within. Roll the eyes up to the brow and take a deep inhalation. As you exhale, bring the hands to the chest, to the heart. Press the thumbs against the sternum and press between the palms. Take a deep inhalation. Again, feeling that peaceful presence. Exhale. Inhale and chant with me. Let the sound resonate within. Inhale deep. Sat Nam. Sat Nam, and thank you for sharing this beautiful practice with me. With a journal and pen close by, take a moment to reflect on your practice today. Write down any thoughts, inspirations, any emotions that come up for you. You may do this practice for 7 to 10 days, or even longer if you wish. The best results will come with a consistent daily practice. Thank you for joining me today as we worked to balance our tattvas. May the bliss in your heart radiate in all ways, and may all your communications and interactions come from the highest caliber of your being. And may this world be a much better place for our place in it.
I meditate to sleep.
I meditate to feel happier.
I meditate to help me resetting my day.
I meditate to remind myself all the roles that this body has assumed. That's not real me, a wife, an employee, a daughter, and a lot of different things. Meditation helps me connect with my real self, or as we call it, my higher self. And when I dissociate with all of those identities, the world and all of the problems that I have becomes very small. Before I did meditation, I was always this person who would get upset whenever somebody is not behaving the way I expected. So when you realize that nobody has identities and everyone is coming from a place of experience, whatever conditioning people have received translates into our actions. So I started accepting people more. I started realizing that it's okay just to let go, to express the feelings that you have. One thing that I have realized about myself when I started meditating was that it's possible for me to meditate. I've grown up in a very spiritual family. All of my family members meditate. I think I was a late bloomer in that sense. I used to think that I might never be in that zone. I might never be able to chant the mantras like my mom does. But when I started doing it, I realized that if I can do it, anybody can do it. Try it with all your heart, and you might just see a miracle. Just be open to receive that miracle.
Working with my hands is very calming to me. Cooking, painting, definitely working with clay, but absolutely getting in the dirt. It's deeply therapeutic. I'm Peter Barrett. I live in Woodstock, New York. I am a writer, photographer, cook, gardener, and an editor here at RoundGlass. I like to dig into the origins of my food as much as possible. If I can grow it, I grow it. Gardening for me it's a lot of things. It's kind of a gym membership. It's a way to connect with the seasons. It keeps me outside. It keeps me moving. It's a commitment, and it's a collaboration with nature. And above all, it's a way to connect with my food at every stage. It also is an endless source of inspiration for what I want to make for dinner. My mom's parents had his and hers gardens, and she had a beautiful garden that I would help in when I was younger. I grew up with fresh fruit coming in from the backyard as a normal thing. My grandfather came from a little village in Poland where they had to make pickles as a survival technique. It preserved the harvest through the long, cold winter. He taught me how to make pickles when I was a little kid, 7, 8 years old. When I moved up here, I could still hear his voice reciting his formula. And that's still the recipe I use to this day. Oh, this smells so good. So another big part for me of growing food and then cooking food is that you can carry on traditions or you can create new traditions. What I'm interested in is drawing on all the influences that I have accumulated over the many years of traveling and cooking and reading and learning. It's fully cooked, fully flavored. It's absolutely delicious. I lived in Italy my last year of college. That really sort of transformed my understanding of food, what it is, what it can be, what it should be, and how it should fit into a life well lived. As soon as they float, they're cooked. You don't want to overcook them. This is not dried pasta. The act of making fresh pasta is just a wonderful physical discipline. For me, I like to lose myself in this process. When you cook for yourself with whole ingredients, it's kind of one-stop shopping, as it were, to a healthier lifestyle, because you're making a commitment to spend more time on yourself by making food for yourself and the people you love. And so it's win-win-win across the board. Welcome to my garden and my kitchen, and I'm super excited to show you what's going on inside. When you engage with your food on a regular basis, in a granular way, making it from scratch by hand, it increases your knowledge, it increases your confidence. You truly experience the difference in flavor that comes from using ingredients grown near you in season, which makes you feel better. And above all, your food tastes better. Today we're gonna make potato gnocchi with a fall pesto. We're using a russet potato, a baking potato, as opposed to a waxy potato like a Yukon Gold. They really just don't have the texture that we're looking for. I bake these potatoes at about 350 for an hour. It's kind of a great place to start if you're not sure how long you should roast something, say winter squash or a tray of root vegetables. If your potatoes are really piping hot, fresh out of the oven, just cut them in half and let them steam a minute. You can score them with a knife if you want to open up a little more area and let them cool down. I need one piece of specialized gear here, which is a potato ricer. If you don't have a ricer, you can use a spoon and push them through a colander. But like just a potato masher isn't gonna get the job done because you'll end up with lumps. That's the one thing you really don't want. We're looking for this super pillowy, soft texture. You can see they're all perfectly uniform, skinny little potato bits. That gives you the texture that we're going for. My potatoes are warm, but not hot enough to cook the egg yolk. I'm gonna grate in a little bit of nutmeg, It's a beautiful addition. It adds this kind of sweet, savory note that really pops. The thing about nutmeg and pretty much every other spice is you should buy them whole and grind them as you need them. When you buy them whole and grind them yourself, the complexity and just the sort of magic of spices really comes into focus in your kitchen. Now we're gonna add the flour. In the case of about a pound of potatoes, think in terms of about a quarter cup. In my case, it'll be a sort of small handful. It's really just enough to bring it together to allow the starch to act as another binding agent. And then I like to do just a fat pinch of salt. And now I'm gonna stir this just enough to bring it together to incorporate the egg yolk. Egg yolks are helpfully bright yellow, so you can really see when it's fully mixed into your flour. You want it to be a nice, homogeneous yellow because that means your yolk is gluing it all together, as it were. Okay, so I stirred this for a minute or so. It's pretty uniformly yellow. I'm gonna put it on the counter now with a little bit of bench flour and just work it a little more to fully incorporate the egg yolk. I give this a gentle knead just to help it continue to come together and get that egg yolk evenly distributed. We're not kneading it to develop gluten. And you can see the texture changes almost instantly and gets beautifully smooth. And then a light dusting of flour is all you want, because when we're rolling out snakes, if the counter's too floury, your snake's gonna skid rather than roll. So then from your block of dough here, I just sort of cut it like that, and then you're already halfway to a snake with no effort whatsoever. And then from here to here is a very short trip. What I'm going for here is, let's say index finger, thumb thickness. There's no hard and fast rule, but I like them to have a little size. And when they're roughly consistent like this, it's time to cut them. In terms of the length, I go with about an inch, like so. Okay, so at this stage, you can just move them onto a floured sheet pan, and they're good to go. But if you want to give a little texture to them, a little visual appeal, and depending on the sauce, maybe some kind of ridges to grab onto that sauce, there are a couple ways you can do it. The first is to use a dedicated gnocchi paddle, and then you just put it down and give a push and roll, and you end up with these nice little ridges, which can grab the sauce. It's a light touch. These are very soft. You don't need to maul them, or they'll just end up smashed into the grooves in your paddle. If you don't have a gnocchi paddle, you probably have one of these. Just as good, honestly, slightly different profile, but you get deep ridges, you get the dimple, you get everything you need. Okay, back to the paddle. So at this stage, you can throw these in the freezer where they're not touching and nicely floured. Give them a couple hours, they'll be solid, and then you can put them in a bag and they will cook up in 2 minutes flat whenever you need them. I'm gonna take them over to the stove and get them boiling. Making pesto out of the greens that are immediately available opens up whole worlds of possibility. On any given day, it's a little bit different, but that's part of what this whole practice is for me. Most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with basil pesto, which is wonderful, but I want this to be permission for you to make pesto out of anything you've got that's green and leafy. Today's pesto is gonna be a little bit of frisée, a little bit of curly endive, some sorrel, some celery leaves, some carrot tops, some parsley, and then a little bit of mint. These don't need to be chopped, there's a blade in there. If you pack them in, the blade will do the rest of the work for you once you add the oil in. We're gonna add all the things that you're accustomed to in pesto. Toasted pine nuts, some garlic, and some good parm. And then we're going to add enough oil to bring it to the texture, the consistency that I want to sauce the gnocchi with. I always smash my garlic cloves before I put them in here because that way they don't bounce around. Pine nuts are an amazing addition, especially if you're using some bitter greens like chicory, because they add a sort of creaminess that really helps balance that. Obviously, some salt is always nice. I like a lot of pepper. Pesto traditionally has Parmesan, Parmigiano Reggiano. Pecorino works really well. I'll give it a few pulses and you'll see it won't really move very well, and then when we put the oil in, it really starts to spin. All right, oil coming in. So I put in enough oil to bring this to a nice loose consistency. So I'm gonna take what I need for the dish and put it in a bowl. The rest, any leftover you have, you can put in a container in the fridge. And unlike basil pesto, this is not going to turn brown almost instantly. It'll stay a bright, vivid green for a couple of days in the fridge. If you want to keep it absolutely perfect, float a little layer of olive oil over the top of it to keep the air out. Okay, the pesto's ready, so let's boil the gnocchi and serve them up. There's salt in the dough. As with all fresh pasta, they really don't spend enough time in the water for the salt to make that much of a difference. These guys are delicate. You don't want to stir these more than you absolutely need to. As with all the other fresh pasta, when they float, they're ready. I'm gonna take these out with this, and I'm gonna put them straight into the serving plate. So I've put a little pesto at the bottom of this plate to minimize stirring, and then I can grab these straight out of the pan and drop them right in. Okay, gnocchi's cooked. It's on that bed of pesto. I'm just gonna cover it with a little more. And I like to finish this with a nice kind of blizzard of more fresh parm. So what you have here is a combination of these beautiful pillowy gnocchi and ultra local, ultra fresh pesto that reflects this time and this place, which I think that whenever possible, food should aspire to. The little bit of nutmeg, it ties together the umami of the cheese and the complexity of the herbs and the sort of beautiful richness of the potato. That's a fabulous dish. Thanks for joining me on this pasta journey. Think of handmade pasta as a practice, something that you make part of your routine. Get creative with ingredients, with combinations, take some risks, make some mistakes. My grandfather used to say, if you're not falling, you're not skiing, and that applies to this. You need to get it into your muscles. Give yourself permission, give yourself some time, and above all, give yourself some incredible, delicious food. Thank you for joining me. I'm Peter Barrett, and I'm cooking from scratch.
How do we make the world eat better?
When you cook for yourself with whole ingredients, it's kind of one-stop shopping to a healthier lifestyle.
I believe one must enjoy every bite that you eat. And you should eat mindfully. And you should eat well.
Spices are a treasure trove of health and healing that have been used for centuries. It really is a party in the mouth.
At RoundGlass, we are bringing you the best chefs in the world to show you how to eat better and live longer.
My approach to vegan food is through vegetables and not soy products and processed foods.
Wow, I'm like impressing myself.
When people decide to go plant-based, they think it's gonna be really complicated. So I'm gonna break it down for you. The fundamentals of vegan cooking is sticking to the 5 vegan food groups. This delivers.
The food vertical within RoundGlass Living is going to show you how to build a relationship between food and your life. So they have a holistic awareness of what you put in your body and how it can lead to a better state of being.
Little steps in every little recipe can mimic the little actions that we take to live a more mindful and intentional life.
Nourish your spirit with food. Join us and create your path towards well-being.
And our chefs are mindful masters at their craft. As you know, food not only nourishes your body, but also your mind. And we're really excited to bring the next level of well-being to you through food. The journey at RoundGlass is really to help you curate your best practices for well-being. And today, as we celebrate World Meditation Day, we honor the importance of relationships. Our next guests will guide us to understanding how to nurture relationships. Amy Blankson and Dr. Bobo Blankson will share their secrets to a happier, healthy relationship and a mindful practice within that to all of us. Amy is the founder and CEO of the Digital Wellness Institute, and Dr. Blankson, Bobo Blankson, is a pediatrician who sees the whole patient. So let's start with, what's the secret to a happy relationship? 20 years and counting. 20 years is a definite expert. So I'd love you to share your secrets with all of us.
Well, the secret is there's no secret. And we spend a lot of time just getting to know each other over the last 20 years. And I feel like one of the biggest secrets is just trying to get to know this person deeper and deeper each day, each month, and each year.
I also think that when we talk about having a nurturing relationship, a happy marriage, a happy relationship of any sort, really, it's not really about always being happy. Sometimes it is about finding a path towards happiness together as we go along. And for us, I think that has been an ongoing journey and something that evolves over time as we learn what makes each other happy. What are those elements that really keep the other person engaged and being their best selves? And I think that if we are on that path together, that is a good thing. The ancient Greeks used to define happiness as the joy we feel striving after our potential. And so rather than always trying to be happy as a family, our goal, especially as parents, is to really help move our children and each other along towards that place of greater happiness long term.
I love that. Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, just the fact that over the course of 20 years, relationships change, right? It was amazing having this honeymoon period of being married without kids. And then all of a sudden we introduce 1, 2, and 3. And each time our relationship just changes a little bit more. And understanding the needs and wants of those other people now part of this family just make it so much more rich, right? So the family itself is an organism, right? A living and breathing organism. But it's an organism made up of several different pieces, each individual. So really, really finding happiness means each individual part has to find happiness as well.
Yeah. Well, so many things come to mind when you're speaking that I'm going to try to break it down and take it one thing at a time. The first thing I want to highlight from what you're saying is the person that you're working with, that you're living with, that you're interacting with. It's kind of like what I get from what you're saying is allow them also to experience themselves and grow in a way that they want to. And that space where they can be who they are and you sort of engaging with that space to learn more and more about each other every day. I think that's a really crucial piece to highlight. And from what you said also, Dr. Bobo, you said that all the, it's a living organism and everything comes together and now the interaction of those, it really foretells of an open mind because people are changing, as you're saying, in so many different ways. So first, space for your own change. And second, space in the relationship to allow and nourish yourself in that change as well. Mm-hmm. I think that, you've already touched on something so great that I want you to simplify that once more for people. Like, how do you find that space within yourself to be truly authentic with who you are and not be afraid that it's going to be rejected in any way? I think that's like one of the most crucial elements that we should really talk about.
Well said. I think as we all change, the world has changed us in so many ways, particularly during the pandemic. And we see that as those moments have changed us, we have to allow space for each other to process what's going on in the world, how it shapes us, and who we want to be in the future. And so much of that requires a lot of conversation. It requires a lot of listening and really being flexible to support someone when they're in the middle of figuring it out and may not have it all figured out quite yet too.
You know, that is so easily said by you and so loaded for people. Like, what does listening really mean? Like, what is listening to your partner, to your children, to other members in your family? What is that complete attention when it comes to listening? I'd love you guys to share how that plays out for you.
I feel like it can be really challenging in this day and age, with digital devices, with, school, with everything going on. It's very easy to be distracted, and really trying to find that space to unplug, unwind, and focus on each other. I know I can be so guilty of it, and I appreciate that we have developed relationships in our family where we can call each other out on it. I think one of the things I said to you once when you asked me something, and I said to you, Amy, I hear you, but I'm not listening. I mean, I just acknowledged that the words were coming in. I was processing the words, but I was not listening.
Yeah.
And I felt, sad about that, and I apologized.
Yeah.
And
it's difficult.
Oh, it is so difficult. And I think with all of the devices in our families now, that one of the things that we caught ourselves doing in our family is that we might be sitting in the living room together. Everyone might be on a device doing something, and someone would walk into the room and no one would even look up from their device. And so we made a rule that when someone walks into a room, that at a bare minimum, you look up and you acknowledge their presence. I think that is the starting place. It is not where I want to end up, but it certainly is a tiny practice that we can take to really start paying attention to one another and focus in on being present when we are present together.
Yeah. When I was growing up, I was very into spirituality and philosophy. And there was a person that I used to go to called Ramesh Balsekar. He's no more. But he was very profound and was known as an enlightened man, and sat in Bombay and really had these 3 chairs and discourses. And the only thing he really spoke about was peace and harmony in daily living can only be achieved if your relationships are harmonious. And even though he's talking about a philosophy where you're moving beyond yourself, and there is no me and the other, but it starts with that whole relationship that you're so aptly describing, that relationship of focus and attention, and providing that to the person that you're in a relationship with. I'm so guilty of not doing it sometimes. My daughter just yesterday or day before was like crying in bed, and I said, what's going on? And she's like, I feel you love the dogs more than you love me. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, I mean, there's no comparison. But if she's feeling this, I'm like, really? And I make sure that 9:30 to 10 o'clock, because she sleeps at 10, is the time that I spend with her. And I feel like you're sleeping in my bed. You're 9 years old, you're co-sleeping, and you're still feeling this, which means that there may be so much more that we have to really look at that provides them with that nourishing, or, that maybe doesn't come from just spending time, but comes from what you're talking about, which is really, truly listening. I'd love for you to share an experience that you've had, if you've seen how you've put mindfulness in action to sort of sidestep and correct your steps and strategies towards beautiful parenting.
Ooh, that's such a good question. One of the things that we have been trying to do in the morning, our children are going to a new school this year. And so we have a pretty long commute driving to school. And so we started to implement something called future forward gratitudes and then evening gratitudes. So future forward gratitudes, you start your day and when we're on that long commute to school, and we always ask them, what are you excited about today? And they know if they give us a one-word answer, we're going to ask more questions. So they better come up with a good answer the first time. So we'll ask them, what are you excited about? It gives us an opportunity to forecast and hear what's going on through their day. Maybe if there's things they forgot about, it's a great time to check in on that. But it also provides us the opportunity at the end of the day that we have that touch point with them that we can say, hey, you told me this morning that you were thinking about this. You're excited. How did that go? Was it as exciting as you thought it was going to be? Was it as nerve-wracking to take that math test that it was a big concern for you? And so they know that we're listening, but it also, as parents, gives us a little, a cheat book in a way to be able to have a window into their worlds that's authentic and gives us something to talk about when teenagers are notorious about not wanting to elaborate on their answers.
Absolutely.
As parents, I relate to this so much. I make it a point to drop my 14-year-old to school every day, and he's sitting in the car with me, and he's got his phone out, and he's like doing TikTok, and I'm like, "Excuse me, am I your chauffeur? Am I sitting here to take you to school because I really want to spend that time with you, right?" And in some parts of the world, you don't get that opportunity to take the child to school because it's compulsory to put them on a bus. So it's really important. And I want you to share sort of building blocks, whatever they may be, small little tips like you're already giving. Like, now I don't know if people really sit on the dining table together and have meals. And I don't really know what the new world order is. What people consider, dystopia and like dystopian novels is like actual reality today, with like streets were empty, people were afraid of each other, like a lot of things really shifted in these 5 years. And how have you kind of like, and 5 years because it was already, the online world was already taking over, and then the pandemic hit, and then like all the stuff that happened and is still happening. But what are some of the strategies that common day practices that we can adopt, like simple practices that we can adopt to really nurture the relationships we have in our family?
Yeah, if we think of our families as these soil and fertile ground that we need to water, I tend to think of having these three pillars, a physical pillar, a mental pillar, and maybe a spiritual / emotional pillar, right? And I think in each of those, we can spend a little time, right? Where it comes to physical, one of the things I love most in these last, few years was, this pandemic started and, told us we needed to, spend more time with our families or outside. So we exercised more, we took walks more, we did so much more physical activity together as a family, family bike rides. And I felt that really nurtured our relationship. When we got too far ahead and the 9-year-old was far behind, we had to slow down so that she could catch up. And that's one way that we showed that we loved her and cared about her. But we really used that physical component to really build our family. I think from a mental standpoint, I love that we've already talked about things like growth mindset, but recognizing where each person in the family needs to grow and can grow, and helping them get to their best self has been so fun. Whether it's my family supporting me learning Japanese, just for fun, and letting me go get lessons and stuff, like sort of just investing in each other and saying, hey, I see you trying to grow. How can I help you and support you in that? And then the spiritual and emotional, just really being present. And I think that Amy's already touched on that. This morning, my daughter was going to play a tennis match, and she asked me about going to the grocery. And, I was very open and authentic with her. And I said, hey, Anna, based on the things that have happened in our world very, very recently, a tragedy in Buffalo where people were shot, I was so sad. And I told her, hey, Anna, I'm a little bit nervous about going to the grocery. I just have this feeling. And she just was so calm. This 15-year-old and was like, hey, Daddy, I get it. And just knowing that she understood and heard me just meant so much to me. So I think really being vulnerable, and I think that's hard to do sometimes as parents to our kids, really just opens up doors for them to be vulnerable with us.
Yeah, you talk a lot about mutual submission with your patients, and how I think that's an example of how you're doing mutual submission, and how we can really make ourselves vulnerable in those moments that typically, I think maybe a generation, 2 generations ago, you wouldn't show that kind of vulnerability because you want to be the authority. But relationships with our children are changing so much, and maybe share a little bit about what you do in your practice with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the core parts of my practice is really getting to know a patient, right? I specialize in teens and young adults, and they can sniff out within the first, 1 minute whether you're authentic. Are you real? Are you really going to talk to me? So in a 30-minute visit where I can maybe do the diagnosis in 5 minutes, or less, I can spend 20 to 25 minutes really getting to know that teenager, that young adult, and making them feel comfortable about the care that I'm going to provide. So I know everything about them and they know everything about me, so that when I give advice, it's coming from a place of real love and care. And I think that works in families too.
And so from your experience, the families are involved and appreciate the integrative medicine practices that you prescribe to your patients, is it?
Yeah, they really do. I often find that the parents are taking notes as I'm talking the patients through these healthy habits. I talk about healthy habits and happy habits, and I really focus on the balance of sleep and diet and screen time and exercise. And the parents are furiously writing down, these tips. Oh, these are good. These are good. And then I'll go into some of the stuff that I learned from Amy about, journaling and gratitude and acts of kindness and meditation. And it's like a light bulb is going off in the parent's mind, as if, wow, if I don't model these myself, how can I teach my own kid? If I'm not exercising, if I'm not meditating, how can I expect my teenager to do this as well?
Yeah. But I really do want to highlight one thing, that your power, in a sense, because you are an authority when a child comes to you. And I've experienced this with my child. I'm like, that's unhealthy for you. You shouldn't be eating that. Can you try to switch that around? Or maybe you need to exercise a little bit. You want to come out with me? And I'm a tennis player too. So I'm like, can you do this? Nothing worked. I took him to the doc, right? He's like, I'm not feeling well. I'm like, okay, great. Let's go see the doctor. Doctor says, you need to eat better. You need to exercise a little bit more because, you're a teen. You need to get out there a little bit. Get off your screen time because your eyes are going to start hurting. And simple things, right? Which I've been saying forever.
Right.
Suddenly, in a minute, transformed, the power that you have. I'm like, if I could just get some of those, right? But they listen, because I'm not encouraging it with my child, but because I've been doing it all my life. And I'm like, now just watching the fact that he's going out there and making his protein shake before he works out and, getting out there and getting his daily dose of running. And I'm like, what? One trip to you.
Trip. Yeah. And I think that some of that has to do with how we as parents are also, even though we can give advice, we're also responsible for punishment and consequences, right? So the fact that they can come to a provider like me and, I can't really punish them if they don't do it. I think that frees them up to listen a little bit more, because I'm not going to scold them. Hey, this is what's best for you. You're coming to me as a consultant, as an advisor, and I'm trying to give you advice to help you have a fuller and better life.
Yeah, that's amazing. I want to have the sort of people who've tuned in really experience a demo from you where you can walk us through a meditation or a mindfulness practice that really had a profound impact on your life.
One of the practices that we thought about prior to the session was really a moment that we had. I believe it was at our 5th or maybe our 10th anniversary when we got to go to a retreat, and we were taught the practice of taking 1 minute to look each other in the eye. And you don't say anything typically. You're just looking into each other's eyes deeply. And so we wanted to take the moment to model it for you, to have you maybe think about doing it with somebody else who might be watching as well. And even though it's a little bit awkward looking in someone's eyes, there's so much we have to learn. So we're going to try it here for you here for a second, live on camera. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that I think what really lends this practice power is that the person is being seen. Mm-hmm. And I think that we all want to be seen.
Yeah.
So, taking a beat to look into somebody's eyes and really see them makes such a world of difference. And I think when we do this with our kids, they feel seen. I think that they laugh a little bit, and sometimes it's kind of funny and entertaining to them. But really, by the end of it, you're trying to look for that person's best self. And I think that they see themselves in your eyes, and they see how much you love them and care about them. And it means the world.
It does. I think that when you look in someone else's eyes that deeply, you are conveying trust, you're conveying vulnerability. A lot of emotions that we can mask or hide with our behavior, you can't hide so well with your eyes. So there's a lot that emerges. There's a lot that helps you to really slow down and be patient because you're paying attention and you're not looking at a device. You really get each other's full attention, and it feels funny. It feels joyful at times, but it's also just such a practice for learning about each other and being mindful.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like joint meditation in a sense, right? We're just here with each other.
As long as we're not upset with each other, right?
That's right.
It works much better when you're in a good place.
It
But it can also be a great strategy if you're not in a good place to maybe take a moment to understand, because you can convey a lot of things, whether hurt or sadness or loneliness and isolation also can come through the eyes. And when you do this practice on a regular basis, you can tell the difference between when someone's doing well, when they're doing well, or when they need maybe a little bit more attention and time. And it comes back to this moment of really setting aside 1 minute. We all have 1 minute in our day to just give our loved ones our full attention. And what an easy and beautiful practice to do.
That is beautiful. I want to thank both of you for being here. It's been such a delight, not only to hear you, but also to experience your connection with each other. I think that in itself is a lesson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
My next live conversation is about reframing your pain with mindfulness with Dr. Christiane Wolf.
Don't you wish that life came with some sort of directions? Like a manual or a road map? And for the last 12 years, I've been trying to decipher what that roadmap really is and what that goal perhaps might be. The goal for me has been bliss, has been freedom, has been joy. You know, when you're happy, we never wonder why we're happy, what's making us happy. When we're happy, it's all good. But it's when we're unhappy, when we're upset, when we're in a mood, that we start wondering and we start thinking about ourselves. Why this? Why that? You always assume that the adults know what life is about. I realized nobody knows what life is about. Because as adults, you know, we get so serious in life. When we think of being children were always high energy. Children were always laughing. Children seem always to be in joy. You can give them the smallest little thing and they'll find a way to draw joy out of that. Life has so much to give us. There's opportunity everywhere. There are lessons for growth everywhere. But because often we're dull and we're kind of like a little low energy, they're just passing us by. So we're moving towards every opportunity with great enthusiasm, and we're saying, I'm awake and ready. No matter what's going on, I'm awake and I'm ready. So whenever you find yourself getting a little bit low, you're going to need an instant pick-me-up. Something that's going to redirect that energy instantly, in that moment. And this is what the superconscious living exercises are about. The superconscious state is just a state of joy. It's a state of higher awareness, and it's a state of high energy. So are you ready to do this with me? One continuous flow? All right then, let's begin. Walking in place. I'm awake and ready. I'm awake and ready. Big smile. You've got to really exaggerate these movements. I'm awake and ready. I'm awake and ready. So are you ready to choose this super conscious state? Are you ready to truly choose joy? Well, I hope you are.
One can't predict who's going to come into your life and teach you what. The best growth, the best learnings come from the chance encounters, the people who just show up in your life. I had a dog. I had a Bernese mountain dog, and I lost that dog. And in that year and a half that my dog Baloo was with me, he taught me how to be happy. He taught me the meaning of joy and the meaning of love. He was a happy dog. He was a loving dog. He was always hugging everybody. He filled the house up with his personality, with his energy. As if a dog can do that. We as a human being, I as a human being, I as Sunny, what can't I do? Why don't I fill my life with joy? Why don't I fill other people's life with joy? Because you have to be open to people, dogs, anybody comes into your life and what they might bring and what they might teach you. Be open, embrace everything that comes into your life. Even my dog, who came into my life for a year to a year and a half, has made me a better man. It really makes me feel that I'm a better human being just because of him.
I meditate to gain insight, wisdom, and clarity.
I meditate to tap into my life's purpose.
I meditate to enhance happiness and joy in my life.
I meditate to connect more deeply with animals and with nature. Animals have a remarkable ability to lighten our hearts, and so does meditation. The reason I started meditating with animals was initially because it was so comfortable. You get into your comfortable position with your soft blankets and you get warm and relaxed, and your animals are so drawn to that. And they too become completely at ease. They surrender so fully. You can hear it in their breath. You can feel it in their muscles. And this lightness of being, this lightness of heart that we see in them, we can really just pull that right inside of ourselves and enjoy that same energy that they have. And it's so much fun, and it's playful, and it's happy, and it's light. And when I feel that level of letting go in them, it triggers me to do the same thing. Anyone who's spent time with animals knows and recognizes that we reflect one another. If we're feeling stress and anxiety, they're often feeling the stress and anxiety. If we're feeling sad and sorrowful, they're very attentive to that energy and want to snuggle and comfort us. So this constant exchange that's happening is beautiful and powerful and transformative. Hello and welcome to RoundGlass Living. I'm Amanda Ree, your guide through this meditation series, bringing chakra work into the lives of our companion animals. For today's session, I'm with my crew. Actually, Violet the Bernedoodle left already. You know, we detach from what they do during our meditations. Then we have Buddy the Chewini, who's buried under here. You can barely see a little brown speck because he's cold this morning. And we have a Graham, the Dobie hound dog, blue Doberman and hound, and Benny, our terrier mix. So the whole crew is here with us. Quite a cast of characters, isn't it? So we're excited about today's meditation because it includes all the chakras, providing an opportunity for healing and restoration on every layer of the body, mind, and spirit. This goes for our animals as well as ourselves. So who's here with us today? Share with us in the chat. If you're joining us for the first time, that's awesome. We're so happy that you're here. I'll provide a little groundwork before we get into the meditation. This is the 8th and the final session of this chakra series. During the meditation, we'll bring attention and balancing techniques to each of the 7 chakras, starting at the root and ending with the crown. You don't need to have done any of the previous chakra meditations to experience and benefit from today's practice. But that said, each of the 7 prior sessions are useful, focused, and available whenever you'd like to do them on demand. For anyone who may not be familiar with chakras and is here with us today, please know that I'll share more throughout the practice and even a little bit after our meditation. But for now, all you need to know is that there are 7 chakras, and these are said to be the main energy centers of our animals, just as it is humans. And chakras can influence someone's physical, psychological, and spiritual levels. Therefore, knowing what each chakra represents within our pets and a few ways to help balance it is an especially helpful tool to have in your wellness kit. So let's get started, shall we? Let's take a few moments to get comfortable, get situated, and remember that you can do this practice with or without your pet nearby, and it can still be very effective. In fact, if your companion is nearby enough to do so, please go ahead and just lay one or both hands down on them very gently now. But keeping in mind, if they're in another room or they decided to leave, no worries. Take your time, get comfortable into a position where you can settle for a little while. And once you're feeling that you've found that sweet space, go ahead and close your eyes. Beginning with deep, full breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. A few cycles like this. Drawing your attention inward, filling the lungs completely as you inhale. And slowly releasing as you exhale, feel the belly soften, the lungs squeeze. And then again, filling it up, the balloons within us. Slowly releasing and just noticing as you draw your attention inward in this way, it helps us so much to let go of the outside world, let go of all the thoughts and distractions. Essentially, this is it with meditation, just this coming back again and again to the internal self, to the witness of what is, sitting in the beingness. After those cycles of breath, then you can slowly close the lips, just seal the lips and breathing through the nose only. Feeling the massage of the breath continuing to relax you, ground you, and help you to arrive in the here and now. Today we will tone, tune, and help each chakra center clear. This practice is complete and can be a helpful way to provide support, strength, aliveness to each area of the physical and the energetic body. So as we bring attention to each of the chakras, I'll recall the location, the color, the theme, and the mantra for each. So what we'll do together is we'll land our attention fully into that physical place. Feel the balancing intention, the theme. Imagine the colored light illuminating that area of the body while we say the mantra one time out loud, and then we'll continue the repetition silently for a few moments after that. I'll guide you. So again, just feeling the body relaxed from head to toe. Feel that tingling of aliveness within yourself, within the hands, the feet, the belly, the brain. Notice the pulsating of life, of being lived from the inside out. Now let's shift our attention down to the root chakra, the first chakra. Again, if your animal is nearby, you can slide your hands down in that direction. No need to make physical contact necessarily, but if it's comfortable, you can. So we're at the root. The location is the base of the spine and the tail. The balancing intention here is feeling grounded and safe. The color is beautiful ruby red, And the sound is the mantra LAM. Let's chant it once together. Breath in. LAM. Continue the repetition silently for a few moments as you imagine that beautiful ruby red, a sphere of light illuminating that part of the body. Now drawing your attention up just a couple inches to the second or sacral chakra at the pelvis area. The balancing intention here is creativity and play. The color is a radiant orange, and the sound is VAM. Breath in. VAM. Continue repeating, imagining the golden light, the orange light. Now rising up a few inches again, coming to the third, the solar plexus chakra at the base of the rib cage. The balancing intention here is courage and engagement. The color is golden yellow, bright, and the sound is RAM. Breath in. RAM. Feel that beautiful solar light and the sound RAM. And now coming up a little more, a couple inches to the fourth energy center or chakra called the heart chakra. It's the area of the heart space in the middle of this, or the center of the chest. The balancing intention here is unconditional love and respect. The color is emerald green, and the sound is YAM. Breath in. YAM. Up a little higher now to the fifth or the throat chakra. The balancing intention here is clear communication. The color is ocean blue, and the sound is HAM. Breath in. HAM. Let's bring our attention to the fifth, the sixth chakra, the third eye chakra, at the brow, the forehead area, just between the eyes and a little above. The balancing intention here is insight and wisdom, and the color is purple. The sound, Sham. Breath in. Sham. Now drawing our attention to the seventh chakra, the crown, at the top of the head. The intention here is feeling connected to Source, plugged in. The color is violet or iridescent white, and the sound of this energy center is Om. Breath in. Now, for the next several minutes, let's just stay with that powerful universal mantra, Om. Imagining either the rainbow of colors or just this beautiful golden light surrounding your animal, surrounding yourself. Continue that repetition of the mantra silently in the mind, allowing it to be your anchor. Come back again and again. Continue on like this. Just rest in the wholeness of the light energy. The divine, radiant light within every one of us. Balanced, clear, and calm, radiant light energy. Just resting in it, basking in it. Allow its fluid like waves to clear anything that stands in its way. Continue simply resting in being. Resting in being. Our infinite nature is hard to understand for our mind, actually, because it's overshadowed by our habitual thinking. But if we take some time to be still and present, then it's actually quite easy to understand and experience this right now. Maybe that's why animals appear to have a pretty easy time with it. They're continually present to what is. by not judging or labeling the experiences that we are having and the thoughts that are arising, we then exist in a place where anything is possible. Unbounded potential. So let's practice that right now. Allow all the experiences to come and go. Just be with what is, comfortable, eyes closed, breathing deep, being with what is. All the perceptions, the images, the thoughts, feelings, ideas come and go. Let them float right through, in and out of the mind, like clouds passing by in the sky. Allowing what is. Letting go as soon as you notice the thought come in. Just let it go again. Send it away like that cloud. Just observe it all. Another deep breath in, long breath out. Continue with your eyes closed. And let's move through the whole chakra system from base to crown one more time. Just bringing our attention to the location and the chant out loud one time. Let's begin. The root. Lam. Sacral. Vam. Solar plexus. Ram. Heart. Yam. Throat. Hum. Third eye. Sham. And the crown. Om. One more Om. As you, if your animal is nearby, you can kind of swipe from the crown of the head all the way down the midline of the body off the tip of the tail. As we chant and do this one more time together with the sound of Om. Om. Just continue resting here for a moment with your eyes closed. And as we have done throughout this series, we'll close with an excerpt from Tara Brach's meditation, Awareness is Our Home. May all beings everywhere be filled with loving presence, held in loving presence. May all beings everywhere find great and natural peace. May all beings everywhere be happy and know the natural joy of being alive. May all beings everywhere awaken and be free. Take your time, and whenever you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes. how did that practice feel for you today? And for your pet, did you notice anything with them today? It's a good idea to take a mental note of how your pet acts or reacts to each of your practices as you share them together. Then, as time goes on, you'll have a way to interpret when and where support might be needed. This practice then becomes another powerful gauge, a useful gauge to use to understand and connect with your pet even better. So prior to this meditation series, you may not have even known the ways that you yourself have and are able to provide subtle, energetic support for your pet, physically and emotionally. And now you're well equipped. When working with the full chakra system, seeing each individual color of the rainbow can be an effective visual to hold throughout the practice. The rainbow is also expressed as one unified whole, symbolizing the integration of all the individual parts. You can also think of the mind-body system as an instrument, like a harp or a cello. Each string on the instrument needs to be in tune in order for the sound that it creates to be in harmony. The chakra system is the same way, thriving when it's in proper alignment. So, let's see, friends, what have you shared with us today? I think we have some questions from our pet-loving RoundGlass team that came in. Shay asks, I have 3 cats, 1 boy, 2 girls. After over 2 years of living together, the ladies still don't get along. Oh dear. What chakras can I work on to help them tolerate each other? Both are a bit high-strung. Well, actually, the heart chakra is a really good choice for that because it helps, of course, to open to unconditional love, to acceptance, to ease. So you will find, actually, if you go back and listen to and be guided through the heart chakra practice as an on-demand, you'll find that I actually tell a story at the end about our 2 dogs that weren't getting along for quite a while, and I did this practice with them, so you'll see a nice visual. Nicole says, my 5-year-old male Chihuahua Rocco is exhibiting high energy behavior. Will chakra work be beneficial? Where can I start and how often should I practice? Well, this complete balancing practice is going to be very good for all conditions, essentially, because it is tapping into that physical body as well as the energetic body of all the parts and pieces and aspects of our being. That sweep at the end is very helpful, and also particularly grounding is the root chakra practice. So the base chakra, that's also very helpful for anxiety and ungroundedness overall. Bailey says the meditations are helping my Garth, who is on day 5 of his hospital stay in surgery number 3. Oh, our blessings go out to you, Garth. I'm so glad that you 2 have been here and been able to experience this. Again, such a great way to balance, to bring healing to physical places of the body. Wherever that chakra is located, just tune in to that physical space, and that whole area of the body will be benefited and supported and cleared. So hopefully that's helpful, and we thank you so much for being here with us, everyone. My husband, Renee, who is always supporting us behind the scenes, even though you don't see him, kind of like Violet, they're off scene, but they, our dogs, and I, and our pet-loving peeps at RoundGlass have really enjoyed sharing this chakra series with all of our human and animal friends from around the world. Your interest and your enthusiasm to participate in these meditations are a true testament to who you are as a pet parent. Thank you. And as mentioned at the beginning of today's session, each of the single chakra sessions can be found on demand on the RoundGlass platform. So I encourage you to go back and find them, access them, and enjoy these practices often. Remember that you can also meditate with RoundGlass live every day via their website, round.glass, or on the app. Until we meet again, our friends, much love and namaste.
What is this mind that we think we are? This body, mind, intellect aspect of us. Who am I? Is that all there is? Or is there something more? Finding yourself, being oneself with yourself. That's yoga.
Yoga has become one of the most popular fitness exercises in the world. But many are unaware of the history of yoga.
The first text we have, which speaks about yoga, in the 4th century BCE.
4th century BCE.
Yep.
Dr. Poda will make this complex history and narrative into a very simplified version that all of us can understand, follow, and get inspired.
You've got to tame your mind. It's the worst enemy you have.
We're going to talk about how we can do simple daily things and incorporate small practices of yoga and meditation in our very busy lives.
You would begin with physical cleanliness, your body being cleansed, your environment being cleansed. It's the kind of food you should eat. So we have these purification rituals. It's not something that you do occasionally. It's every single day, every moment. You've got to be conscious. Each stage that you go through, you will realize yourself because you're a true seeker.
It is not an isolated set of things that you do sporadically. It is how you live every day, every hour of the day, and every hour that you sleep.
Yeah.
It is life.
I think what one does is incorporate little changes in your daily life. And the trick is to make changes that can be sustained. It's not a monthly program, it's a daily thing.
And that is yoga.
And that's it.
As momentous as it was when our little boy took his first steps, the subtle little things he picks up on are just as amazing. This morning when I left the house and I said, "Bye, Oliver," he didn't say goodbye. He said, "See you later." His favorite song is Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. And a few days ago, he asked me to play it for him. So I put it on the speaker and I watched him listen to it. And right in that moment where the song really kicks in, I saw him just start nodding his head to the beat. And that's not something I taught him how to do. It's something he picked up on by watching me. The little guy is a sponge. He's picking up on so much more than we think. It's a lot of responsibility, but it's also a wellspring of motivation. Because no matter what I might tell him, he is going to become as I am, not as I say he should be. If I try to fake it, the only thing he's going to learn is to fake it. I can't tell him to be a certain way. I have to become the person that I want him to be. When his mom and I were considering daycares, one of the daycares had a phrase that I just can't get out of my head. The teachers there strive to be a person worthy of mimicry. I think that is absolutely beautiful. It acknowledges something profound about parenting. As a parent, my job is to be the best I can be. There is no other way to truly teach the next generation. I've never felt more pressure and motivation to do better. I feel the need to carry myself in a way that embodies how I want my son to carry himself. And I know it's true because no matter what I do, I can see and feel my mother and father in me. Parenting is not only a responsibility, it's also a brilliant motivation to work on yourself. And that's exactly what we're going to do in today's practice. So find yourself a comfortable position, something that feels upright, like the top of your head is reaching for the sky, opening the back of your neck, stretching out the spine, but also grounded and relaxed, releasing your shoulders, releasing your hips and any other unnecessary tension you might be holding. You're simultaneously alert, yet grounded. You can close your eyes now if that's what you'd prefer, and take a deep breath. On the inhale, waking up, and on the exhale, releasing into the posture. And the first thing I'll ask you to do is bring a loved one to mind. Ideally, someone who depends on you. Maybe it's a child, maybe it's a younger sibling, or even someone who looks up to you at work. Just bring to mind anyone who you have an uncomplicated relationship with, someone it's easy to care about. When you've got someone in mind, you might picture them vividly in your mind's eye. Take this moment to dedicate your practice to that person. And even if that sounds weird, all I'm saying is bring them to mind and do this for them. Let that dedication motivate you to bring yourself fully to this practice. You might even reset your posture. Take another deep breath and get into that state of readiness. And when you're ready, choose a focus object that feels comfortable for you. It might be your breath. It might be paying attention to your body sensations or listening to sounds in your environment. And rest your attention there gently, yet also with a fierce dedication to this person. Choose a focus object that feels comfortable for you. It could be your breathing, or it could be body sensations in general, or sounds in your environment. Whatever you choose, see if you can bring that fierce dedication to the practice, while also being gentle and relaxed. What I'm asking you to do here is let the spirit of this person inhabit your practice and guide you forward to be your best self in this moment and in this moment and in this moment too. Whenever you notice your mind wander, use the opportunity to set an example of self-care. There's no need to be punitive or self-critical. Simply notice what happened and come back to whatever you've chosen as your focus object. So often, it's hard to get motivated in life. Yet what I've found is when you try to be your best self for someone you care about, the motivation comes a little easier. So bring that dedication forward for these last few moments. Acknowledge and thank this individual for, in a way, being here with you during this practice, for inspiring you. Okay, whenever you're ready, transitioning out of the practice, no rush whatsoever. You can open your eyes if they were closed. So how was that? What was the effect of dedicating your practice? If this is new to you, how did it feel different from your usual practice? When my wife was pregnant, I didn't really think I was ready to be a dad, and I was right. That version of me was not ready. But when my little boy was born, in those first few days, I became a different person. My body found previously untapped sources of energy and rose to the occasion. And even today, just thinking of the little guy, I can find deeper motivation and sometimes even a moral compass. And so sometimes I'll dedicate my practice to him, to give me that extra boost of energy I need to be the person I want to be. I hope this was useful. Thanks for your attention. Take care.
There are times where we need a bit of a refresh. This being as a tree meditation allows us to send up and down energy through our bodies, leaving us refreshed and grounded. Hi, my name is Lundub Jamyang, and I'm ordained in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. So take your position, close your eyes, connect with your whole body and with your breath. And then imagine yourself as a tree. What kind of tree are you? What season is your tree in? And how is that related to your life? Now do a quick scan through your roots, the trunk, the branches, and the leaves of you being a tree. Are the roots deeply penetrating into the ground, spreading vast enough to give you the solidity and grounding that you need? Adjust them where needed. Visualize them in a perfect shape to serve all your needs. And then focus on your trunk. Visualize that the energy moves up and down the trunk. And make sure that the energy can move freely. And then have a look at the branches. Do you feel comfortable with the way they reach out? If needed, adjust them so that they can serve your needs. Does your tree have leaves? Feel how they receive the light and transform it into energy. Now, when you breathe in, visualize that water and nourishment comes up through your roots, your trunk, going into your branches and into the tip of the branches. Receive the light through your leaves. Then breathe out, moving all the waste, the toxins, your tiredness, from the tip of your branches down to the stem and your roots, disappearing into the earth, and at the same time energizing you with white light. And then one more time, breathe in nourishment, moving up from the roots to the leaves, receiving light, and then breathe out while eliminating toxins through your roots and energizing you with white light. Then come back to your body. Feel your body. Start moving your arms, your legs. And when you feel ready, you can open your eyes. Enjoy your day, and thank you for being here with me on RoundGlass.
I was born and raised in poverty. I come from a culture that devalues women, a place where you're made to believe that you are good for nothing, you are worthless. The reality is that the absence of love can hurt as much as the presence of abuse. And then I'm here by myself raising a little one and I had no clue what I was doing. What is it that's going to help you? In my case, it was meditation, healing me from all of my pain from the past. I went to California to do my certification with Deepak Chopra. So I was trained by him, and it was wonderful. It was fantastic. But after that, there was so much more. I never stopped studying. I love this. I really do. For almost 2 decades now, I have been living in North America, raising my daughter, and I can tell you that the life-supporting emotions of self-love and compassion and kindness that we develop with meditation are naturally incorporated into my day-to-day life. We all have different reasons for wanting to learn how to meditate, from stress release and physical health to happiness and expanding creativity. When you incorporate mindfulness and stillness into your everyday, you open space for new insight and calm. I know it can change your life the way it has changed mine.
I know that without a spiritual practice, being a human is really hard.
We forget that life is a marathon and we are sprinting all the time. And what happens is something has to give. What gives is your peace of mind, your mental well-being, your physical well-being.
We at RoundGlass have chosen to take the journey of bringing holistic well-being to the world.
This is your waking life, and how you live it should be up to you. To me, the stakes really are that high.
You're here, you're showing up for yourself. That's amazing.
How do we make the world eat better?
My hope is that today's conversation will empower our audience.
I welcome you all, I invite you all. Come to RoundGlass, welcome home, and let's travel this journey together.
Breath is our most valuable resource. All it requires is our attention. I'm Curtis Smith, and in this session, we'll engage in a mindfulness session that's going to allow you to cultivate your calm and create clarity from within. So go ahead and find your point of stillness, get into a comfortable seat where you won't have to move for the next few minutes. Again, the idea is to be comfortable. I want you to be sitting upright, supporting yourself. Your spine should be elongated. And let us begin to find our stillness. And let's hold it. I'll invite you to either close your eyes, or if you choose to have your eyes open, just pick a point in front of you that's not moving and fix your gaze on it. And we'll begin with 3 deep breaths, in through the nose and out through the mouth. Let us take that first collective breath in through the nose. Release slowly through the mouth. Another breath in through the nose. Release slowly through the mouth. Another breath in through the nose. Release slowly through the mouth. Now just allow your breath to flow freely, this time in and out through your nose, and just relax. Paying attention to that breath as it naturally comes and goes. Just begin to notice the pace of the breath. Notice if you're breathing fast or slow, or somewhere in between. Notice if the breath is heavy or soft, or somewhere in between. Again, the point is to notice. We're not trying to get anything right. We're simply allowing our awareness, our attention, and our energy to be with our breath. If you find the mind wandering away, it's perfectly normal. It's your opportunity to practice mindfulness, and without judgment, just allow your attention to come back home to the breath. Again, our breath is our most valuable resource. It's what connects us all. And when we choose to connect with our breath, if only for a moment, we're connecting with our nature. We're connecting with calm. Notice where you may feel the breath and where it moves the body. You may notice the subtle rise and fall of your chest. I'll invite you to notice that sensation. You may even notice the cool sensation at the tip of your nose as you take air in. You may even notice the warm sensation as you release that air. Again, the point is to notice and be with the breath. Allowing our breath to bring calm. The breath can naturally regulate our emotions. And again, just notice breath coming and the breath going. Notice any changes or shifts in the breath. Again, it's not about getting anything right. It's about being connected to our breath, which gives us our power now. Keep focusing on the breath, allowing the breath to do the work. simply spending time focusing on our breath. You may notice other sensations that come up. You may get the urge to move. I'm asking that you stay committed to being with the breath. Keep feeding your attention to the breath. Even when the mind goes away, it's about redirecting the attention back to the breath. Even if it takes you multiple times, the power is in the breath. Let us begin making our way back to our space, perhaps wiggling your toes or your fingers. And as we maintain our stillness, I'll invite you to come back and open your eyes. And take a moment and notice how you're feeling. Notice what focusing on the breath has brought to you here in this moment. Know that our breath can be the therapist that we need, and it's always there for free. Breath is a powerful tool that is accessible to us all. Thank you for showing up for this practice. Thank yourself for showing up for this practice. I'm Curtis Smith. I look forward to seeing you again at RoundGlass.
What does compassion mean to you? To me, compassion is about trying to stop people from suffering and allowing people to live the happiest life that they can live. 20 years ago, when I first moved to India from my comfortable life in London, I find myself late at night in a remote Indian village. It was snowing, there was no light. My lift never came to pick me up. It was dark, there was no electricity, and it was absolutely freezing cold. And the thought came into my mind, okay, this might be my last moments on earth here. I could well freeze to death. And then out of this thick snow came this middle-aged man. He couldn't speak English, I couldn't speak Hindi, but somehow we communicated with each other, and he took me back to his room. He didn't know me. He made sure that I was comfortable, I got warm, I was fed, and I had a bed for the night. In the morning, his wife cooked me a lovely big Indian breakfast, and they arranged a car to take me to the next town. It was then that I realized what compassion really is. It's not just this warm and fuzzy feeling inside of us. It's a way to really change the world.
In life, all of us meet with things that we do not like. These can be small things, but they can also be deep traumas. And what we all have in common is that we try to avoid these kinds of experiences. And when we have a painful experience, we often do not want to connect with the feelings of being hurt. Welcome, my name is Lundup Jamyang, and I'm ordained in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. I have studied and practiced Buddhist philosophy for almost 25 years. In this talk, we'll discuss how to be with negative experiences. How can we relate to them so that they have the least negative impact on our life and even can result in a positive impact? We all encounter adversity. Even the most talented people famous people, rich people, successful people, even those who appear as always being happy, encounter painful events in their life. And we all know what it is when we don't get what we want, or when we get something that we don't want. It is unpleasant. Let me talk you through what happens in the mind when we experience something unpleasant. Our instinctive reaction is to push it away. We don't like it, and we react with aversion. When we experience intense suffering, that can even turn into anger and hatred. What do we do when strong emotions arise in the mind? We either suppress it or we live it out, depending on what we have learned in our upbringing. We suppress negative feelings by ignoring them or denying them, or we can distract ourselves by doing something that we like. We cover our painful experiences with the pleasure of attachment. There are many ways of coping when the pain is too much. When we express our suffering, we focus our agitation and anger either on ourselves or others. And if we experience extreme suffering, we might turn to verbal and even physical violence in an attempt to lessen our pain. Our emotional reaction is followed by a mental engagement where we repeat a story to ourselves about how we could have done things differently, or what we would like to have done or said to the other person. According to Buddhism, both ways of reacting are not helpful. When we suppress our negative feelings and emotions, they can turn into resentment and also physical illness. And when we express our suffering and offload our emotions, we might feel a relief immediately afterwards, which we appreciate. But this relief can be the beginning of developing a habit of offloading our negative energy. And that will make us more and more short-tempered until we won't be able to bear even the smallest unpleasant experience. In Buddhism, it is advised to find a middle way in this. I will guide you through this, and if you want, you can close your eyes and follow me. When unpleasant feelings arise, you allow them to arise. You feel the unpleasantness. You sit with it. You bear it. And you wait until it passes before you take any action. After the unpleasant feeling, automatically an emotional reaction of aversion, agitation, or anger arises in the mind. We cannot just stop this. Therefore, allow this to arise in the mind and don't interact with it. You step back from it and you observe it. And then out of habit, the mind might start to comment on what happened. You are agitated or frustrated and you give words to this. You create a story and you repeat a story over and over again. This is mental engagement. Also from this, you try to step back and you do not interact with the story that goes on in your mind. The aversion, the agitation, and the mental engagement repeating the story are all ways that we use to distract ourselves from unpleasant feelings. They are attempts to move away from our agony. We try to disengage from the event and can't accept that it happened to us. We think it is unfair. It shouldn't have happened to us. We don't deserve it, etc. This shows that we are suffering. We are in pain. Keep your eyes closed and focus on your breath as you continue listening. Although it is very difficult to avoid unpleasant events and therefore unpleasant feelings, we can train our mind to react in a more skillful way so that the unpleasantness can pass without leaving a trace of resentment behind. The first step we need to make in order to be with a painful experience is to accept the suffering fully. We accept that we lost something. We accept that we were humiliated. We accept that our friend turned into an enemy. We have to accept that things are not the way we would like them to be. Accepting the suffering means that we do not attach any story to the event that happened to us. It also means that we don't fight the event with our anger. And we also don't walk away from it by distracting ourselves with other activities or, for instance, substance abuse. Sitting with our suffering can be very painful. Take your time. Once you have the courage to do so, aversion and anger will calm down, and the mind becomes more peaceful. The mind becomes clear. And then you can ask your inner self for the best way forward. Only when you have fully completed the first step, you can look at the second step. Are there any possible benefits of what happened to you and the suffering that arises from it? Instead of seeing it as something negative, you can wonder how you turn this adversity into an opportunity for growth. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this event or this experience? What kind of qualities can I develop in dependence on this experience? I'll give you a few examples of some of the many benefits that suffering can bring. After that, you can let your imagination come up with more ideas. Suffering is a good remedy to our pride. Pride tells us we are better than others. But when we experience sickness or when we are in pain or we suffer in any other way, the feeling that we are better than others just melts away. One of the good qualities we can develop in our mind is patience. Patience is a mind that is undisturbed by harm. Our reaction to unpleasant experiences, our aversion, our agitation and anger, and the mental engagement that follows normally upsets the mind. Clearly seeing the disadvantages of such a disturbed mind and the advantages of an undisturbed mind can inspire you to practice patience. Suffering experiences can be a great way to learn to be kind to yourself. Self-love and self-compassion are crucial qualities that can help us move through difficult experiences of life. During a challenging time, instead of beating ourselves up or blaming ourselves, we can use it as an opportunity to mother ourselves and love ourselves warmly. Suffering helps us to connect with others. We can better understand what they are going through. Being aware that you share this experience with others can be an opportunity to connect deeply with other human beings. Suffering can teach us how to forgive. With forgiveness, I mean that we stop investing energy into not accepting an experience. Forgiveness means letting go of our reaction of aversion, agitation, and resentment. Forgiveness doesn't approve of injustice. You can still acknowledge that some actions were wrong or that you were wronged, but it is our responsibility to experience the hurt and then to let it go. If we can do this, the hurtful experience will not leave a trace in our mind, and we will become free of it. And take a minute or so to sit in all of the wonderful ways suffering can actually benefit us. And then bring your mind to a conclusion in dependence on this practice. To summarize, the way to be with adversity is that we first need to accept that something unpleasant has happened. We acknowledge the feeling. We observe our reactions to the feeling, but we do not engage with them. And once the mind has calmed down, we can wonder if we can see the event as an opportunity for growth. I've given you a few examples how we can extract benefits from unpleasant experiences. I hope it inspires you to develop a brave mind that can bear suffering and uses it for the good. Thank you very much.
Whirling is not just a simple movement. This primal universal movement is not just simply dance. It's a sacred dance. It's a fine art of meditation. Whirling is turning. Turning is there in all different dance forms. In whirling meditation, we find the stillness and the stable field of presence within us. For whirling meditation, we are keeping our turning continuous. We're turning around the axis of our own body, the spine. And it's not about taking 1, 2, 5, 10 turns. We sustain the turning as a continuous movement meditation over a period of time. But the sustaining of the practice is where the meditation emerges. Whirling is a meditation for deep healing. It's a transformative course that reestablishes our health with our body. The blueprint design of this body is to function in health, where we use whirling to turn into our body. We reconnect to the original design of health in our system. whirling is deeply therapeutic for us. Whirling on a regular basis can stabilize our nervous system, bring equilibrium, get us a sense of calm yet alert experience, and regulate our sleep cycles. On the other hand, if we have depression, whirling can rejuvenate us, kickstart the system, get us more energetic in life. So join me in this course of Whirling Mandala, the mystical art form for turning, and discover the secrets in your own body that can take you into the dimensions of spirituality and mysticism.
Stress is a natural part of existence due to the constantly changing ups and downs of life. While we can't stop the waves of life, from a mindfulness perspective, we can learn how to surf. Let's learn how to regulate, or surf, if you like, our stress from the inside out. Welcome to RoundGlass. I'm Lisa Kring, and I'd like to invite you to practice de-stressing right now. Rather than fixating on what's stressful, the invitation here is to bring our awareness momentarily to a safe and steady anchor in our own direct experience in the body, such as the breath, something that naturally regulates the body normally by harnessing the body's natural calming systems. This practice that I would like to offer is called STOP, and it's an acronym, and it is in 4 steps. S is for stop. This is to just simply pause whenever we feel out of balance due to stress. T, the next step, is to take a breath. This is where actually allowing our awareness to rest on a more neutral anchor in our direct experience. Third is O. This stands for observe. This is where we mindfully hang out in our experience, letting it be as it is, without interference and without judgment, without fixing or changing a thing. And finally, the 4th step is P for proceed. From this place of more awareness and more regulated presence, we can know how to best respond to any of life's waves. Stop is a practice that's easy and simple to use in any moment whenever you are feeling stressed. To try this on, I'd like to invite you to settle into a comfortable but alert sitting posture and bring to mind perhaps a mildly stressful situation in your life right now. Feeling into it enough as a felt experience so that you can tap into and regulate any associated stress. So settle in, and if you like, please close your eyes so that you can access your experience more directly. Take a few deep breaths, just as a way to connect to the breath, the reality of the breath in our direct experience, just as it is. You don't have to work at this, the breath is always flowing. It's an opportunity to really see firsthand what it's like to get out of our own way. So we'll gently move into the stop practice. So please bring to mind that situation in life that's mildly stressful for you right now. And so that you can just try this on, see if you can make this about a 4 or a 5 on a scale between 1 and 10. Mildly stressful, just so you can try this on. So allow this situation to move into vivid focus in your mind's eye. Bring it to life and place yourself there. Take in all that is around you. Where are you? Are there any other people present, or are you by yourself? Allow yourself to feel into this mildly stressful situation enough, just enough, so that you can actually feel the stress in the body, in the heart, and in the mind in this situation, letting yourself feel it enough. And as you get in touch with this situation that's mildly stressing, let's now very gently move through these steps of stop. So first and profoundly, just pause. This unto itself, for many people, it's just not the typical way that we relate to our stress. So just pause and acknowledge, okay, this is a moment that's stressful. I'll take some responsibility. And next, simply now take a breath and sit back and very gently, in a natural way, allow the felt sense of the breath just as it is right now, feeling the breath naturally, and let it move into the center stage of awareness a bit. Let everything else just for now, even what's stressful, just let it gently move into the background. What's it like to let that go just a bit? And allow the breath to move into center stage. Once you begin to rest to a certain degree in the breath, then move to the next stage. Still keeping this situation alive in your mind's eye. So move into the next step of observe. Simply see if you can hang out with the experience as it really is, allowing the breath to continue to lead, allowing it to be a steady anchor through the wave of this particular experience of life that's stressful. And simply rest in the direct experience of whatever you're feeling in the body in this situation, whatever you're feeling in the heart, and of course whatever is unfolding in the mind. And see if you can just let it be as it is without fixing or judging. Just rest in this experience as it is in the body, the heart, the mind. But continue to allow the breath to lead. And as you do so, you may notice that the breath naturally calms the body, reducing the stress naturally. You may feel this in your body as it's happening as you breathe. You may also notice that the mind becomes calmer as well. It's also nice in this step of observing to really step back and look at the situation now, perhaps from a more clearer place. What's really going on? Is it life-threatening? Or perhaps it's really not that bad. So take some perspective as well. It's a good thing to do when you observe the situation, stepping back, allowing the breath to lead. And finally, we can move into the fourth step of this practice, that of proceed. By taking this time, we've basically shifted from a mindlessly reactive mode and regulated our stress into a more mindfully responsive mode. So by the time we move to this final step of proceed, just take a moment and see if you can more skillfully navigate that situation from a place that is more responsive and more regulated. So as we end this stop practice, you can allow the situation to fade now. Let it go. Let it dissolve in your mind's eye. And just notice how it feels to have taken that time to allow the breath to lead, to regulate your stress. How did it shift your perspective? And also, did you feel the internal experience of stress regulation? Simply rest for just a moment now as we end. Just feeling the breath in the body now. Connecting to yourself as you are. Right now. So this practice of stop can really help us learn that it is actually our reactions that are causing our stress, not the stressors themselves. And this shift gives us a sense of internal control amid the waves that are unstoppable in life. So, in moments in life when surf is up, through this simple practice, we can stop, simply breathe, hang out and observe, and then proceed in a less reactive and more skillful way. And before you know it, you're surfing. Thank you for taking the time to work on your inner well-being.
Dr. Christian Wolf, unfortunately, won't be joining us right now because of some technical challenges we've been facing. While we hope that today we will be able to include her, please enjoy the rest of our continuous content on World Meditation Day. My next live conversation is with Masson Kip at 2 p.m. Pacific time, and it's all about starting to live your purpose. Up next, RoundGlass meditation teacher Johnson Chong shares how meditation helped him become the man he is today.
I meditate to find more joy in every moment in my day.
I meditate to deal with anxiety issues.
I meditate to optimize my performance training for triathlons.
I meditate to connect with spirit so that I can feel more deeply into my intuition and live more purposefully. If I didn't have meditation, I would probably still be a very anxiety-ridden human being. I would be probably very self-suppressive and not talk a lot about what it is that I'm feeling. Because if you met me when I was a teenager, you would see that it was very closed and I held everything in. I had to be the rock or the pillar, and everything had to be perfect and fine, and you could not sense or see that something was wrong. I was very logical, very scientific in the way that I saw the world, and if it didn't work in a certain way, I discounted it. And so I was a very different kind of person. And also coming from a traditional Chinese household, my parents were products of communist China, where they had to flee as refugees. So it was a very charged kind of childhood upbringing that kind of led me to close and seek more rational ways of operating. If it wasn't for meditation, I would be stuck in a limbo state. I would probably be figuring out a way to navigate my sexual identity, hiding it from my parents, and trying to live up to their expectations and secretly hating myself, versus stepping more fully into who I am. There's a fear of showing up and saying, this is who I am, and I know you're my family and I would love for you to accept me, but if you don't, that's also okay. I'm going to go off on my way. And that's kind of what meditation gave me the strength to do. It's the resilience to weather the storm. And that's the power of meditation. Yes, and versus yes, but. Yes, that was my life, and I'm going to move this way. Yes, and. Meditation is a yes, and. Hello everyone, welcome to World Meditation Day on RoundGlass Living. My name is Johnson Chong. You might be familiar with the shamanic journeys that I've been leading on this platform. Today I have something a little bit different, a little special for you. We're going into a sound healing journey with these crystal bowls to tap into our chakras so that we can enter and embrace this state of bliss. And the yogis know this state of bliss as Anandamaya Kosh, and the kosh is actually a sheath. It's a layer of self, and it's the most subtle, purest aspect of self that is almost intangible, but it can be definitely felt. And so what we'll be going through is an ascension of sound from a lower vibration from the red to then orange, yellow, green, we have blue, we have indigo, and then finally violet. All of these colors correlate to a specific chakral center. So the chakras are, you can think of them as discs of energy that exist, and they correspond also to certain physical functions. So the red will be around the root area, the orange will be around the navel, the sexual gland, sexual center, we call it the sex center. And then we have here the yellow that will be up in the solar plexus region, which is about 2 or 3 fingers lengths above your navel. This is the heart center, the green, at the center of the breastbone. And then we have the throat, that is blue. Ajna, or third eye, is indigo, so place of dreams and intuition, right smack in the middle of the forehead. And then we have violet, which is our connection to our environment, to spirit, to source, to everything that is greater than our limited notion of self. And this is up through the crown. And so we'll have about 2.5 minutes in each of these chakras to experience. I'll also be cueing verbally just a few suggestions to help you tap deeper into this state of nidra. Nidra in Sanskrit means deep sleep. It's a yogic sleep. And it doesn't mean you go completely unconscious, but that you're actually witnessing and receiving in a restful way, but with active participation of mind. So when you're ready, find your position, whether you're laying down or seated, and make sure you're able to breathe comfortably. You're welcomed to put one hand over the breastbone and the other over the navel, and let's deepen the breath together. Inhale, feel the belly rise, the ribs expand, and the heart elevate. On the exhale, soften the heart and the breastbone, soften the ribs, and finally soften the belly. Visualize the breath ascending through your entire body. Belly, ribs, heart and lungs. Exhale, visualize the breath descending from the heart, the ribs, and the belly. Let's do one more all together, full and steady. Inhale, belly, ribs, heart. Exhale, heart, ribs, and belly. You are welcome to keep your hands here if it's helpful, or you can rest your hands wherever they may fall in a restful, receptive position. Bring your mind's eye to your root center. Visualizing the color red swirling around the perineum, the sitting bones, the pubic bone, the tailbone region, the legs. This is your center of grounding. It is connected to the root of who you are, like the roots of a tree. explore to be who you are. And so allow the color red to swirl and restore these qualities of safety, belonging, trust into your root center. Bring your awareness upwards towards the sacral center, or sometimes known as the center of sexual life force energy, and visualize the color orange. You can visualize the sacral bone, the area near the navel, slightly under it, and all around. And start to visualize a sphere of orange light circling this space, revitalizing your sense of self, reconnecting to a more creative power that is the very essence of you. And this is your vibrancy. Allow the sounds to help you feel a bit more connected to your vibrancy. To the area 2 or 3 inches north of the navel at the solar plexus region, the center that governs your digestion, confidence. It's the center of me, my and mine, about ego, a healthy sense of ego. This is your willpower, your ability to move forward with conviction and courage. Tap into the color of yellow and feel it swirling around the solar plexus, restoring your sense of confidence, of courage. into the center of the sternum, at the energetic heart center, and connect to the color green, a pine forest green that is peaceful and everlasting. We arrive now at our center of compassion, of love. We arrive now into a space of inclusion, where it's no longer just about me and mine and my. It is about we. It is about love, unconditional love. So feel this color green swirling around and expanding your capacity to love fully. Shift your awareness up towards the center of the throat, towards the thyroid area, the neck, to your center of speech, where you are invited to speak your truth, to manifest your intentions from your heart, to communicate honestly and deeply from your soul. And so visualize the color blue swirling around the throat, encouraging more authenticity, more integrity in the way that you communicate, through words and also without words. Breathe deeply and feel blue swirling around the throat. Now tap into indigo, the color of twilight, the transition between dawn and the day. And visualize it swirling around your forehead, your third eye center, stimulating the pineal gland, your center of dreams, your center of intuition, your ability to perceive beyond anything that is rational, to connect to the magic of life, the magic of what makes you you and what makes life so divine. Feel into indigo, expanding your center of intuition, and start to activate your true dreams right now. Bring your awareness now to the top of your head at the crown, connecting to the pituitary gland with the color violet, like the 1,000-petaled violet petals of the Buddha, of one who is enlightened to the fact that they are more than just this physical experience. And so you are now connecting to source, to universe, to spirit, to that which is greater than self, to your environment, to the beyond. Visualize violet bridging the gap between your human experience and your divine experience. Connect to this layer of bliss, the Anandamaya Kosh of your purest essence. Staying deeply connected to your breath. Connect the rainbow of all 7 chakras, from red to orange, yellow and green, blue and indigo, to violet. And feel like you are in an orb of rainbow light. And allow the rainbow light, that is the essence of your soul, to spiral, to expand, to magnify, to become more full, more alive, more energized, more at peace, and more connected to your bliss. Visualize all of this energy that is always there, that is always moving, whether you're aware or not, to centralize deep within your spinal cord. And feel all the colors of the rainbow becoming infused with your physical, your mental, your emotional bodies, into your spirit body. and rest in the knowledge and in the experience of your bliss, of your joy, of your peace. And feel all of this radiating out from every single bone of your body, every cell, through your breath. And continue breathing in this way for the rest of this day, for the rest of this week, and take as much time as you need to return. I hope that you are enjoying our continuous content for World Meditation Day. Up next, where is your happy place? RoundGlass's Sunny Singh shares his thoughts on why rainy days make him smile. So tune in, and until next time, this is Johnson Chong, and I'll see you very soon.
Do you pursue happiness? Is it worth pursuing, or is it in you? I went back down the memory lane, and I remember I was a young kid in India, and it was raining, and it's a monsoon season. And the monsoon season is a very beautiful season in India. And I was walking, returning from school, going back home, and I was fully drenched walking in the rain. And I felt a sense of happiness and elation. And of all the ups and downs I've had in life, I remember that one moment that I was me. I was like at peace with the rain that was drenching me. But I didn't feel wet. I felt just, wow, this is nice. All these reflections of these moments and memories in my life has made me actually rethink, what is happiness? I want to know this whole universe of happiness, because driving a nice car, living in a nice house, eating good food, having nice parties is great. But that's not what has created the memories for me. When I go back memory lane, there are things that have touched me very differently, that my mind goes to it. I feel a sense of calm, a sense of, yeah, this is life.
Namaste, and welcome to this course on nature meditation. I'm Lama Yeshe, and I'm going to be your guide for the next 9 sessions, where we're really going to immerse ourselves into nature by using all of our senses. Did you know that the largest part of the human race now live in urban areas, more than ever before? So it means we don't get the opportunity to go out into nature, which nature is our natural home. We're animals. We were never born to live in houses, flying aeroplanes and driving cars. This is our home. This is our natural home. And by coming back to nature, we're helping ourselves with stress relief. We're reducing the possibility of having anxiety and depression. We're lowering our blood pressure. We're regulating our heart rate. We're building a strong immune system. So we're helping ourselves both physically and mentally. So I'm here in the wonderful forest here in the Indian Himalayas, but I understand that not everybody has this opportunity to come here. But you don't need to do this course. You can do the course in your local park, in an open green space, in your garden, even on your balcony, surrounded by lots of wonderful potted plants. So you don't need to be coming into a place like this to do this practice. We just need to get ourselves out of the house and into nature, where we can really start to engage. really start to immerse ourselves in the whole of this nature. When I was young, I was painfully shy, and I mean painfully shy. I used to hide behind my mother when somebody would talk to me. I didn't like meeting new people. I didn't like to be in a group of people. So I spent a lot of my childhood in nature, learning about how there's not me and then nature. We're together as one. And I learned so much confidence about how to interact with people just by coming into nature, spending some time, using all of my senses, listening to the sounds, looking around, touching the earth, grounding myself. All of these things we're going to do in this course. So as I say, you don't need to be in a forest like this, but you do need to get yourself out of the house and into some sort of open space. You need to be creative. So these practices need to be done in sequence, because slowly we start to build on those senses and we start to really immerse ourselves in the true meaning of nature. So whenever you have the opportunity, you can listen to this course the first time at home and try to do the practices at home. But then after you've gone through the course, go out and do the course outside, because this is where the true benefit is going to come from. In this session, we're going to be doing a breathing awareness practice, and we're going to ground ourselves in nature. We're going to focus on our breath and allow that breath to slow us down and really calm us down. We're then going to be smelling, taking some deep breaths in and really seeing if we can engage with the smells that are in nature. You know, a lot of the time we don't smell properly. We might pick up on one or two strong smells, but we miss a lot. And in nature there are so many things that have some really powerful smells. So we're going to look at breathing, we're going to do the smell, we're going to make ourselves immersed in nature, we're going to bring ourselves into the present moment so we're nice and relaxed and mindful. I'll guide you all the way through this process. So now all you need to do is sit nice and comfortably. If you can't sit on the floor, it's okay. That doesn't matter. If you are sitting on the floor, just make sure you're nice and comfortable so you don't have to move for the next 10 minutes or so. Put your back straight, but don't hold it rigid, just nice and straight, and drop those shoulders so you already start to settle down and to relax. Now for your feet, put your feet flat on the ground so you're really touching the ground, you're really grounded, and a little bit apart so you're nice and stable. And again, your hands can be wherever is going to be the most comfortable for you. When we do this practice, we're going to close our eyes. Now, some people are a little fearful of closing their eyes. Maybe they've had some trauma, maybe they're not comfortable closing their eyes. If that is you, then that's also fine. Just half close the eyes and pick a spot in front of you and just put a light focus on there and leave your focus on there. But if you can close your eyes, then do close your eyes, because your eye is your most powerful sense. And when we're trying to smell, when we have our eyes open, it means that we get distracted the whole time. So if you can close the eyes, then do. So get yourself nice and comfortable now, either sitting on the floor or sitting on your chair, and lightly close your eyes. So we're going to start off by doing 3 calming breaths. So breathe in slowly and deeply through your nose. Hold the breath. And breathe the air out through your mouth. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. And now breathe normally. So don't change your breath here. Just allow it to find its own natural rhythm. And I want you to just focus your awareness on the breath as it flows into the nose and then flows back out again. And try to keep your awareness on that for as long as you can. When your mind wanders off, and it will wander off, it's natural, just gently bring it back and start watching your breath flowing in and flowing out. And let's just sit for a moment just watching that breath flowing in and out. So without changing your breath, I want you to become aware of it. I want you to become aware of, is the breath long or is it slow? Don't change it, just become aware. And is the breath flowing freely or is it a little difficult? Again, just become aware of that. And is your breathing a little fast or is it a little slow? Again, just observe and become aware. The more that we focus on our breath, the more it slows down naturally, and it will find that natural rhythm. So let's just spend a few more moments just becoming aware of the breath. If you're feeling any tension in your body, as you breathe out, just relax your body. The more you relax, the more benefit you gain from doing this meditation. So now I want you to take some deep breaths in through your nose and just notice any smells there are in nature. Again, don't try to judge the smell or try to change it in any way. All I want you to do is just become aware of the natural smells in nature. So breathe in through your nose and then out through your mouth. And keep doing that for a moment. What can you smell? So now breathe normally again, just allowing that breath to flow naturally. So remember, any time that you have the opportunity to go into nature, sit quietly, watch your breath, and then take some deep breaths in through the nose. And just notice as many smells as you can. So before we finish this meditation practice, I want you to reflect back on it. What was it like when you were watching the breath flowing in and flowing out? Did it calm you down? Is your mind more peaceful now and your body more relaxed? And when you were engaging with the smells in nature, did you manage to notice many different smells that you haven't smelt before? Did it connect you with nature? Did it make you feel like you and nature are one? So now I want you to just very slowly start to open your eyes. But just sit here a moment, just bringing yourself back into the outside world. So how was that? In this session, the whole idea was to really show you that when you come into nature, you can calm yourself down, bring yourself into the present moment by simply watching your breath. And you can really engage with nature and immerse yourself in nature by taking some deep breaths in and really smelling everything that nature has to offer. So I hope this session was beneficial for you. Namaste.
I know that without a spiritual practice, being a human is really hard.
We forget that life is a marathon and we are sprinting all the time. And what happens is something has to give. What gives us your peace of mind, your mental well-being, your physical well-being.
We at RoundGlass have chosen to take the journey of bringing holistic well-being to the world.
This is your waking life, and how you live it should be up to you. To me, the stakes really are that high.
You're here, you're showing up for yourself. That's amazing.
How do we make the world eat better?
My hope is that today's conversation will empower our audience.
I welcome you all, I invite you all. Come to RoundGlass, welcome home, and let's travel this journey together.
One isn't born with anger. I tend to think of things like anger, stress, anxiety, depression as adaptive behaviors due to childhood conditioning. Our parents can pass on anger and hatred and fear to us. If you grew up in a country where there has been war on your doorstep, you are going to have fear, anger and hatred, and that's going to be passed on to your children. If you are somebody who is a person of color, you're born into systemic racism. Inevitably, you're going to have racial trauma. All of us experience trauma, no matter what form or race or gender that we are in. I grew up in an orphanage. As a child, often if we were caught talking at night, we would have to stand in the hallway with our hands on top of our heads, facing the wall. I spent a lot of time facing the wall with my hands on my head. And so I just naturally went into meditative spaces. And then I was incarcerated at the age of 15, and I did a lot of solitary confinement. And in that solitary confinement, I went into meditative states. And then I would say that when I went out to Australia and I had the privilege to live among the Yolngu up in Yirrkala, I had the privilege to access dream time. There's a practice in meditation that's called just sitting, and these people knew just sitting. And that was it. I just knew that when I came back to England, I had to transform my life. and I came back with stillness. I didn't have to look anywhere. When I was ready, it was there for me. If we go down the route of trying to get rid of emotional states like anger, anxiety, and stress, we've failed at the beginning. One will think, I will never ever have anger again. I will never have stress or anxiety again. The reality is we live in a world where there is a lot of stress and anxiety. And what we're trying to do is that these emotions don't have the same gravitational pull on us. And I say mindfulness is for everybody. The breath is our birthright, and mindfulness is about coming home to the body, coming home to the breath. If everybody in this world was in touch with the breath, it would be a completely different world.
The kitchen for me is like a very therapeutic space. I feel like a source of relief when I walk into a kitchen because it's almost like I'm home.
Reminds me of my childhood.
Hi, my name is Shinari Freeman. I'm the executive chef at Cadence New York, and I'm a vegan plant-based chef. I do mostly vegan soul food and vegan southern food, trying to educate people on healthier alternatives to the foods that they already know and love. So switching out a lot of the sugars for natural sugars, switching out some of the fats that we're used to for a different fat. Also not compromising when it comes to texture and flavor, and approaching vegan food through vegetables and not soy products and processed foods. Some fresh chives, lots of chives. We love chives. I have a very big family. I'm the youngest granddaughter out of like 22 first cousins. Everybody in my family can cook. We've always thrown like very big family events, and food has always been a very big staple for these events and something that's always brought us together. When I first started really cooking for myself, I started cooking oodles and noodles. I would add in hot sauce. I would cut up a hot dog and fry them and add those in. I would add in like a bunch of seasonings. Sometimes I would add an egg. My family gave me the nickname Noodles. I just thought I was a chef at like 10 or 11 years old. I tend to talk to my food. Awesome. I tend to use my hands a lot as well, which is something that I talk about throughout the course. This is a very good moment to get closer to your food and have sort of like a different connection. I chose to pursue a vegan, plant-based lifestyle after having like some health issues. I was working in the bar and restaurant industry, and I decided that I needed a full body detox and just a whole change. So I adapted the diet for about 30 days, which turned into 7 years. When people try my food, I've heard, wow, like I can't believe this is vegan, or like, oh, this tastes like meat, or this is even better than my grandmother's something, or my aunt's something. I hear all types of amazing compliments, and I'm just grateful that my food is being received that way. So never be afraid to approach something new. I'm Shinari Freeman, and I'm keeping it green.
One isn't born with anger. I tend to think of things like anger, stress, anxiety, depression as adaptive behaviors due to childhood conditioning. Our parents can pass on anger and hatred and fear to us. If you grew up in a country where there has been war on your doorstep, you are going to have fear, anger, and hatred, and that's going to be passed on to your children. If you are somebody who is a person of color, you're born into systemic racism. Inevitably, you're going to have racial trauma. All of us experience trauma, no matter what form or race or gender that we are in. I grew up in an orphanage. As a child, often if we were caught talking at night, we would have to stand in the hallway with our hands on top of our heads, facing the wall. I spent a lot of time facing the wall with my hands on my head. And so I just naturally went into meditative spaces. And then I was incarcerated at the age of 15, and I did a lot of solitary confinement. And in that solitary confinement, I went into meditative states. And then I would say that when I went out to Australia and I had the privilege to live among the Yolngu up in Yirrkala, I had the privilege to access dream time. There's a practice in meditation that's called just sitting, and these people knew just sitting. And that was it. I just knew that when I came back to England, I had to transform my life. And I came back with stillness. I didn't have to look anywhere. When I was ready, it was there for me. If we go down the route of trying to get rid of emotional states like anger, anxiety, and stress, we've failed at the beginning. One will think, I will never ever have anger again. I will never have stress or anxiety again. The reality is we live in a world where there is a lot of stress and anxiety. And what we're trying to do is that these emotions don't have the same gravitational pull on us. And I say mindfulness is for everybody. The breath is our birthright, and mindfulness is about coming home to the body, coming home to the breath. If everybody in this world was in touch with the breath, it would be a completely different world.
Welcome back to our all-day event for World Meditation Day. I'm Prakriti Bodar, the Global Head of Mental Health and Wellbeing here at RoundGlass. When talking about trauma, my next guest says, befriend your triggers, welcome them, and allow them space to be here and start to ask them where they came from. Your triggers are the canvas of your transformation. I'm very excited to introduce you to Maston Kip. He is an entrepreneur, best-selling author and coach, and a trauma survivor advocate. Maston began his career in the music industry 19 years ago. 3 years later, he hit rock bottom after abusing drugs, alcohol, cocaine. And since then, he's dedicated his life to helping millions claim their power. He'll share cutting-edge tools to break through your blocks and initiate rapid change in your life. Maston, unpack what that really means. Hi. I would love to have you unpack that statement of befriend your triggers, welcome them, allow them space to be here, and start to ask them where they came from. Because your triggers are the canvas to your transformation.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so great question. So I think, when we think about meditation and what meditation is, depending on the definition, it's a process of reflection, right? And I think today, especially in our achiever world, a lot of people utilize meditation to get more done and to override what's happening in our bodies. And when we're triggered, when we have a very intense emotional response, we know that trauma, which we can talk about what trauma is in a moment, trauma is remembered sensorily through our body, through our thoughts, feelings, and physical sensations. So when a trigger comes up and we try to either block it or push it away or try to elevate beyond it, we're effectively telling those parts of us that they're not welcome here. And so when we look at a trauma-informed approach to meditation, what we're saying is there's a response that's coming up. There's a trigger that's coming up. There's something coming up, and it's coming up for a good reason. And so the more that we can befriend it, turn towards it, be curious about it, and make it welcome. Joseph Campbell has a great quote. He says, every feeling fully felt is bliss. And I think the same thing is true when we have a trigger. It's a very uncomfortable emotion. But there's a lot of value in our triggers because typically there's experiences that we've been through. Our nervous system takes in data and information and says things like this are not safe. And then we have a reaction or response in the present moment. And usually what's triggering us in the present moment isn't anywhere near as bad as what we've been through. So when we are able to identify, one, that we are triggered, And then 2, have an awareness around it. And then 3, turn towards it instead of away from it. We can understand where it came from. And when we understand where the trigger came from, why it's there, everybody in life has a purpose, but our triggers also have a purpose. And when we stop making them wrong and we start being curious about them, that is really what I mean when I say it's the canvas of our transformation, because every trigger has a root cause. And when we understand what the root cause is, we realize our nervous system is doing what it's supposed to be doing. It makes sense. And when we make sense of our triggers, they tend to lessen because they're trying to get our attention for one reason or another. So that would be the sort of basic frame that I would share about what I mean when I said that.
Well, that's amazing. It kind of looks to me like a tapestry that you sort of walk through, which gives you a whole canvas.
Big time.
I know that it's really important, I think, for us today, because you talk about trauma in so many different ways, and there's so many different ways to speak about trauma. A definition of, loose definition, of course, of what trauma really means, and what are we looking at when we're talking about trauma?
Yeah. So there's, like you said, there's so many different definitions. You could go to the American Psychiatric Association. You could look at Freud and his original work. You could look at Carl Jung. You could look at Bessel van der Kolk or Gabor Mate. Sam said there's lots of different people, Dr. Bruce Perry, who Oprah has worked with, and everybody has a slightly different definition of trauma. What I've done is I sort of synthesize things. Now, I'm an NMD, which means not a medical doctor, but I've done my best with my 20,000 hours of coaching people to make things practical and how to apply things in real life. So when I look at what trauma is, it's not just the big dramatic things that we think it is. Trauma is really an experience of threat or disconnection or isolation that creates a physical or an emotional injury that ends up what's called dysregulating our nervous system, our emotional system, our brain, our body, our health, or our energy. So if our brain, our body, our health, our energy, our nervous system is not operating in an optimal way, there's usually some type of physical or emotional injury that is causing that to be the case. And so trauma is primarily experiential. It's something that we've been through. So there isn't a lot of thinking that's going to get it out of us. It's about experiencing things in a new way. But if you have stress or depression or anxiety or mental health issues, if you have overwhelm, if you don't feel like you're enough, if you feel guilty, if you feel basically anything other than usually your best self, there's a lot of evidence to suggest there's some type of adverse experience that you've been through that's causing your nervous system and your body to react in that way. So by that definition, it's pretty easy to say that if you're a human being, you probably have some type of trauma in your history, whether or not it's obvious and whether or not it's dramatic doesn't necessarily matter, because we want to look at the symptoms. And the symptoms of trauma are some of the things I've just shared. So I've sometimes stopped trying to convince people they have trauma and talked about trauma symptoms. And pretty much everyone I've met goes, yeah, I got that. And so we trace that back to something that has caused them to feel that way, basically.
That's amazing. And I love your NMD. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's super cool, right? Like non-medical doctor. But, I have a theory about non-medical doctors. Non-medical doctors have to go through the grind, and the universe has a way of giving them that very experience to overcome or to work through using the skills and the doctorate they really have, which is non-medical. But the experience gives them so much in terms of the education in that realm. So I'd love for you to share your experience of trauma and how you've sort of worked through it to make it a superpower for yourself.
Sure. Yeah. So I think, first of all, what qualifies someone to work with trauma isn't a degree. I think what qualifies someone to work with, shamans have been working with trauma since the beginning of time. That's why we would go see a shaman. So they don't have a degree in every medical breakthrough that we have around trauma, every shaman is like, yeah, we know yoga is great. Meditation is great. Psychedelics are great. We know, it's not innovative. These are thousands of years old, guys. So I think what qualifies someone to work with trauma is how safe you are to be around and the work that you've done on yourself and your knowledge base. I think those are the primary thing. And when we look at the neuroscience, the change agent with trauma is the level of safety that you feel. So sometimes people will say a certain modality didn't work for them, but if we look back, it's usually they didn't feel safe with the individual they were doing the modality with. So you want to prioritize safety. And so for me, trauma shows up in different ways with different people. For me, you know, I had a lot of neglect growing up. My mom had a broken back. She was in the hospital for the first 10 years of my life. So my father was focused on taking care of her. So I was left alone a lot. And so for me, I have a sort of a neglect-based trauma, and that resulted in a ADHD, attention issues, working memory issues, different types of neurodivergence in my nervous system. And I do my best to manage it the best I can. I have not been traumatized in ways where adverse populations have been traumatized. I think when you take a trauma-informed lens, it's important to acknowledge and identify the systems that create trauma. So there are cultural systems, structural systems that produce trauma for different people in different ways. There's a lack of equity and equality for certain people of certain skin colors, orientations, or sexual orientations. And so trauma shows up very differently for different people. But the trauma that I've been through is nowhere close to the same as someone who doesn't look like me. But in my own way, I've had my own type of trauma that resulted in my own nervous system adjusting in a certain way. And it's been very hard to, you know, function in a lot of ways. I have a degree of neurodivergence that, you know, my working memory is not as great as the next person. I have to have lots of cues around me. It's hard for me to, you know, recruit help and support. I work really hard on team building and things like that. And ultimately, because of the ADHD, or I think it was ADHR, attention deficit hyperactivity response versus disorder, because it is a response to trauma. I think about like the amount of structure I've had to put into my life, and those structures become standard operating procedures for myself and for other people. And, you know, I'm really good in intense situations. So I'd be able to become an entrepreneur and make it through multiple failures, multiple successes. I've built a lot of resilience. And I've also learned how to grow through adversity. And also I think that my trauma, while I don't look like everybody or sound like everybody and have the same gender as everybody, I think that the number of people that I've worked with, I have over 20,000 hours working with people. I've done a really good job listening. So I spent the first 15 years of my life, like really just taking care of my mom and listening to her. So I've become, as much as I can, a safe place as well to help people in the way that I can. So in terms of making it a superpower, I think that, you know, all the things I've been able to do in a way are not just because of the trauma that I've been through, but I think the response that I've had because of that trauma, the support that I've had. I don't believe anyone is self-made. I think everybody has help. And it's really taught me how to ask for help in beautiful ways as well. And also, and last thing I'll say on that is that I think it's put me in a place where I can take risks and be able to go through intense things in a way that maybe other people can't. Because, you know, ADHD, we seek out adrenaline and dopamine wherever we can, including business.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it really shed a little bit of a light on everybody's trauma having meaning and not belittling somebody's trauma because it may not be as grave as somebody else's, but the way trauma responds in the body, mind, and spirit is equal for people and cannot be judged. And I think that is exactly the kind of, you know, space that people need when they come in to talk about a trauma that they may be judging themselves on. And I think that that's really important because people often think that my trauma is not big enough. Why am I dealing with this? Like, I shouldn't even go to somebody to talk about this. It's kind of seems so silly. And yet it's that very small trauma that they're judging and labeling that actually sort of takes the joy out of their life. So I think you're absolutely right. When you're
many times minimizing your pain is a trauma response also. So, you know, it's inconvenient for people when we're younger, if we don't have parents that are well regulated, to be upsetting to be around. So a lot of people have even been through significant things, feel like whatever they've been through is not enough. I was in a room once where I had a woman with a significant trauma history, did not feel enough to help somebody because she didn't have a PhD. And directly across the room from her was someone with a PhD, but didn't have the trauma history, and neither felt like they were enough because the PhD didn't have the trauma history and the person with trauma history didn't have the PhD. So, you know, that imposter syndrome and not feeling enough and making yourself small is certainly a way that trauma can manifest in everybody. And it's hard to say that there's big or small trauma because for each person it's significant. There is this idea of big capital T trauma and lower T trauma. That's more for, I think, public to understand that like neglect can be super traumatizing, just like abuse can be. But trauma is big no matter what it is for you. So, but we do minimize it because most of us were told to minimize that stuff and move on. And that makes sense. But I think it's important to inspect our pain and understand that it is significant and it does matter. And especially if you think it's small, to give yourself the gift to inspect that for sure.
And what I got from like how you were talking about this was at one point there was a bit of a laugh, and I know that I do therapy for people as well. So laughter can be very it can be trauma that's being covered in that laughter itself. And I'd really love for our listeners and people who've tuned in to understand that trauma doesn't always have to be represented in, and often isn't represented very obviously in the way in which we're expecting to receive that knowledge. Can you shed some like the red flags that people can look out for if a loved one is going through something, for them to identify and maybe be able to help somebody who's going through a traumatic time?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite trauma therapists is a gentleman named Dr. Frank Anderson. He's a leader in internal family systems, Harvard-trained psychiatrist. And, he was talking about suicide, which is such an intense topic. I've had a lot of people in my life, unfortunately, take their life, so I'm very familiar with it. And one of the things that Dr. Anderson and this methodology of internal family systems believes, and I think a lot of therapies have this approach as well, is this idea of unconditional positive regard and making all parts of you welcome. And Dr. Anderson was talking about, answering a question from one of his therapist clients he was training, who said, but what about suicidal parts? Like, what do we do with those? And even just like the question, like when you start talking about something like as intense as suicide, it's like, even the response is like stressful for the other person, right? And Dr. Anderson's response was like, what do you say to a suicidal part? You say, welcome to the party. Thank you for being here. Why are you here today? Tell me more. Because the more you make all parts welcome, including parts that may present. I mean, if you're a parent and your kid tells you that they want to commit suicide and you like react, oh my God, you freak out. That's not helpful, right?
Yeah.
What's helpful is, wait, honey, tell me more. Tell me more about that. Why? Thanks. I'm so happy you feel safe enough to tell me that, right? So I think the best thing we can do, one, is our own work, right? To do our own work, because family is always triggering. I don't care who you are. Family is triggering. And then also, when someone is going through a hard time, the pressure sometimes that we put on people to change, or the worry that we have for them, creates additional conditions that just make the problem manifest more, versus being curious and welcoming to like, oh my God, like the best thing you can say to someone, for example, who may be talking about something like suicide is, I am so happy you felt safe enough to tell me that. Like, tell me more. Because that part is clearly asking for help, right? What we don't want to do is you don't want to react out of fear or frustration or concern or over concern, because again, it sends a message to our system that part's not welcome here. And the cure for suicidal ideation is connection and love and feeling seen and safe, right? So I think the more that, and then that's an extreme example of it, but if someone's going through a hard time, being there, and the core of a traumatic experience, Bessel van der Kolk says, is not feeling safe, not feeling seen, not feeling heard, not feeling recognized, and you're in isolation. So the more that you can be curious about somebody else's experience and help them feel safe, seen, heard, recognized, the better it's going to be. And if your stuff is coming up as you're doing that, you better start doing your work too.
I love that. I know that you were, by the way, I've been listening to all your podcasts and kind of like going through whatever's out there on YouTube and like really tuning into who is Matt Kip, what makes him tick, what's he doing, what's he talking about, right? So I know you really well. But what I loved was like in a conversation, you were talking about Tom Brady and how he uses the most painful parts to let go of that trauma. And I know I do trauma work, like I was saying, and it is strong work. It is not weak work. It is you're pushing against your system. I want you to talk about the kind of power that you need to have to allow yourself that strength as well to push through.
Yeah. So Tom Brady is I mean, he's obviously a phenomenon. He's in his late 40s and he's still in the NFL, which is at the highest level. So, I mean, that's incredible. He actually talks about in his book, The TB12 Method, he talks about physical trauma because he's being hit all the time. And he talks about that in the TB12 method, creating what he calls positive trauma to reduce negative trauma, which for him, negative trauma is like impact trauma when he's being tackled. So what he does in the TB12 method is he'll put himself into the positions that could be potentially hurtful. And then he'll work on the fascia, he'll work on the muscle and create what he calls more pliability so that if and when his system is going to have that impact, it's able to easily absorb the impact, which is one of I actually can't believe he wrote a book on it and revealed his secrets while he's still in the NFL, by the way. I would not have done that until I was retired. But the point is that like he's priming his system to be flexible and to be trained so that when he takes a hit, it's able to be fluid and it's able to be flexible enough to absorb it and not break. And the same thing can be true for our own nervous systems. We create what's called emotional flexibility. And what we want to do is and this gets back to triggers. What we want to do is in moments of trigger, we actually want to practice. We want to pre-visualize being triggered. Okay, this is going to trigger me today. This is the last time I was triggered. We pre-visualize it, we experience it, and we observe ourselves making a different choice, having a different outcome in those moments. That can be tremendously powerful when you prime your nervous system to better deal with triggers and you create more emotional flexibility. And when I read Tom's book, I was like, he does the same thing with his muscles and his fascia that we do with people's emotion. Like, this is so cool. I already liked him so much, but like, this is just really, and he literally uses the words positive and negative trauma, which I thought was so cool.
That's amazing. And I know that obviously watching and listening to you, that you went through something recently with your body and backtracked it all the way to a family trauma that you were dealing with in the present time, even though it was like 5 generations ago.
Yeah.
Like
I'm surprised you found that. Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. Good research. Yeah. So in a trauma-informed approach, there's kind of, I hate to make it about 2 sides, but there kind of is 2 sides. There's the perpetrator and the victim. And these are 2 different sides, opposite sides of the coin. So when we look at, like, in America, we have, Afro-American people, we have the LGBTQIA2SQ plus community, and many other communities, the indigenous population. There's many different communities that have been traumatized. And they fall on the perpetrator victim spectrum as populations primarily on the populations that have been victimized. My family history is that of the perpetrator, and it's been very profound. So I actually couldn't walk for about 6 months in 2020, which had nothing to do with COVID. My feet, and there was no diagnosis. I went to so many doctors. I'm obsessed. I have the best doctors, the best specialists. I went to like 20 people. Nobody could diagnose me. It drove me crazy. And then I finally was actually ended up chatting with a cousin of mine, and my maternal side, my family is the DuPont family. And the DuPont family, we have the DuPont company that makes all these textiles and, Kevlar and all these different things, plastics. But many things, one thing that people don't know about the DuPont family is the DuPont family dealt in arms, which I knew. So we supplied the North during the Civil War, French-Indian War. But the DuPont family also created the plutonium that was used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which is really intense. Millions of people died in those 2 experiences. And so I had this moment where I was doing this work and I was like, my feet were not working. There was so much pain. And there was this like part that I got in touch with that was like, there won't be one more DuPont who's going to hurt the world. Like you're not going to hurt the world. And I was like, didn't you know we're doing trauma work? And it felt very generational. It felt very ancestral. The work of Rachel Yehuda, she documented this in Holocaust survivors, how generational trauma can be passed on to the next generation. And I look at my family history and on one side you could say, sure, yeah, Hiroshima and Nagasaki is something that ended World War II. There was a lot of good in that. You could also say millions of people died also. And it explained why I never made it to Japan. Like I had this aversion to Japan and I have an intention to go there in the next year or so. But really coming to terms with like the dark side of what my family has done. And then being able to say, hey, you know what, you're on the perpetrator side. No wonder you're so attracted to this trauma work. Let's change it around so that you can have a career where you actually kind of get to be a transitional character, which is someone who in one generation stops passing down trauma. So usually that's a transitional character is thought of as someone who's experienced a lot of trauma. I want to be a transitional character on the other side where people like me stop hurting people and start helping in a different way. And that was extremely profound. And as soon as I had that revelation, oddly, my foot stuff started to clear up, and I haven't had, I'm knocking on wood right now, but I haven't had pain since. So there was something in my system that was ready to be cleared. And there's a lot that we don't know about the somatics behind sometimes the sensations and sicknesses that we have. But I definitely believe that there was something there that was generational, that once I became aware of it, my physical symptoms improved, and it was documented by my MD doctor, and you can talk to her about it, and she has the files. It's a real story, but it's definitely something that was very strange. And I'm surprised you found that.
Well, that's my job.
It's good research.
Thank you for that. I really do want people to experience your rapid transformation. So if you can lead us into a session where we can experience some of your work, that would be great.
Sure, no problem. I can do that. And I think what I'll do for folks on this is I want to do a brief meditation on what's called an implementation intention. Okay, and we'll have music start in a moment. So there's a gap between what a lot of people intend to have happen and what actually happens, because what we do is we visualize usually the outcome, right? The latest research and neuroscience shows that if you visualize the behavior that you want to do that will help you achieve the outcome, it will actually have more effect than if you just visualize the outcome itself, because it's like doing a rep. It's like instead of imagining yourself as being strong, you visualize yourself doing reps, because reps are what are going to make you stronger. So instead of visualizing or meditating on feeling peaceful, I thought what we could do today is we could visualize what's called an implementation intention, which is if your intention is peace, we're going to visualize a trigger, experience yourself having a trigger in a safe way, and then imagine yourself doing something differently in the moment of that trigger. So I'll walk us through a guided process briefly. We'll do it safely, and we'll see how it goes. So I invite you to kind of close your eyes, close out your iPhone, put the apps down, stuff like that. And if we want to start the music, I'm happy to do that. And we can go through a brief little guided process. Beautiful. So yeah, I invite you, if you want, to close your eyes until it feels comfortable. And then take a deep breath in and hold the breath and squeeze the body. Relax the shoulders and face, and then slowly start to exhale. And one more time, just take a deep breath in and hold the breath and sip in a little bit more air and squeeze the body, but relax the shoulders and face. And slowly exhale. And before we get started, I want you to imagine a person, alive or passed on, fictional, celebrity, whomever that comes to mind. It could be a character, it could be a cartoon, someone who makes you feel really safe, someone who represents safety for you. Who is someone that represents safety? And I would invite you to invite them with you into the room. And because you have the power of creative imagination, I want you to place this same person, not just in front of you, but on your left and on your right and behind you. And I want you to settle into a feeling, a sensation of safety in your system, knowing that you're safe and you're guided and you're grounded. And as you're doing that, could you bring to mind the last time that you were triggered, the last time that you were upset, the last time that you were frustrated? And just for a moment, kind of run that sequence and notice who was there and what was triggering and what was going on and how did that feel in your body? What did it sound like? And imagine that moment for a second, really feel it. And then I would invite you to bring your hand to your body, wherever you feel this trigger in your body. Bring your hand there for a moment if you want. Always your choice. And then as you bring your hand to that part of you, that piece of you, that part of your body, imagine moving forward in your life. Imagine moving forward to the next level. Maybe it's the next level in a relationship, the next level in wealth building or in business, the next level in your health. And then imagine a scenario in the future where this same trigger comes up and stops you from moving forward. Visualize that. Give yourself permission to feel it. Really notice what this part's trying to tell you, and see yourself being triggered. Experience yourself being triggered in the future, but this time with the awareness that this part is here. Could you imagine taking a different approach? Could you turn toward this part of you and ask it, how old do you think I am? Ask it, what purpose do you serve? Ask it, how are you trying to keep me safe? And really thank that part of you for doing its job. This part of you's job, this part of you that gets triggered, its job is not to help you expand. It's not to help you grow. It's not to help you feel peaceful. This part is designed to help you feel safe. So thank that part of you for doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, which is keeping you safe. But let it know the actual date. Let it know today's date. Let it know how old you are. And let it know that we have a chance to do something different this time. Before, we had this old behavior, shutting down or isolating or getting mad or quitting or something else. But could you, while you bring this part with you, visualize yourself being triggered, but making a different choice this time? Choosing to open up instead of shut down. Choosing to express yourself instead of staying quiet. Choosing to set a boundary instead of collapsing. And let this part of you know that you're older and that you're wiser. And practice rehearsing. Really feel yourself making a different choice. Setting the boundary, speaking up, declaring what you want, whatever it is that you didn't do. Imagine yourself doing it differently this time. And then just for fun, let's try that one more time. Imagine yourself in the future going for something new in your health, in your relationships, in your wealth or business or finances, expanding to your next level, and then imagine that trigger coming up again and feel it in your body. Feel that trigger. But instead of trying to breathe it away or push it away or eat it away or agreeing with it, just stop and notice where it is in your body. Bring your hands there and ask it, how old do you think I am? Why are you trying to keep me safe? And thank it for doing its job. Thank you for trying to keep me safe. Did you know that I'm today years old? Did you know it's today? The date is. And we're going to make a new choice. Really give yourself permission to thank this part of you for keeping you safe. And then imagine, see, hear, feel, and know as you start to make a new choice. Where before you would collapse, this time you speak up. Where before you wouldn't say anything, now you're going to say something. Where before this trigger would happen and you would collapse a boundary, now you're going to be firm in it. Before you would stay, now you're leaving. Or maybe before you would leave and now you're going to stay. Just imagine yourself, feel yourself doing it differently in the middle of the trigger. And the more that you can rehearse this implementation intention of a trigger coming up, of turning towards it, thanking it for doing its job, and then visualize, see, hear, feel, and know that another choice can be made. You prep and prime and train your system for the next time you get triggered to make a different choice. And that's how you start to claim your power with your choices. When you make a different choice, when you're triggered, that's how your life changes. That's how you stop repeating your history, but also honoring your system and the beautiful, brilliant job it's been doing to keep you safe. Just for a moment, thank this part of you. Thank the person or people that are with you that have helped you felt anchored and safe in this brief experience. And before you open your eyes, I would invite you to take one more deep breath in. And hold the breath, squeeze the body, relax the shoulders and face. Slowly exhale. And remember that anytime you want, you can take a brief moment, invite in someone who's safe, imagine yourself being triggered, but then befriending the parts of you that are keeping you safe, and visualize and train your system to be ready to make a different choice without overriding. Give yourself this gift each day. Whenever you're ready, feel free to open your eyes, come on back, and just be curious.
Thank you so much, Masson, Kip. That was really enlightening. It actually does help you first identify who the safe people are in your life. But I love how you made sure that you said it could be anybody, even imaginary, because in case people don't have a safe person in this life, they
That's
still
right.
have access to a safe person. Thank you very much for that, because not too many people do that.
Yeah, no worries. My pleasure. My pleasure.
My next live conversation is Tap Into the Effortless Journey and Creativity, which is at 3 p.m. with Sura Kim.
I know that without a spiritual practice, being a human is really hard.
We forget that life is a marathon and we are sprinting all the time. And what happens is something has to give. What gives is your peace of mind, your mental well-being, your physical well-being.
We at RoundGlass have chosen to take the journey of bringing holistic well-being to the world.
This is your waking life, and how you live it should be up to you. To me, the stakes really are that high.
You're here, you're showing up for yourself. That's amazing.
How do we make the world eat better?
My hope is that today's conversation will empower our audience.
I welcome you all, I invite you all. Come to RoundGlass, welcome home, and let's travel this journey together.
I meditate to develop healthy habits.
I meditate to take myself a little less seriously.
I meditate to deepen my spiritual practice.
I meditate to be a better mother. Meditation, first thing in the morning for me, really helps me to focus and be present and remember to connect with my children throughout the day so that they feel my love and my focus on them. It's being present and emotionally bonding with my child like I wasn't emotionally bonded with my mother. So I'm changing the way that I parent so that my child feels fulfilled and loved and connected to me. There are so many things that scream for our attention. Getting that 5-10 minutes in the morning to just be, to just feel yourself really changes the way that you start and work throughout your day. I think that meditation is for everyone. You just have to give it a chance.
Did you know when you cultivate an attitude of gratitude, your brain transmits two powerful neurotransmitters, dopamine and serotonin, that enhance your mood almost instantaneously, making you feel good inside out. Namaste, I'm Yogini Mansi, your wellness coach and yoga and meditation teacher. An absolute privilege for me to welcome you to this session, a short practice to cultivate a gratitude practice that you can tap into when you need to feel good inside out. We know that gratitude is one of the highest frequencies we can resonate with. When you're in a space of offering gratitude for all that is, you're tapping into a divine power that is accessible, that makes itself available to you. The neurotransmitters strengthen their pathways, making you, enhancing within you a sense of compassion, loving kindness, and profound gratitude. Please join me for this short practice as we come standing. If you have a mat, that would be wonderful. As we step away, step wide, left toes facing to the left, right toes facing to the left. So all your toes facing to the left. From here, we're going to start to bend into the left knee. As we tie the arms back and behind us, lifting your chest skyward. As you start to take a deep inhalation, exhale, hinging from the waist, dive down with the center of your heart, offering your forehead to the earth. Wherever you are in your forward fold journey, honor that. As you come into this practice of the humble, divine warrior within you, remember you are the spiritual warrior that is going to lead you into an illuminated path. As you inhale, lift the head up, still pushing down into the gravity of your left thigh, into the strength. As you inhale, release your arms and lift them skyward, coming into a space of an exultant warrior. As you inhale and exhale, let your heart open, awaken, and breathe deeply. As you exhale, bring the arms down, straighten the left leg, unravel, and slowly turn all your toes to the right as you sink into the power, the flexibility, the strength of your right thigh. Inhale and exhale, tie your arms back and behind you, clasping your hands, opening your chest, rising through. And from this rising, root down, exhale, hinging from the waist, coming into your humble, divine, offering warrior. Inhale and exhale, top of the head facing the ground as you become an expression of gratitude itself. As you inhale, start to unhinge from the waist, release your hands back and behind you and let them envelop your energetic presence as you open yourself to the sky. Inhale and exhale, your arms in the celebration mudra, in the mudra of gratitude. As you exhale, slowly release the hands as they waterfall down through the side of the body. Release your right leg as you bring your left hand to dive all the way down. Step your right leg back and behind you and offer yourself into the earth. As you come into the space of full surrender, bring your arms ahead of you in Namaskara Mudra and drop your forehead to the earth. Stretch your toes back and behind you and then let yourself melt. One cell, one atom at a time. Let yourself dissolve into a space of compassion, into a space of divine wisdom, into a space of abundance and joy. As you connect at an intrinsic level with every breath, with every beating of your heart, know that this wholeness brings healing. Inhale and exhale as you soak in the full expression of this offering. Slowly unravel your hands, bring them along the sides of the body, under your shoulders, under your chest. Lift yourself up into your knees, taking a beautiful stretch in your Balasana, offering your forehead to the earth once again. As you inhale, undulate the spine and find yourself in a place of comfort, in any seated position that feels available, that feels comfortable, that feels restful. Place your palms on your knees as we come into our meditation practice to cultivate gratitude through our mind, body, and spirit. We know that a life of gratitude is a life of profound beauty and bliss. I invite you now to join me for a heart-centered meditation practice to cultivate gratitude and step into abundance and joy. As you're ready, find a comfortable seated position, palms resting on your knees, palms facing up. As you begin to close your eyes, lengthen the spine and start to relax the body, letting go of any stagnancy or tightness anywhere in the body. Bring your awareness through the length and breadth of your being, and if you notice any tightness anywhere, breathe into that part of the body and release it. As you feel yourself expand with every in-breath, surrender with every out-breath. Tap into the pulsation of the life force within you in all of its vibrance. Offer gratitude for your breath, the breath of life. Offer gratitude for your gates of perception, all that you can perceive around you. As you continue to melt with every breath, awaken to the beautiful bird song, the sounds of the chirping birds that awaken you each morning. Offer gratitude to the whispering stream, perceive the array of colors, of radiance and vibrance that you can see through your eyes, both open and closed. Offer gratitude for the nectar of life that you can taste and smell. Offer gratitude for you. As you offer gratitude to the magnanimity of Mama Earth, to the resplendence and the antiquity of the mountains, to the expansiveness of the oceans, offer gratitude to the splendors of nature around you. As you acknowledge and access the wisdom of the network of the roots of the ancient trees, as you offer gratitude to the expansiveness of the oceans, to the antiquity of the mountains, to the warmth of the sun, to the grace of the moon, and the scintillating stars upon the night sky, offer gratitude. Offer gratitude for all the blessings that immerse you, the food that you eat that becomes you, the access to the purity of water that quenches your thirst within and without. Gratitude to your friends and family that support you beyond reason. Offer gratitude to your tribe that makes you thrive. Cultivate this. Let it emanate through every cell in your body now. Offer gratitude to the solidity and the grounding within you, to the reservoir of creativity that you are. Offer gratitude to your willpower, determination, and the power to transform. Offer gratitude to all the love that you're capable of offering and receiving in equal measure. Offer gratitude for the freedom that you experience, for your authenticity, for your divine wisdom and your awakened consciousness. Bring it home. Offer gratitude for your breath again. Bring it home. Offer gratitude for this day, not any day, but today, this day that's been presented to you as a gift, as a most precious gift. Live this day as if it were your very last. And then you will offer to this day the honor that it deserves. Let your heart fill with this expansiveness as you cultivate gratitude, abundance, joy, bliss and beauty. Let it multiply. Take your time to slowly bring your hands to heart center as you connect to your physical heart. As you connect to a radiant heart, a vibrant mind, and a body that's the epitome of well-being. Salute your spirit. Inhale and exhale as you bring yourself back into this moment, feeling enraptured, encompassed in an ever-growing sensation of gratitude, joy, and abundance. In the here and now is the most precious gift of life. As you remember to keep this with you, use this practice to help you grow through what you go through, to illuminate your path even in times of darkness. Slowly let the light enter through your eyes as you come into a soft, graceful, beautiful smile through your lips, bowing to the offering of the practice of gratitude within you. Remember to come back to this practice as and when you need to enhance and multiply the infinite gifts of gratitude. Yogis, I'd like to leave you with one mantra. Remember, what you practice grows stronger. What is it that you're practicing? What is it that you're growing through your energy system? Are you practicing joy, abundance, and gratitude to live a life of profound beauty and bliss? Blessings from all of my heart to yours. I'm absolutely honored and deeply grateful that you could join me on this joyful journey to this gratitude practice. Blessings from my heart to yours, yogis. Keep this practice alive and pulsating through you. I wish you a joyful and abundant journey ahead. Namaste.
I'm awake and ready. I'm awake and ready. I'm awake and ready. I'm awake and ready. I don't think you were expecting that, were you? Looking at super conscious living exercises. You know, I never expected that as well when I was first introduced to these exercises. There's this misconception in our minds of the super conscious state. Somehow we think of it as this high and mighty state of being that's reserved for a chosen few of God's saints. But the very fact that we think of it as a far away potential state essentially keeps it far away from us. The superconscious state is just a state of joy. It's a state of higher awareness, and it's a state of high energy. Now, of course, we can meditate, and meditation is probably the most amazing way to go about it. But meditation requires us getting into the zone, getting really still. Sometimes it's too passive for us, and it takes a while for meditation to really begin to show this powerful effect. What we need in our lives is something we can choose instantly, immediately. Hi, I'm Shurjo, and in this class, we're going to learn how to draw the superconscious state to us instantaneously. You know, when you're happy, we never wonder why we're happy, what's making us happy. When we're happy, it's all good. But it's when we're unhappy, when we're upset, when we're in a mood, that we start wondering and we start thinking about ourselves. Why this? Why that? The superconscious state is that, where we're not thinking about ourselves. So whenever you find yourself going into a mood, getting a little bit low, you're going to need an instant pick-me-up. Something that's going to redirect that energy instantly, in that moment. And this is what the superconscious living exercises are about. Because as adults, you know, we get so serious in life, and we need to break that seriousness. We take ourselves too seriously. And when we think of being children, children were always high energy, children were always laughing, children seem always to be in joy. You can give them the smallest little thing and they'll find a way to draw joy out of that. That is the experience I want you all to have today. So if you're ready, there are 6 exercises we are going to go through. They go by in a breeze. You're going to have to be open to look a little silly sometimes, because that's what's going to break that conception that that superconscious state is just this state of dignity and being really reserved and just completely negating the world altogether. No, it's embracing everything that exists. So if you're all right to stand up, that's what we're going to do. But if you cannot, remain seated and find a way to mimic some of these movements and affirmations. Remember, I'm awake and ready. We're going to do some affirmations with each movement. So not only is the energy going to be flowing a lot through the physical movement, the affirmation is going to give direction to that energy. Let me just introduce you to each of these 6 exercises so you just get a sense of it, and then we'll do them together in one continuous flow. The first exercise you already saw, and it was just walking in place vigorously and then loudly affirming, I'm awake and ready, I'm awake and ready, I'm awake and ready. You know, this is something that we need to be all the time. Life has so much to give us. There's opportunity everywhere. There are lessons for growth everywhere. But because often we're dull and we're kind of like a little low energy, they're just passing us by. So we're moving towards every opportunity with great enthusiasm, and we're saying, I'm awake and ready. No matter what's going on, I'm awake and I'm ready. Come whatever will, I'm awake and I'm ready. So that's the first exercise that we'll do. The second exercise, the movement is this way. Out as we open our heart, in front as we reach out into the world, and then jumping up as we offer that energy joyfully to the divine. And with this movement, we're going to have the affirmation, I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. Positive so we can open our heart, let whatever come. I will always see the best in it. Energetic. As I reach out into the world, I send my energy there, blasting before me any obstacle, and enthusiastic. You know that word enthusiasm, where it comes from? It comes from the Greek word en theo, which means in God. Essentially, being enthusiastic means you're already in God. So that's what this movement is. Opening the heart, giving to the world, and then giving to the divine. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. After we've made this baseline of the attitude that we're going to hold, awake and ready, positive, energetic, enthusiastic, we're now going to work with the body a little bit. Our body is our vehicle of consciousness. The body allows to take our consciousness wherever it needs to go. So the body needs to start obeying and getting in alignment with these thoughts. So we're going to make our knuckles and we're going to start wrapping these knuckles all over our body as if we're like, wake up, wake up. And while we do this, we're going to say, I am master of my body. I am master of myself. So while we do this, I am master of my body. I am master of myself. Reminds me of that gorilla who's like really the master of everybody around him. I am master of my body. I am master of myself. After that, we're going to continue with the body and we're going to shower the body. We're going to rub our hands all over the body, just giving it a breakfast of energy. And we're going to say, awake, rejoice my body cells. Awake, rejoice my body cells. There's a lot of awakening that needs to happen because that's what superconsciousness is. According to the yogic tradition, anytime we're in the conscious or the subconscious mind, to the yogi, he assumes we're asleep. And only when we are in the superconscious state does the yogi assume that I am now fully awake. So even the body has to feel that. And so we say, awake, rejoice my body cells. The last two exercises, we're going to focus on the brain. If the body is the vehicle, the brain's the engine. This is where our consciousness is expressing itself from. So again, with our knuckles, the same that we did on the body, we're now going to do on the skull. And while we're tapping all over, we're going to say, be glad, my brain, be wise and strong. Be glad, my brain, be wise and strong. Be glad, be joyful. That's the superconscious state. Be wise. Always know what's right to do in every circumstance. And be strong. Don't be swayed by public opinion. Don't be swayed by what others are doing, what they think of you. Be strong. Be glad, my brain. Be wise and strong. And the final exercise, and this one I want you to do when you close your eyes, is just massaging the brain, the scalp, moving it all over. It's as if you're kneading, a ball of dough, and kneading the brain and just changing it functionally, structurally, allowing it to redefine itself. And when we do this, we affirm out loud, awake, my sleeping children, wake. Awake, my sleeping children, wake. All right, so those are the 6. Walking in place, moving with positivity, energy, and enthusiasm, then getting all our body cells to be masters of our body, then awakening them so that they can rejoice in the day that we're going to experience. And then we go up to the brain, to our filter of consciousness. Be glad, my brain, be wise and strong. Finally kneading it and saying, awake, my sleeping children, wake. And then we're ready to face anything, absolutely anything. So are you ready to do this with me? One continuous flow? All right then, let's begin. Walking in place. I'm awake and ready. I'm awake and ready. Big smile. You've got to really exaggerate these movements. I'm awake and ready. I'm awake and ready. I am positive, energetic, enthusiastic. 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 Now start waking up the body. And all over, all the way down, and then start to affirm, I am master of my body. I am master of myself, like that jungle gorilla, affirming I am master of my body. I am master of myself. All over, I am master of my... In the back as well, if you can get to it. I am master of my body. I am master of myself. Now start rubbing all the surfaces on your body and say, awake, rejoice, my body cells. Awake, rejoice, my body cells. Awake, rejoice, my body cells. I want you to feel that heat all over the body. We're just reprogramming all these cells. Awake, rejoice, my body cells. Now up to the brain, rapping on the skull with your knuckles. Close your eyes if it helps you. And then just see each tap on the brain as a little sparkle of light inside. And then let's say to it, be glad, my brain, be wise and strong. Be glad, my brain, be wise and strong. Be glad, my brain, be wise and strong. Now kneading, with a little tension, with a little power, knead that brain, move the scalp all around and joyfully affirm, awake, my sleeping children, wake. Awake, my sleeping children, wake. Awake, my sleeping children, wake. All right, let's be seated for a moment. How do you feel? If there was ever any mood you were in, if you were thinking that, it was just the energy was going down even a little bit, there's no way after this you were feeling joyful. There's no way after this that even a part of you is feeling a little bit low. That's the power of doing something so simple, so silly almost, and here we are, experiencing the superconscious state, ready to do absolutely anything. My wife and I once, we put a challenge out in our ashram to all the devotees who live there. And we said, we're going to do the superconscious living exercises 6 times a day for an entire week. And so everybody's like, all right, let's do this. The first thing was the moment we wake up, like the moment we wake up, you get out of bed and it's, I'm awake and ready, I'm awake. Just has to be that kind of power. And so we said, let's do it 6 times a day for an entire week. And starting with from the moment we wake up. And I say, when we wake up means here I am in bed and boom, I'm up and I'm awake and ready. No sluggish, okay, I'm up, let me see, all right, let me do this. You have to put that energy out. So we did this 6 times a day for a week. Everybody said that was the best week of their lives. They said no matter what issue they were facing, they just broke through them all. Not for a moment, they said, after the second day, did they experience a mood? Did they get upset about somebody who said something to them? Because the superconscious state started to vibrate in their very consciousness. So are you ready to choose this superconscious state? Are you ready to truly choose joy? And we're not just going to sit around and wait that one day, perhaps, by an act of grace, this will descend into our own minds? Well, I hope you are. And I really hope that you are ready to choose that joy. And at least, if nothing else, if not even these exercises, at least you know there are many things you can do with your body, with your words, with your energy, that will naturally lift you up into the superconscious state. Well, I'll see you in that state always. God bless you.
Hi again, I'm Prakriti Podar, Global Head of Mental Health and Wellbeing here at RoundGlass. Thank you for joining me for this session, Tap into Effortless Energy and Creativity with Sura Kim. At 28, Sura was working on Wall Street and spiraling into feelings of suicide. After a deep journey inward, she discovered exactly what made her light up. She developed a simple 3-step, heart-centered approach to cultivate energy, flow, and creativity. Hi, Sura, welcome.
Hi, Prakriti, thank you.
I'm really excited about having this conversation with you. I may look really calm right now, but it's because you led us in a meditation in the green room. But I'm fully prepared to walk this journey and really get people to understand what is this effortless energy that you're talking about.
This effortless energy is something we can tap into through meditation. Some people have experienced energy healing, where they begin to tap into this divine flow, whether it be through energy healing or Qigong or Tai Chi. And when you go really deep into your practice, this is available to you, and it brings this blissful, healing energy that's very uplifting and allows you to be present and clear and really tapped into your intuition, your higher knowing.
Well, thank you. For our viewers, I know that Mushan just read something where there was a person whose first time it was meditating, and we're getting so many of those conversations that are coming up on our live stream. For somebody who's a first time tuner into meditation, how do they start to explore what these sort of the steps to this effortless energy may be?
Sure. I think first-time meditators, I know when I was first meditating, I thought it was something that was very hard and you had to use a lot of focus and concentration and effort to sit still. And so when I first started learning, I was very tense because I was trying so hard to meditate. I thought I had to control my mind and empty my mind. And it was very uncomfortable, basically, having to meditate like that. And it wasn't until years into my practice that I realized, oh, you can just relax and slip in to meditation through relaxation. So first, developing that skill of relaxation as a beginner is essential. Just learning how to let go of tension and deepen into your breath. And so that's the first step, is allowing your body to become relaxed enough so that it can receive this flow of energy that's always available. And then the second step is to listen. So when you listen, and I said listen to the farthest sound outside, notice what happens to your energy. It becomes receptive. You become still. And just by turning on that listening within our heart, we also become open to subtle energy and impressions, what people also refer to as guidance or insight. And that's why meditation, the purpose is self-realization, because you begin to realize your true self just by sitting in stillness. And then the third step is intention, that actually you can harness the stillness and the peace from your meditation and concentrate on an intention, whether it's something you want to experience in your life, or if it's healing or blessings for someone. You can send this energy out when you're in a field of non-resistance. It tends to flow out. So you can set an intention at the end of your practice and really focus your day and your energy.
Well, thank you. I want to go back to your personal story of sort of coming into meditation and what that was like for you. What was the sort of resistance that you may have felt when you were sort of working at Wall Street, and how that movement or that friction with that work actually led you to realizing that maybe there was something wrong and opened your eyes up to other possibilities?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was working on Wall Street, that hard and fast kind of glamorous lifestyle, and had basically achieved and made more money than I ever could have dreamed of. And yet I still felt, I was fulfilling the real dream, so to speak. And I still felt so unfulfilled and empty and lonely and depressed. And I was just spiraling personally. And I didn't want to be here anymore, basically. So I prayed to find a way, and that's what led me to meditation. And the first time I began to just sit and count my breaths, and I taught myself from a book, that's when I began to experience the healing power. And I cried a lot when I first started learning how to meditate. And it was just being able to tap into that feeling of joy again that I didn't feel since I was a child, and feelings of passion and lots of life and color that led me to want to study meditation full time. And that's when I went to India and to Asia.
Lovely. I really want to tap into your meditation as a practice, because it focuses on the feminine, divine, creative energy. And for our viewers out there, what does that really mean? What is the feminine divine energy? What is the feminine energy? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? What does it look like? How do people recognize that? And how do people really invoke that?
Yes. So when I was practicing these traditional styles of meditation in Asia, I noticed that there was a lot of rigor and discipline, austerity, and having that focus. And what I realized was missing, because all these traditions and styles of meditation have a lot of wisdom, but they've all been founded and shared from a male perspective. And I felt what was missing was this softness and this nurturing, this gentleness that really allowed me to surrender more deeply into my own practice, the permission to cry and heal emotionally. Really, when tapping into your emotions, what that can do for your personal practice, right? Like allow you to feel deeper feelings of peace. So when I allowed myself to tap more into what I would call this creative feminine healing energy, which is related to maybe what people call manifestation, this creative power, this infinite energy that we all have access to, it can really enhance your life, your vitality, your energy. So that's kind of, around like healing, prayer, manifestation. They're all aspects of the same source, and we can tap into that source through meditation when we allow the feminine energy to really come in. So feminine is really more expression. Maybe in the past we've learned about meditation as a way of restraint. We have to restrain and kind of hold ourselves to sit in stillness. And that restraint or control or transcendence of the mind and of the body, of our emotions. And with the feminine way, it's more about expression. It's like going into our emotions, going into our mind, using our mind to focus and create what we want to see happen, because we have this ability to be creators in our life, right? Like it's more than just watching thoughts. We can actually affect our world and what's around us and tap into our creative power. So really tapping into that space within ourselves through expression. So yeah, in meditation, we might have learned to like really hold back our voice, perhaps, hold back our energy, our sexual energy, our emotions even, that we feel like we have to go to another place in our emotions, not just be in our emotions and express those emotions. So it's more about permission and allowance, and allowing that creative energy to flow through you.
Well, thank you. I find this subject fascinating, because my name, even just Prakriti, means the divine feminine energy. I mean, that's what it is. And everything that I learned from the Indian tradition is that it is kinetic energy. It is in movement, it is in motion, and it is the ultimate creator. So I love how you're bringing creativity in, which sort of leads to the manifestation of a life that is awakened and living a life that is awakened. And I know that you have a 3-step program that gets people to understand that creative energy. And I would love for you to share a little bit about what that is.
Sure. I also wanted to say about your name, that dynamic flow, so maybe more without the creative feminine, it's like maybe that sitting in stillness, that rigor, and then the feminine being movement and dance and singing and expression, right? Ecstatic dance, reach that divine consciousness energy. So that's just an example of creative energy being fluid and dynamic, being allowed to move versus maybe just being really still and staying in that stillness, right? So the 3-step program is our meditation coaching program as well. So it's starting with we combine meditation together with the practice of coaching. And what I discovered when I first started coaching people is that they were like, the mind was all over the place. So if we could just start by taking a few breaths and getting connected to the heart space, it kind of released the walls, and the guard would come down and kind of open up that space for vulnerability and authenticity, and people were able to connect to their truth more readily when they were given permission just to be still and sitting with someone else in that stillness to guide them through that experience. And also listening as a coach, when you really open up and you listen to someone with your heart, what that can actually open up for other people. And then lastly, having that, again, that intention and setting an intention when you're working with someone, tapping in through intention and using the creative power of the imagination to visualize and embody what it is that they want to take action on, and really holding them accountable to those intentions and those actions. How powerful that can be when you're holding a neutral, non-judgmental, compassionate space and really listening to someone, taking them in from that place of compassion. It just opens up the space for healing and possibility for people, and can accelerate their progress.
Do you have any example of this kind of transformation that took place with somebody that you worked with? I know you can't probably share names, but just an example of how a person can start with where they are and wherever that may be, to coming to where they need to be to actually live this life which is present in its moments of living.
Mm-hmm. I think just starting with relaxing and not being so hard on the self, starting a little bit each day with a feeling of encouragement for yourself. I think that people take meditation as another checkbox to do on their list in the day, and it's sort of like getting through it. But really, it's a privilege. This is a time for you to sit with your spirit. It's like your most important executive meeting, where you get to tune into your inner self and focus on what's important. So just taking a few minutes to tune in and relax each day without any pressure or feeling of obligation, or I have to do it good enough, or wondering if you're a good enough meditator, but just allowing yourself this permission to have time to yourself at the beginning of each day, and noticing how practicing and listening affects the flow of the rest of your day, affects your relationships, what happens. Maybe you begin to experience, and this is something I love to talk about a lot, is synchronicity, things coming together at the right time, at the right place, with the right people, and just manifesting very quickly, more than you could ever imagine in that way, because you're so in flow with life, you're tapped in, you're listening. That's your time to get online fine,
What I find really fascinating, I know you said that you work a lot with women and helping them sort of tap into the source. What you're talking about is basically getting in the flow, the effortless flow, and enhancing your creativity as well, creativity in how you live. Do you find that when you work with men on this, I don't know if you are working actively with men, but obviously there's a place for this in everybody's life, and how that actually impacts them to open up and be vulnerable, and the changes that brings into a person's quality of life.
Mm-hmm. I used to work with high-powered oftentimes male executives who had a lot of responsibility and stress and felt pressure every day to, meet those profits. And what I found is through yoga, through meditation, that permission to just let go, just the softness of, laying back on a bolster and opening your heart, opening your body, allowed the release of this hard energy. We live in such a yang-based society of doing and going and having to produce and perform. So when they could just surrender themselves and not be so in control, I saw these men soften and they cried. They were able to release tons of stress just by, learning how to breathe. So I found that men very much loved the restorative practices because I kind of specialize in that restorative energy where you start to feel that flow of energy and that build and balance of your energy. And they loved like the aromatherapy and like the soft, gentle touching because it just allowed them to melt. And also energy healing, they benefited also from. And so people would say, Sura, I'm afraid to bring this into mainstream. I'm afraid to bring it to the business world. And I tell people, oh, the people I worked with loved it. They felt it. Once they received the benefit of it and they feel the energy and the movement of energy, they, they love it. They fall in love with that practice. So it's really giving people the experience and allowing them to decide for themselves if that's working for them and benefiting them.
Well, thank you. I'd love for people who've tuned in to experience this. And if you could lead us into a guided meditation, which allows us to share in this.
Sure.
We'd
I'd love
that.
to.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So wherever you are, just let yourself be comfortable. And what's important before meditation is kind of allowing your body to feel open and relaxed so that you feel totally tension-free and at ease in your physical body. And you could take a nice deep breath, inhale and exhale. Let it go completely down into the earth. Take this time to become aware of your body. Gently scanning your body from the bottoms of your feet all the way up through your legs into the core of your body, to the arms and the top of your head. Exhaling and breathing back down through your body, letting go of the thoughts, the stress, any activity from your day, releasing it, surrendering it to the earth. So there's nothing to hold on to, nowhere to go, no one to be, just here. Permission to be present here in this moment. So noticing how your body feels, letting it relax, and imagining this beautiful flow of energy that's allowed to move through your feet and your legs, through the whole body, your spine, even around your body like a waterfall, flowing, clearing away any blocks or pockets of tension. And taking this time to bring your attention to your heart, like you're resting in the back of your heart. We'll take a few heart breaths. Imagine that you can breathe in from the back of your heart, centering in the heart, and exhale out through the front of your heart. So we'll breathe in peace through the back of your heart, centering, and exhaling out love through the front of your heart. Breathe in peace. Pause. Breathe out love through the front of your heart. Take a few more breaths like this. Breathing in. Breathing out. And this time when you breathe in, let yourself experience stillness in your heart. And exhale. Breathe out. Surrendering to the stillness in your heart. Becoming present with your whole heart. And noticing what it's like to be present with your heart. Becoming aware with a sense of compassion. Compassion toward yourself, for all that you are, for all that you want to accomplish and be, and also compassion for others and everyone in the world. For people who may also be struggling or stressed or confused. Just allowing yourself to listen and observe with a sense of compassion. If you like, you can place a hand on your heart just so you can become aware of the energy here, and the other hand on your lower belly. And take this opportunity to tune in to your heart space and ask, what does my heart truly want? What does my heart truly want? Does my spirit want to experience in this lifetime? Just letting yourself be open, receptive to the energy of your true heart's desire. and imagine receiving this beautiful blessing, energy. May we all have true peace. May we all be safe. May we all be healthy. And may we all be free. Blessings. Namaste.
Namaste. That was so amazing. Thank you so much for leading us through that. And thank
You're
you so much for
welcome.
being here.
Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed our conversation today.
Me too. My next live conversation, Awaken Your Power and Purpose, is at 5 p.m. Pacific with Nico DiMattina.
How do we make the world eat better?
When you cook for yourself with whole ingredients, it's kind of one-stop shopping to a healthier lifestyle.
I believe one must enjoy every bite that you eat. And you should eat mindfully. And you should eat well.
Spices are a treasure trove of health and healing that have been used for centuries. It really is a party in the mouth.
At RoundGlass, we are bringing you the best chefs in the world to show you how to eat better and live longer.
My approach to vegan food is through vegetables and not soy products and processed foods.
Wow, I'm like impressing myself.
When people decide to go plant-based, they think it's gonna be really complicated. So I'm gonna break it down for you. The fundamentals of vegan cooking is sticking to the 5 vegan food groups. This delivers.
The food vertical within RoundGlass Living is gonna show you how to build a relationship between food and your life. So they have a holistic awareness of what you put in your body and how it can lead to a better state of being.
Little steps in every little recipe can mimic the little actions that we take to live a more mindful and intentional life.
Nourish your spirit with food. Join us and create your path towards well-being.
It's really important to step away every once in a while and get out into nature and really appreciate all of the things that we can cook with, and not only just cook with, but really appreciate the world and all of its beauty. I try every once in a while, as much as I can anyway, to step away and take a walk in the park and maybe even take some time to forage. And having that connection really makes me feel like I'm a part of something bigger, but also I can really understand how to tell the stories that I want to tell with food, using nature as kind of my language. After a few years of working in the culinary industry and not really feeling that I was connecting with food in a way that was nourishing on all levels, emotionally, physically, spiritually, I really just wanted to reconnect in a deeper way, and I found that in Black herbalism and old folkloric herbalism, I found a way to kind of reconnect to food through my ancestry. Today we'll be brewing for balance by making a hibiscus lemongrass switchel. Switchels are also known as haymaker's punch, and this is inspired by the beverage that field workers would create back in the day to stay nourished while they were working. The basic recipe usually consisted of cold spring water, vinegar, and molasses. In this recipe, we're going to be incorporating ingredients from the African diaspora like lemongrass, hibiscus, and ginger to have a little bit more flavor and complexity. And then we're also going to be adding some cinnamon and cloves for warmth and aromatics. We're going to begin by making a decoction. Most people are familiar with making an infusion, which is a tea of leaves and flowers and stems. Well, a decoction is the same thing, but with bark, seeds, and roots. So we're gonna start by toasting our cinnamon and cloves just to release more of the natural flavor. And we're breaking it up just so that more of the surface area of the cinnamon is toasted. And typically that takes about like 1 to 2 minutes, not even. This is when the oils from the herbs and spices will release into the water. Stir that up a little bit, let it release. We want this to trap the oils, right? The oils that are cooking off and releasing from the plant material. In order to do that, we're gonna put a lid on top, let it cook down. So as we're making this decoction, as it's brewing, try to think about how these ingredients and this entire process in itself is mimicking the process of life. Think of this pot as life itself and the heat underneath possibly the stressors. And as the heat builds, the more pressure or heat is really applied to the ingredients in it. In the same way that the spices transform the water into a really lovely, flavorful tea, the same can be said about the people and practices that we hold on to or turn to for joy and nourishment and relaxation, maybe even restoration. So it's something, again, to consider when we're making this decoction. Now we're gonna make our ginger lemongrass paste. We're just gonna take a bit of the ginger and lemongrass and add it into the food processor. So this looks great. See, it's a little bit of a slurry there. In the same way that we surrendered our ingredients to the food processor and allowing them to break down to become something even better, more vibrant and flavorful, we can do the same thing to anything negative that we're holding on to in life. So it's something to consider in the process when you're cooking, how little steps in every little recipe that you do can mimic the little actions that we take every day to live a more mindful and intentional life. Oh, perfect. Okay, so this is all good here. We're gonna move it off of the heat so it'll continue to cook. Now we're gonna add our ginger lemongrass paste and all the other goodies. Just be a little careful when you add this. The water will be hot. You wanna not burn yourself with splashing. Next, we're gonna add our lemon juice. And the lemon's, again, just gonna add a little bit of acid, the vitamin C, antioxidants that are really good for the immune system. And we're gonna be adding whole hibiscus flowers. There's a little bit more of a medicinal element to the whole hibiscus flowers, but cut and sifted is also fine if that's what you have available. As our tonic cools down post-transformation, let's do the same. As a cook, you're also a caretaker. And if you're doing this correctly, you're caring for and being mindful of the ingredients you use. And also you're a caretaker for the person who might be consuming whatever it is you prepare. But in the same way, you can also be a caretaker of yourself. So how exactly are you doing that right now? There are little things that you can do every day to love on yourself more gently. So we're gonna strain. I'm just gonna do a light press. And if a little bit of the ginger and lemongrass go through, that's totally fine. It's gonna infuse more flavor into the mix over time. You can hear the switchel kind of straining through the sieve and has a really beautiful, kind of like a raindrop, rain stick sound to it. So we've strained our decoction and we are ready to sweeten. Let's just start with the raw honey. Now we're gonna add a little bit of apple cider vinegar. Just gonna add a small amount of blackstrap molasses. This will make it a little bit darker, but that's okay. So typically I'll start with pouring the hibiscus lemongrass switchel first, and then topping it off with a bit of sparkling water. This is my favorite way to drink it in the spring, summer, when I just want some refreshment. Perfect. It tastes really refreshing. You can get the notes of hibiscus in here, and the ginger isn't really overpowering. I'm Crystal Mack, and I hope you continue living and pouring with intention.
I used to let my fears sabotage my ability to do the work I loved. When I first started teaching mindfulness, I would say no to many opportunities to share the practice, simply because I was afraid of getting it wrong and truly afraid of not being accepted. My name is Grace Edmonds, and I'm happy to share this time with you. We will address the feelings of fear. Our goal will not be to push them away or to conquer them, but rather to welcome and understand how to work with them. Now, I invite you to connect to your fear. You can bring to mind a situation or a thought that provokes fear within you, or simply focus on feeling the emotion itself. Once you begin to feel fear, drop the story and pay attention to what you notice in your body. In this moment, you are experiencing fear. Name it by simply saying internally, "This is fear." Instead of letting the emotion overwhelm you and become you, recognize its impermanent nature. Fear is a natural emotion that all humans experience. When you learn to welcome it and work with it, the emotion becomes much less overwhelming. With this knowledge, can you lean towards the fear with welcoming, open arms?
I meditate to remember who I am and why I am here.
I meditate to really get to know myself.
I meditate to connect with nature.
I meditate to self-connect in the morning. It really helps me gather my thoughts. My job is very, very demanding. Yeah, I've started meditating for at least about 10 years now. I really wanted to change my health. And then I started living with my grandmother for about 3 years of my adult life. And that was the first time I really witnessed someone in my family meditating. I would get up in the early morning. My grandmother would wake up so early, and I would just see her just sitting at the table staring out into the window. And I would ask her what she's doing, and she said, "I'm meditating." And she said that is the most important thing to do in the morning, because that is when God works on you. Because you're so busy throughout the day. People are, you're running from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. So she always just took that moment in the morning just to really gather her thoughts and to just calm her nerves and to pray. She always said that God talks to you in silence. That really always stuck with me, because when I meditate in the morning, I come up with a lot of different solutions to problems that I didn't even know I was going to come up with an answer right then in that moment. But stuff just comes to me when I'm sitting in silence and I'm in meditation. So in the mornings, that's just super important to me, just so I can have that meeting with myself, fill my cup up, so that I have more to give to the world throughout the day.
When we move out into the world, we often have to armor our hearts to withstand the slings and arrows of the world. All of the misfortune, the office politics, the challenges of getting along with other humans that are living on the planet with us. This can really close us off from our emotions and our ability to connect with one another, especially our ability to empathize and have compassion for ourselves and others. When we are compassionate, we are helping to alleviate suffering for others and ourselves, and we see the world in a less judgmental way. Opening our hearts and cultivating compassion will bring more positivity into our lives, strengthen our relationships, and buffer us against the stress, all while bringing more meaning and purpose into our lives. Hi, I'm Tatum Barnes, and today we're going to use this as an opportunity to take off that armor so that we can remind ourselves of the exquisite qualities of compassion and love, both of which lie dormant in our hearts. These qualities can't shine when we're armored and closed off. They require safety and vulnerability to truly shine. This makes us more pleasant to be around, less stressed out, and lifts our spirits. And that doesn't even include all the good that it does for the world around us. We are more able to have healthy relationships with others when we're able to extend some compassion to ourselves, to those in our lives. This practice will also help stoke the flame in your heart so that you have the ability to extend it to others, even when it feels impossible. So let's get started. First, give your body permission to take whatever movements it needs to do. Stretch out your neck, roll your shoulders, scratch that one itch before we invite stillness. When you're ready, I invite you to take your meditation posture, whether you're in a cushion, on a chair, or wherever you find yourself today. Lengthen the spine, making it long and strong. When you're ready, you can close your eyes or take a soft gaze somewhere out in front of you, beginning to breathe normally through your nose. Aligning your awareness with your breath, watching it move in and out. Deepening the breath now, using more of your lungs' capacity. As we settle into this new rate of breath, let us give our minds an opportunity to settle as well. I invite you to imagine in your mind's eye everything that you've already done and accomplished today. Not judging or getting in there too much, simply letting these moments and memories pass by your awareness, allowing them to settle in the back of the head. Placing your responsibilities there as well, storing them away. Beautiful. And as we commit to this present moment here and now, I invite you to bring your awareness to your heart center, a few fingers above the sternum. Breathe deeply. As the mind wanders, if you think, am I doing this right? You're thinking about dinner, you gently bounce off those thoughts, moving deeper into your focus and your breath. Making the heart soft. Perhaps thinking about the softest blanket you've ever owned and overlaying that texture upon your chest. Here in the heart, we let go of both tension and pretension, letting the physical symptoms of hardness begin to melt away from the chest. And also, beginning to care less and less about what we look like during the meditation. It matters more what you feel and what you perceive. Letting it drop. begin to gather your awareness in the centermost point of your being. Scooping, if you will, from the left and the right, bringing it central. Bringing yourself in from behind and before you. Letting the hands of your awareness bring yourself from top and bottom. From all 360 degrees around you, bring it in. Breathing deeply. Consolidating. Focusing and refocusing. Well done. It is now that I invite you to take a step deeper within yourself. Imagining a door in the center of the chest to walk through. A deep well in your center to peer into, or simply imagining a large, well-lit room in the middle of your chest. However you go, you begin to withdraw your external senses and instead invigorate your internal senses, seeing what colors and textures exist for you in the center of the chest. Investigating, exploring. Your mind and body will try to bring you back to the external world. Stay stubborn. Stay within yourself. Wherever you are in your meditation, see if you can find any light in the heart, any gold, any radiance. If you find it, fantastic. Move towards it, breathe into it. If you don't, no worries, you create the light yourself. Imagining a candle in the middle of the chest, turning the light switch on in that room. Letting every breath brighten this light within you. Letting the lungs be bellows for this fireplace. Letting this radiance expand and beginning to invite the rest of our bodies and minds to admire this energy. Give your cells and your atoms permission to drink in this love light. Leave no part of yourself untouched. Let yourself be like a thirsty plant. Moving deeper. When you think you are full of this compassion, this light, ask for a little bit more from your heart. There is an infinite supply. There it is. And with the intention to keep this sentiment with us, Let us begin to move back into our physical body, feeling where it connects to the ground beneath us. Beginning to move fingertips and toes, moving wrists and ankles as they are filled with this light. Inviting movements as they come naturally. And when you're ready, you open your eyes. And welcome back. Take a moment to notice how you feel. Your body, your mind, your emotions. That inherent sense of calm. And within that feeling, something of being more connected to yourself, more knowledgeable about your heart. It is more than just a blood pumper, after all. Take note that this is love, but it is not a cheesy, hallmark kind of love. This is a real, potent force within you. Notice that your sense of love extends to yourself and beyond you, into the world around you. Now, if you're ever running on empty, this is where you go to refill your tank. It's easy to build up this heart fire and extend it to those you love, but remember, it's available for everyone, even yourself. If you ever feel irritated by the world and the people who are in it, I know I do, or perhaps you feel frustrated by life circumstances, you can enter into this practice to soften and warm up a bit. If you feel empty, this is where you go. This is your fire to stoke. You can do it on your own, or you can return to this same meditation. It is powerful medicine that we can take out into the world, bring to the things and people that challenge us. It's a difficult job, but it's our job nonetheless, to fan those heart flames and bring compassion into all that we do. Thank you for joining me, and until next time, much love.
Hello and welcome to RoundGlass. I'm Leah Cullis and I'm coming to you from Austin, Texas. I hope you're enjoying our all-day celebration of World Meditation Day. In the spirit of meditation, I want to offer you a very special practice that's designed to get you moving and shake off any excess energy before we meditate. So let's get started. Okay, yogis, we'll begin in a short breathing practice. So please set yourself up for a meditation. Go ahead and sit on one of your blocks. I've got 2 blocks next to me, or you can even sit on a cushion or comfortably on the ground, whatever is most serving to you. You can either sit with your ankles crossed or in Virasana, a kneeling position. Then please take a hand placement of your choice. I like to meditate with my palms flat on my thighs. This is a really grounding and anchoring posture for me. But if you have another mudra, please take that now. Then let's go ahead and sit up nice and tall. So you want to lengthen your whole spine and lift your ribs up out of your pelvis. Take that extension up through your heart and the crown of your head. And when you're ready, we will begin focusing on the breath, and then we'll move into box breathing. So in box breathing, we'll be breathing in steadily for a 4 count. Then we'll hold the breath at the top for 4 counts. Feel yourself as nice and full. Then we will mindfully exhale for 4 counts, hold the breath out for 4 counts, and then steadily breathe in for 4 counts. I'll guide you through this breath retention technique, and then you'll perform a few rounds on your own. After that, we'll move into our movement practice, and then we'll meditate together at the end. So let's begin. Ground your hands, sit up tall, close your eyes when you're ready. Shift your attention to the natural flow of breath in and out of your nose. And take just a few moments, a few cycles of breath to study your natural rhythm. This will give you a measure of how your practices today impact you, how they help you to shift your energy physically, mentally, emotionally, and beyond. Now all together, let's take a deep breath in, full breath out through the nose, then we'll begin the technique. Inhale through your nose for 4 counts. 3, 4. Now hold your breath at the top for 2, 3, 4. Steady exhale through your nose for 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath out for 2, 3, 4. Now inhale, bring in life force. Hold it at the top. Feel yourself expanded. Exhale steadily through your nose. No rush. And hold your breath out. Feel yourself as empty for 3, 4. Again, one more time together. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath in, Antara Kumbhaka. And exhale through your nose. Baya Kumbhaka. At the base of your exhale, hold the breath out. That's it. Now keep going with your box breathing on your own. Inhaling for 4 counts. Holding your breath in at the top. Then exhaling for 4 counts and holding your breath out. Keep going on your own and let this breath technique be your meditative focus. Wherever you are, complete this last cycle, all 4 sides of your box breathing. And we'll all meet with our hands united in prayer at heart center. Sit up nice and tall and lift your heart into your thumbs. Spread your fingers out wide. Notice the quality of your breath now. And all together, take a deep inhale. Open mouth exhale. Bow your head to your heart. Release your hands to your thighs. Open your eyes and lift your gaze. Okay, yogis, now we'll move into our movement portion of the class. So we'll begin in Balasana, child's pose. Go ahead and come onto your mat. Slide your props off to the side. Have them close enough within hands distance so you can reach for them at any time. Shift to the back edge of your mat, touch your big toes together, spread your knees nice and wide, then bow your torso between your thighs, come down to your forearms. If this is comfortable, lay your forehead all the way down to the ground, or you can even use one of your blocks to lay your third eye on your prop. Then extend your arms long, so start to take up your space, yogis. And now we'll perform Ujjayi Pranayama as we move and link our body with our breath. So every inhale, drag your breath across the back of your throat and breathe out through your nose as you lift your low belly up and in. Both sides of the breath are about 4 counts each. Then crawl your fingertips more forward. Dig your knuckles down into the earth, so press down. On your next inhale, rise on up through a tabletop pose, then tuck your toes, lift your hips, downward facing dog. So in downward facing dog, move in an organic way that feels good to you. Let yourself come into your body in our first inversion. And take note of any areas that feel a little sticky or tight, or areas that feel open and free. The practice of yoga is about bringing your body, your mind, your spirit all together in union. So the inquiry of how your body is formed as you begin is part of this process of bringing things together. On your next inhale, look forward, bend your knees. Exhale, step, walk, or hop your feet up to your hands. At the top of your mat, separate your feet to hip distance. Slide your palms to your shins, halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold, we bow. Grab opposite elbows and hang in ragdoll. Let your head drop. And then sway your torso side to side. Start to open up your side body and allow the weight of your arms, the weight of your skull to help traction open space in your spine. The spinal column is what houses our super channel of energy, Sushumna Nadi. So when we open up the tissues that support the spine, we start to create space for more energy to flow through us and for us. All right, yogis, release your fingertips to the ground, bend your knees generously, then grab your hips and rise on up to stand. Turn your palms to face forward in Tadasana and set your gaze at the horizon line. Notice how you feel in this blueprint pose of Tadasana, mighty mountain pose. Let's bring in some more purposeful alignment. Press down through all four corners of your feet, then hug your outer shins in. Notice the activation at your roots, how it impacts your whole body. From there, stand up even taller. Slide your tailbone down, zip up your low belly, and hug your shoulder blades together on your back. All right, we'll move into sun salutation A variations, and we'll move the spine in all 6 directions, making space for more energy to flow to us and for us. All right, yogis, inhale, sweep your arms up overhead, Urdhva Hastasana. On your exhale, slide your right arm down your leg and lean over to the right side of your mat. Swing your hips to the left. Stay strong and firm in your legs and see if you can open up your side ribs even more. Inhale, come back to center, both arms high. Exhale, slide your left arm down towards the earth, side lean over to the left edge of your mat. Pull your shoulders away from your ears, lead with your heart as you lift up and over. Another full breath here. Then inhale, both arms high. Keep your hip points shining forward and squeeze them in towards one another. Then reach your left arm forward, right arm back. Spark your fingers open. So with stability in the lower half, we're unwinding the spine. Inhale, come through center, both arms high. Exhale, open twist other direction. So these are 4 movements of the spine. Side leaning, twist, and now we come back to center. Urdhva Hastasana. Now squeeze your elbows out to the sides, hug your arm bones together on your back, power down through your feet, and arc your heart up to the sky. Now we're moving into a spinal extension. Big breath in. Exhale, stabilize at your core, reach both arms up. Unite your palms, exhale, forward fold, spinal flexion. Slide your palms to your shins, halfway lift. Exhale, let's fold again. Inhale, rise to stand, reach all the way up. Exhale, hands to heart center. Set your gaze at the union of your fingertips. And notice how you feel after moving through side leaning, side twisting, forward and backward extension of the spine. Let's put it all together, one breath, one movement. Here we go. Lift your gaze. Inhale, circle your arms wide, reach up. On your exhale, side lean to the right. Inhale, both arms to the sky. Exhale, side lean to the left. Inhale, reach up, center, firm your hips. Exhale, twist to the right, left arm forward, right arm back. Inhale, both arms up. Exhale, twist, right arm forward, left arm back. Inhale, both arms high. Exhale, cactus your arms, lift your chest. Inhale here. Exhale, come to center. Inhale, both arms up. Exhale, forward fold. Nice work. This time, palms to shins, halfway lift. Hug your shoulder blades together on your back body. Plant your hands, step into a high plank pose. So Tadasana on our hands and feet. Lift your low belly. You always have the option to lower your knees down to the ground. On your next exhale, lower halfway or all the way. Inhale, float your heart and head up. If you're in low cobra, you can even lift your palms as well, or press into upward facing dog. Take another inhale here. On your exhale, lower to the earth, shift through child's pose, then downward facing dog, or move directly into downward facing dog. In down dog pose, come back to your steady rhythmic Ujjayi breath. The union of your breath and body makes your asana practice on the mat a meditation in motion. So we'll take the same sequence again, and we'll move at the rhythm of one breath, one movement with the vinyasa. Inhale, look forward, bend your knees. Exhale, step, walk, or hop, feet up to your hands. Palms to shins, half lift. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, rise, reach all the way up. Exhale, hands to heart center. Inhale, both arms to the sky. Exhale, side lean to the right. Inhale, stand tall. Exhale, side lean to the left. Inhale, reach up, firm your hips. Exhale, twist. Inhale, Urdhva Hastasana. Exhale, open twist, other direction. Inhale, back to center. Exhale, forward fold. Half lift, inhale. Chaturanga Dandasana, high to low push-up. Inhale, upward facing, and exhale, downward facing dog. This time, sweep your right leg high from downward facing dog. Exhale, step to your right thumb, spin your left heel down. Inhale, warrior one, so chest up, arms up. Then exhale, your hands to your heart. Turn towards the left edge of your mat. Open your wings out wide, Virabhadrasana 2. Notice if you can go deeper into your front leg. Now set your drishti, your gaze, over your front middle finger. Bring your meditative focus to your eye gaze, to your rhythmic breath, and to fully embodying this expansive posture. Take up your space, yogi. Now flip your front palm, reverse your warrior, lean up and back. Peel open your right side ribs. Exhale, cartwheel your hands down to the ground. Step back, high plank pose. Option for a vinyasa. Press to your toes, lower halfway or all the way. Inhale, your back bend. And exhale, downward facing dog, left side. Inhale, your left leg high. Big step forward, spin your right heel to the mat, get grounded, then rise, warrior one. I'll turn and face you for warrior two. Hands through heart, then open wide. Again, set your gaze. So we use the tools of drishti, of breath, and of sensation to get into the body and make it more than a workout. Bring your full presence, full meditative presence into the shape right here. And then you can get specific. Notice where you can soften, maybe your shoulders, where you can deepen, maybe in your legs. Flip your front palm, reverse your warrior. Exhale, vinyasa. Walk halfway up your mat, come down to your knees, cross your ankles behind you, roll over your feet, extend your right leg long, left foot to your inner right thigh, Janu Shirsasana, head's knee pose. Flex your right toes, inhale, both arms up. Exhale, with a long spine, bow over your right shin. You can catch both edges of your feet, keeping your toes flexed, but pause when you feel that first layer of resistance. So let this be a mindful movement, a union of body and breath, rather than thinking your body should be a certain way or your pose should look or feel one way. When we are in tune with our breath, when we are listening to the body, this is taking an experience to another level, a more meditative level. Next inhale, rise up, switch the legs, left leg long. Inhale, both arms up, and exhale, we bow. So lead with your heart. Yogi always leads with an open heart. Then once you come into the fullness of your shape, you can slowly, mindfully drop your head or keep your gaze forward, whatever feels most natural to you, most like the balance of effort and ease. The next inhale, rise back up, yogis. All right. We will end in a short and simple meditation together. If you'd prefer to take a traditional Shavasana, please do so now. Or join me, grab one of your blocks, come onto your mat with ankles crossed, ground your palms to your thighs, and sit up nice and tall. In the stillness of meditation or Shavasana, when we simply watch and allow things to arise and to integrate, that's when we reap the greatest benefit from our yoga practice. So take your position now, lift your ribs up out of your hips, ground your hands, then close your eyes when you're ready. And come back to simply watching your natural breath. Notice the shifts from the first few moments of our practice together. Notice the shifts in the depth of your breath, the impact of your breath. In the yoga tradition, these moments of closing the eyes and turning the attention inward is one of the first levels of meditation, known as pratyahara, withdrawal of the senses. And these meditative moments are useful throughout the yoga practice, the asana practice, and throughout our days. So at any time you can close your eyes, tune your attention into your body, into your energy, and bring a meditative awareness to whatever the task is at hand, so that you can be in more of a union with your inner wisdom, with the people that you're with the projects that you're contributing to, and to you, Yogi, and your highest self. To end, let's bring our hands to unite at heart center, Anjali Mudra. Sit up nice and tall, lift your heart into your thumbs and spread your fingers out wide, like a flame that you've cultivated within you through your breath practice, your movement, and your meditation. All together, let's take a deep inhale. Open mouth, exhale. Bow your head to your heart. And then lift your prayer hands up to your third eye and seal the wisdom from your body into your mind. When you're ready, slide your thumbs down to your lips and then all the way back down to your heart center. Open your eyes when you're ready. Thank you so much for sharing your practice and being in this special time, World Meditation Day, with us here at RoundGlass. Remember that you can meditate with us every single day. So join us anytime on our app or at roundglass.com. Thank you, yogis. I hope to see you again soon. Be well.
I meditate to declutter my mind.
I meditate to feed intention over fear.
I meditate to come back to who I am.
I meditate to find a sense of peace and calm in this crazy world that I live in today. As a student, as a young professional, as someone going into this brave new world, I have found meditation to be such a compass as I approach the things that I cannot control. Growing up, I definitely struggled with anxiety and depression. I remember at a young age, I would just get so overwhelmed with things. I was a control freak. I hated change, and I hated whenever things wouldn't go the way that I planned on them going. I had such terrible anxiety to the point where I was almost unable to function. It wasn't until I started practicing yoga that I really found the aspect of meditation to be so important to how I live my life, how I saw a sense of calm in the things that I couldn't control, how I was able to pick up and notice things that I wasn't really noticing before. I was paying attention to things that I definitely wouldn't have paid attention to otherwise. The youth of today experiences so much, and the amount of anxiety that they go through is overwhelming to think about. And given the fact that as a 15-year-old myself, I benefited so much from the practice of mindfulness and meditation. I knew that whenever you incorporate that into the healthcare setting, there will be huge effects. And the gratitude that I have for all that I've been through that has led me to this point right here, I wouldn't have changed anything. Because of those experiences, I am where I am right now. And I know that I will just be able to continue making a positive difference.
Hi guys, today I want to start with telling you a story that my mom had told me when I was a young little girl, and it has stuck with me ever since. She told me that she had a friend who wasn't very physically attractive. Again, she was dying to start dating. She was dying to get involved with somebody. But it was like, it was not happening. It was not happening for this girl. But she got a date. And this girl's very excited. She can't believe this guy is quite a cool guy. She can't believe she's actually going out with him. They meet at a restaurant. They sit. And after 20 minutes, this guy gets up and leaves. This girl is devastated. She calls up her best friend and tells her, this is what happened. He left. He just left after 20 minutes. And the best friend tells her, of course he'll leave. Why will he not leave? You're not a good-looking girl. You're not smart enough. And it's like, oh my God, because that's not really what you want to hear when somebody has just left you after 20 minutes. And then my mom told me, she's like, and you know who that best friend was? That best friend was her. That was her own self-talk with herself. That guy left because I'm not good looking. That guy left because I'm not smart. And don't we do that all the time? It sounds so cringing when you hear that your best friend said this to you. But isn't it so true that you're saying this to yourself? So if we actually listen to our self-talk. I'm Sunena Rekhi. I'm a feel-good therapist and a yoga representative for the United Nations. And today I am so excited to bring self-love. This practice, this session is on self-love. It's going to be fantastic. Before I start with anything, I feel self-love is such a broad topic. Everyone's using self-love right now. So let's just understand, what is self-love? Self-love is about taking care of yourself. Physically, mentally, spiritually, and very important, emotionally. Second, how do we talk to ourselves? And third, how do we love ourselves in every single moment? So without further ado, I'm going to show you a couple of practices that you should do every single day. Consistency is always, it's key. All right, so let's get started. Are you sitting comfortably? Just sit in a comfortable place. Pause the video if you need to change, if you need to relax a little bit more, and then come back to me. Let's sit comfortably. Shoulders back. Let's set an intention here for our practice today. The mantra we keep saying to ourselves, I love you. Just place your hands on your heart. Just start to breathe deeply. Just start to slow down the breath. As you breathe, keep a slight smile on your face. Really feel the breath moving all the way up to your heart. Filling your heart with love, filling your heart with gratitude. Keep your spine as straight as you can. When we have gratitude, we actually can't have anxiety. Because when you feel that you have everything that you need, everything that you want, you won't feel anxiety. They are completely actually polar opposites. So every time we feel knotted in our hearts, we breathe in and we breathe out gratitude. The most important stem of self-love is gratitude. That you don't need to be perfect. You don't need to do everything right. It's okay. It's important to want more. It is important, but in the midst of running around for more and more, we also need to be happy in where we are right now. We have things that no one else in the world has. And we are special. Gently relax your hands. I love you is the mantra, is a lifetime mantra. And gently blink your eyes open. Hello there. Okay. I want us to do one more. Let's be in that space. Let's take a block. If you don't have a block, you can always take a bolster. But I'm going to use a block. And in this thing, what I actually want us to do, I want us to place this block on our upper back. Okay? And from here, so you place the block in a vertical fashion. You can also do it in a horizontal. But today we'll do vertical. And just see first, I place the block on my upper back, okay? Now, if you need another block to support your head, this is lovely, okay? So we have two blocks. One that supports the head, so it's not like falling off. This really doesn't feel good. We have a block here, okay? From here, you roll the shoulders back, and with your shoulder blades, squeeze the block. Now just start to relax and start to feel all the breath coming from your chest. Relax your legs, let them drop off. And now start to bring the breath up in your chest and drawing down with the exhale in your tummy. If you feel that it's harder with your legs straight, you can always bend the knees. But look at what's happening with the block. It's really helping to release. It's really helping to open out my upper back, my front, my underarms, my shoulders. It's just too good. This is what it means to take care of yourselves. So really squeeze and breathe in from the chest. When you open your heart, when you stay here for a while, you start to get into a more authentic space, a more compassionate place, a softer place. And you can stay here for as long as you want. You can pause me and just stay. I know it's like just too lovely. And when you need to come out, just use your elbows. And there we go. All righty. Let's get into camel, guys. This is just such a wonderful heart opener. You're bringing your heart up to the sky. It just feels phenomenal. I love it. And today, we're not going to do it with our toes tucked in. We'll do it with our feet turned over. It's a little bit easier. If you feel that your back is really flexible, your feet can move this way as well. All right. So we are standing on our knees. At any point, if your knees are uncomfortable, please do use a towel or a sheet under your knees. All right. Just see what I'm doing first. I inhale, left arm up. I really first try to lengthen, move my right arm up. Really lengthen the body. And from here, take the left arm down onto the heel. If it doesn't reach the heel, place your hand on your buttocks. And the right hand on the heels or on the buttocks. From here, roll the shoulders back. Feel the chest moving up to the sky. And feel that your heart is breathing. Squeeze the shoulder blades together. Imagine that your heart is filled with helium. It's like a helium balloon moving up, up, up to the sky. And move over to the right. And relax. Just sit in Vajrasana on your heels. Just to take some rest. And from here, we're going to lie down. You can have a block or a pillow. Let's lie down, everyone. This is another really good one for us to practice daily. Is you just take your feet in Supta. And here you're really opening out all your lower extremities, your front. We are so scared in life. We are running with fear. We are closing ourselves down. And in positions like this, we are opening ourselves. We are relaxing ourselves. And we are able to show ourselves. It's important that so many of us don't want to be seen. And we have so much to give that we should be seen. You know, so whatever you have that you can give to the world is something that's magical. And from here, I want us to do belly breathing, which is very important. You just bring your hands on your belly. And again, move your belly up and down. At any moment, you're not feeling in your balance, come back to belly breathing. Really relax your eyes, relax your nervous system just through these breaths. These are practices for you. These are your self-love practices. And slowly bring your knees in towards each other. Let's do one more. Let's just bend the knees to our chest. Yeah. This is like really hugging yourself, giving yourself a nice hug. It's also great for your lower back. Really pull and keep your shoulders down so your heart stays open. I love you. Say it loudly to yourself. I love me. And slowly just take your arms out. Let's do the twist, why not? Let's just twist over to the right. Spine some love. Wring out all the fear. Our imagination actually gets us much more scared than the reality of it. We imagine things much more than what it really is. And when it actually comes, you're like, oh my God, why was I feeling so much? Nice, wring it out. Like how you wring out the clothes, the water out of the clothes, wring out your spine, the tension in the spine. Oh. And slowly come out. Just stretch your body. Just stretch it out. You're bigger than anyone. And relax. One more. Let's stretch it. Let's do one more. Make the noise with your mouth. Create that noise. That really relaxes, you know, mouth noises. My God, I have to get up. So slowly roll up. So guys, I hope you can do these practices daily. It's very important that we do them every day because these practices, not just these practices, there's so many practices for being grateful, for not comparing yourself to others, to thinking correctly. There's so many practices and I can go on and on and on, and I love this topic. But really what we've learned today, let's really try to incorporate that. I had heard a very nice quote and I love it. It's not the journey. It's not even the destination. It's the company. And you're always in your company. So let's enjoy our company. This is our world. Let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy ourselves. And namaste. Thank you for being here with me.
Genius is not in genetics, but in the daily habits and routines we practice. The power of a routine is enormous. A routine helps us to move from intention to action. I have put together a systematic routine that will enhance your energy levels, enthusiasm, inspiration, focus, and get you to action your plan. The first part of the practice is gratitude. Oxytocin is a bliss chemical that gets tapped into when we're in a state of gratitude. It's also called the love hormone. Take a journal in the morning and write out 5 things that you're most thankful for in your life. Then spend a minute visualizing how that thing makes you feel. The second part of the routine is exercise. Find time in your day to engage in any form of exercise you enjoy, like yoga, tennis, dancing, cardio, Zumba, or even running. This will help release endorphins, your body's natural painkiller, and give a great boost to your metabolism. The third part of the routine is inspirational learning, something I do for 20 to 40 minutes. And what this does is release dopamine. Spend at least 20 minutes listening to a speaker or take a masterclass from someone you admire and engage in higher learning. The fourth part of the routine, and my favorite, is the meditation part. So I do at least 20 minutes of a meditation during the day. We should meditate for about 20 minutes daily in the morning or evening to keep our mind clear and calm. Now, the fifth part of the routine, which is being in silence. Silence is remarkable and it does wonders to the patterns in our brain. Start the ultra routine when your mind is most supple and fresh. Incorporate the steps we have mentioned thus far. This will create an armor for you, for your day, and set the tone of the day, getting you through the day successfully to refresh and rejuvenate the mind.
Do you ever wonder why your life is in chaos, or why you habitually keep on turning towards addictive and compulsive behaviors? Perhaps take a look at what is at the center of your thoughts, what you spend most of your time thinking about. This will let you know why perhaps your life is in chaos. We tend to flee to things for refuge, flee to addictive behaviors to perhaps help sort out issues in our lives. I'm Vimala Sara, your mindfulness teacher today, and I was one of those people who had addictive behaviors, disordered eating at the center of my life, and my life became even more chaotic. And then I came across these 5 training principles to help train the mind. These are Buddhist precepts which have been practiced for thousands of years by lay people. And when we think of these training principles, we can be asking ourselves, are we harming life? Not just ourselves or others, but are we harming the planet? Are we harming animals? We can also be asking ourselves, are we taking the not given? And we can do this in small ways. Often we can take the not given at work and we're not even aware of it. We can also ask ourselves, are we being inappropriate with our sexual relationships? Are we being harsh with our speech? Are we doing false speech, frivolous speech, slanderous speech? And then we can also ask ourselves, are we using intoxicants to deal with our lives? I chose to take on these training principles because I wanted to become more ethical. And these training principles most definitely helped me to become more ethical. In fact, when I started to recite these training principles, my life completely transformed. And so we are going to do the practice today of reciting these training principles and reflecting on them. So let's begin with our practice. Become aware of your body. And when we become aware of our body, we're simply noticing what the body is touching. So become aware of clothing touching the body. And you can become aware of perhaps some more of the subtler sensations of the air touching your hands or your neck or your face. And really see if you can just enjoy the sensations of the touch of the clothing upon the body. Now, I want to say before we begin this practice, it's not about being good. It's about becoming more ethical. It's about becoming more aware of how we are in the world. So let's now connect to the heart and have the sense of the mind dropping into the heart. And mind, heart, settling into the body. And the body settling onto your meditation spot. And now we will begin this practice. And you can repeat the words after me. I undertake to abstain from harming life. With deeds of loving kindness, I purify my body. And now let's reflect on this training principle. What are some deeds of loving kindness perhaps you can begin to take on? What's a random act of kindness perhaps you could do? And this can be something really simple, like holding the door open for somebody, like not rushing to be at the front of a lineup, at the front of a queue. It could be as simple as giving somebody a big smile. How does it feel? Reflecting on performing some random acts of kindness. Reflecting on what are some of the kind deeds you can begin doing. Let's move on to the second training principle to help train the mind. I undertake to abstain from taking the not given. With open-handed generosity, I purify my body. Now we can begin to reflect on how we can be more generous in the world. Generosity isn't just about giving. Generosity is also about receiving. So while you may be somebody who gives a lot, are you somebody who can receive when somebody offers you something? And generosity isn't just about material things. Can we be generous with our time? Can we be generous in appreciating other people, letting them know that they've done something well, rather than resenting somebody for doing something well? Let's move on to the next training principle to help train the mind. I undertake to abstain from sexual misconduct. With stillness, simplicity, and contentment, I purify my body. Now let's reflect on how can we cultivate more stillness in our lives? Where in your life do you think you could pause a little? Where in your life do you think you could be doing a little bit less? How could you make things more simple for you? As humans, we're very good at complicating things. And how can you cultivate more contentment in your life? When we have more stillness and simplicity, contentment is a byproduct of those two things. Let's move on to the next training principle to help train the mind. I undertake to abstain from false speech. With truthful communication, I purify my speech. Speech is a big one. Let's reflect on our speech. How can we be perhaps less harsh in our speech? How can we be more kind in our speech? Are we aware of frivolous speech, false speech, exaggerating speech? Is our speech helpful? Is our speech supportive? And let's take a moment on how we speak to ourselves. Is your self-talk kind self-talk? Let's move on to the next training principle to help train the mind. I undertake to abstain from taking intoxicants. With mindfulness clear and radiant, I purify my mind. Let's reflect on intoxicants for a moment. Intoxicants can be a lot more than addictive behaviors or drinking or food. Many of us are intoxicated by our thoughts. So let's take a moment to become aware of some of the intoxicants in our lives. What are some of those intoxicants perhaps you would like to let go of that could help make your mind far more clear and radiant? And now, after reflecting on these 5 training principles to help train the mind, take a moment to be kind to yourself. Take a moment to appreciate yourself and thank yourself for reflecting on your ethical life. So let's take a moment to reflect on this practice. You may want to jot down a few notes in your journal, or you may just want to sit and reflect on what you've just said, what the mind has just turned over. We recited 5 training principles. I invite you to choose one of these training principles and do it daily for a week and really see the impact perhaps that it has on your daily life. Which one do you want to begin with and to reflect on it over the week and really become aware of this training principle? As I said, these are principles to help train the mind. We start where we are. We don't start from a place where we think we should be or where other people tell us we should be. We start from where we are. So if our speech is really harsh, we start from that place. If we have been really stingy with things, we start from that place. If we've been inappropriate with our sexual life, that's the place we start from. If we've been harming ourselves or others, we start from that place too. And if we are in that hell realm of taking intoxicants, we start from that place too. And we use the principle to help train the mind. I used to recite these daily. And if you recite these principles daily, you will begin to see a change in your life. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your courage of reflecting on your ethical life today. May you go gently into the world.
I meditate to clear space for myself to understand more about who I am.
I meditate to put myself in a better mood.
I meditate to be present.
I meditate to stay in touch with the part of myself that's deepest and oldest and most wise. I started meditating when I was 14 years old, and I'm now in my late 50s. So that's a really long time. When I was 14, my sister had discovered meditation for herself, for her own reasons, and I went along with her. And when I first went to the meditation center, I was struggling a bit. I didn't know. I felt I was very young. I felt out of my depth. But once I got into meditation, it was like a light went on, or like some great new expanse opened up inside me. And I thought, this is fantastic. I think it's my personality to be quite grumpy. And as you get older, you tend to get a bit grumpier. But I've tried to offset that by noticing my tendencies. And I think that is down to meditation. Noticing and being able to just take that space before my habitual response comes in. We know that we need to look after our bodies. So we go to the gym, maybe we exercise and we look after our nutrition. But what about our minds? How do we look after our minds? And that's what meditation's about.
That was Vishwapani Blomfield, one of our meditation teachers here from Cardiff, Wales. I'm Prakriti Podar. I hope you've been enjoying our World Meditation Day event. You're about to meet another RoundGlass teacher, Nico DiMattina from Australia. Before he guides us through a live meditation to awaken power and purpose, Nico reveals how meditation helped himself conquer difficult emotions.
My journey with stress, it all began when I was living in Australia and I was a highly strung athlete playing professional sports. I had a big temper. I was constantly in my head over-analyzing everything and putting so much pressure on myself to perform. The only place where I found stress release was through sports and sex. Now, thankfully, I eventually discovered meditation. And with building a daily meditation practice, I noticed that my stress levels rapidly dissipated. And eventually I started using my breath as well as sound vibrations, using Om and humming sounds. All of these practices helped me release stress. And as a result, I started to experience greater calm, greater emotional balance, and also a feeling of being in my strength, in my power, connected, centered. So let's check in with ourselves right now. Close your eyes. Take one deep breath with me through the nose into the belly, drawing further breath up into the chest. Hold it there for 3, 2, 1, and slowly exhale the breath out. And keeping the eyes closed, just check in with yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. 1, you're feeling super stressed, fatigued, overwhelmed, unfulfilled, lacking confidence, and in a bit of a negative mindset. And 10 is you're feeling super strong, positive, confident, motivated, clear-minded, in control. It's really great to not attach any meaning or judgments to what number you're at. All it is just acknowledging where you're at. And what's beautiful about this is knowing that we are empowered. We are in control of how we bring ourselves to each moment as long as we have awareness. Hello everybody and welcome to RoundGlass Living. I'm Nico DiMattina and thanks so much for joining me today for this special session on World Meditation Day. How beautiful it is for us all to come together to blast our love across the planet. And I'm so honored to be here to celebrate the power of meditation in the world. So there's a million other things you could be doing right now, but you've chosen to be here with us. So I'm super humbled for that and super grateful that you're here. Now in today's session, we will explore how we can optimize our performance by first connecting with our inner power and our purpose. I'll guide you through a combination of yogic breathing techniques plus a visualization meditation so you can supercharge your clarity and your focus in order to send you full steam ahead towards realizing your dreams. And let's make our dreams a reality. Yes, please. Now, for me and my story, my life was distinctly different before I started meditation versus after I began my 20-minute daily transcendental meditation practice. Before I began to meditate, I wasn't aware of my unique gifts and my talents. I struggled to connect and feel deeply. I wasn't aligned with my purpose, and I lacked mental and emotional stability, plus culminating in fluctuating energy, which also coupled with a compromised immune system. Now, after meditation, everything changed for me for the better. I finally had clarity about my unique strengths and how best to utilize them. And I had a clear direction with the path forward that I was heading towards. And I could finally feel my feelings and emotions, as well as being able to process them. And my energy levels went next level, which resulted in not getting sick anymore, which was a great result. Now, disclaimer here. All of this change took some time. It wasn't a quick switch. And ultimately, I can really say that beginning and being consistent with my meditation practice was literally a life changer for me. And if I can do it, I promise that you can do too. All right, enough talking. Let's get into the juice, the sweet nectar of the meditation. So for the next 10 minutes, I'll lead you through a series of breathing and visualizations. So let's begin by closing down our eyes. And let's take one big inhale through our nose all the way up to our max. And we're going to hold it in for 10 seconds whilst locking in your pelvic floor and bringing your awareness to your third eye at the center of your brow for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and slowly exhaling all the way to empty. And now that we're grounded in our bodies and present in this moment, for the next 5 minutes, we're going to do a yogi breathing technique called Bhastrika, which is designed to energize and amplify our connection to our higher selves. Now for this, just feel free to open your eyes to observe how we set ourselves up, and then I encourage you to close your eyes for the practice. So sitting upright, spine is erect, hands are closed in fist position, situated at your shoulders like this. We're going to inhale powerfully through your nose whilst reaching up with the hands up to the sky, opening out with the fingers at the top. And then we're going to exhale powerfully through the nose, bringing the hands back to the shoulders like this. Now we're going to do 3 sets of 20 breathing rounds, and in between each set, we'll do a full breath into our max, holding it at the top, whilst locking the pelvic floor, bringing the awareness to the third eye, and we'll hold the breath for 10 seconds. And don't worry about remembering all of this. I'm going to guide you through every step of the way. Okay, let's begin. You can close down the eyes now. Get your hands in fist position at your shoulders, and let's go for 20. Inhale up. Exhaling down. Halfway there. Three, 2, 1, and relax. Taking a big inhale in all the way up to the top. Till you can't breathe in anymore, up to your max. Breathe in a little bit more and hold it. Pelvic floor locks, bringing your attention to your third eye center. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and release the breath. Just notice how you're feeling. Notice the subtle sensations, or perhaps not so subtle, that's flowing through your body right now. No need to judge anything or attach any meaning towards anything. Just effortlessly observe what you're feeling. So that's 1 set down, 2 more to go. Let's again bring up the hands in fist position at the shoulders, and let's go for 20. Inhaling powerfully up, exhaling powerfully down, all through your nose. Let's begin. Inhale. Halfway there. 3, 2, 1, and relax. Hands comfortably in the lap. Inhaling all the way up to the top now through your nose. All the way to the max. And hold that breath in, pelvic floor locks, bringing your attention now to your third eye center, the middle of your brow. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and slowly release. Allowing the breath to settle into its most natural rhythm and just notice how you're feeling. Can you detect the energy flowing through your body? And we'll do one more set now. Bringing your hands back to the shoulders. Let's really make this final set count. Really powerful breath. Let's begin. Inhale up, exhale down. Halfway there. Three, 2, 1, and relax. Hands come comfortably in the lap, keeping the eyes closed, allowing the breath to settle to its most natural rhythm. We'll just remain here for the next 30 seconds. Just noticing the subtle sensations that you're feeling in your body. Beautiful. Now, keeping the eyes closed, we'll finish up our meditation journey with a visualization to connect with your North Star or your future dreams. Now, with the eyes closed, just connecting with your heart space, and think of minimum 5 things of your amazing personality traits and characteristics that you possess, so you can remember, feel, and connect to your awesomeness again. So just connecting now with 5 things. What are those things that you love about yourself? Your unique strengths, talents, gifts. Beautiful. Keeping the eyes closed, whilst feeling all of your wholeness and all of your awesomeness, your greatness. Bringing your attention now to what you want to create and birth into this world. Is it better health? Perhaps next level energy and vitality? Is it deeper relationships? Maybe a harmonious family of your own? Or perhaps financial abundance and business success? Whatever it is, just feel it right now in your body. And as we're feeling it, knowing that you can, and you are doing it. It's actively manifesting. Now feel what it feels like to experience this sensation in your body, in your heart space, of having achieved this outcome right here, right now. How does it feel? That thing, better health, financial abundance, relationships. Just notice how good it feels in your body. And now you've set a vibrational alignment to your North Star. And our goal is just to take inspired action in moving in that direction to make your dreams a reality. So let's just bask in this beautiful energy for the next 10 seconds. knowing that you're exactly where you're meant to be. Everything is working out perfectly for you. Nature is supporting your evolution. The universe has got your back. Now let's all take one final collective breath in, all the way up to our max, breathing in. Let's hold at the top for 3, 2, 1, and slowly exhaling all the way out to empty. And gently now bringing your awareness back into the room and slowly opening your eyes. Welcome back, everybody. And I hope you're feeling super excited about what's to come. Now, I want to leave you with one of my favorite quotes from the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. And he said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." Such a simple and beautiful quote to direct us on where to look. And this is why self-awareness is the name of the game. And meditation rapidly expands this awareness. And so it's a great place to start. The self, get to know the true self, get to know who you are, get to know your unique gifts, get to know what lights you up, what your passions are, and then take inspired action, moving in that direction. So it really is the beginning of all wisdom. Getting to know the true self, the big S, the big self, the higher self. And finally, I'd like to leave you just a little reminder that you are in control of your state of consciousness and what actions that you take every day and how you choose to show up in each moment. It's always your choice, which is such an empowering thought.
Thank you, Nico. That was really energizing. I thought maybe I'll put my arms up and down, but I'm mic'd up, so I couldn't do it. But I read through the Brastika, and I love Brastika, actually. I find it a very empowering breath work to do. Actually, even like Brahmari, but I love the choice that you made. I think that one of the things that I really love about the teachers that we have on RoundGlass is that, they're all so differently talented, and their approach to meditation is varied. And what I love about you, and I resonate with you, is that you're kinesthetic. Everything about you is about, let's involve the body to activate this higher purpose journey of our lives and really to expand our vision of ourselves and our view of ourselves. And whatever road you take, the road will lead inward. And I love that, from even sort of going through your history and going through your what you call, your challenges and addictions. They were all like physical. And now to move to, which I love, by the way, your dancing, your disco dancing, and the kind of exposure that you have is again, I love it. It's euphoric for me. I'm like, I love that. This is, for me, I'm kinesthetic, so I understand exactly what you're doing and how it moves one into that space, given the fact that you were also a sportsman. I mean, you're like the epiphany of a kinesthetic learner and a kinesthetic sort of channel for anybody who resonates with that. So thank you so much. And while sort of going through your history, I realized that, you do transcendental meditation as well. And I think that transcendental meditation, from my experience, and I've dabbled in meditation, I'm sure, like everybody else has, TM works the best for me as well. It's like, you snap a finger and you're right there. I want to thank you for sharing that beautiful meditation with everybody and finding that North Star. If people even just get to touching upon that North Star, or like understanding that there's an indicator of the North Star, I think we've got enough, especially for our first-time users and our first-time explorers of meditation. So thank you for that.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. You're very welcome. And it's interesting, because sometimes we don't know like the direction, we can just get a bit confused and a bit stagnant, like just doing life as life is given to us, rather than realizing that, we can be a co-author of the direction. And the cool thing is, it gets more fun the more we actually tune into our heart's desires. And this is where, when you were saying about the dance, bringing that euphoric feeling, I always say, I loved getting high in the past from alcohol and drugs and football and sports. And now I love getting high on my own natural supply, breath, my love, and sharing your gifts. And it's all just abundant energy that's just flowing, that's always there if we access it and unlock it.
And creating it. I mean, you just taught us how to create that abundance of energy with the Prastika practice. And that does, I mean, the moment, I think, students just before an exam should use it, for example. It gets them into that momentum. And there's so many different ways to utilize your breath to activate the system to become the driver of your life. So I love that you're saying that. It's so impactful. And I want to shed, I want you actually to shed light on the fact that, these little tips and traits, like how do people use them? Where can they use them? How can they support themselves? And in what moments can they actually tap in to these kind of experiences?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Now, the cosmic joke here is my last name is Di Mattina. In Italian, Di Mattina means of the morning. Now, I am a huge proponent and ambassador for morning routines, daily morning routines. In yoga, right, they call it your sadhana practice, which is your daily spiritual practice. Now, when we think about daily spiritual practice, it doesn't have to be meditation. It can be dance. As long as you're bringing awareness to it, it's a spiritual practice, right? Something that can make you feel alive, something that can make you feel your body, feel your emotions, feel who you are. So first thing, when you wake up in the morning, after you go to the bathroom, after you go to, and hydrate yourself in the kitchen with a bit of warm water, that's the perfect time to start your daily practice. Whatever it is, put your favorite song on, dance. Maybe it's your meditation, maybe it's breath work, but your morning practice is the time where you haven't started working yet. You haven't checked your emails yet. You haven't checked your messages yet. It's your special time. So utilize it, a bit of you time, self-love, self-care time. So that's the first step. Then throughout the day, I encourage you just to be aware of your breath. Let's say you're going into a business meeting and you're thinking about all of the things that you want to say. You know the stuff you want to say. You have it inside of you. So you don't need to think about what to say. You know it. It's a knowing. So our goal is just to relax. Come in grounded, centered, connected to yourself, confident that you know your shit. So breathing and slowing down the breath before a business meeting will ground you and calm you. Alternatively, if you're feeling flat and wanting to energize, doing the Bastika breath that we just did earlier is going to be a great way to energize. So that one's a good one to do in the late afternoon when you normally go for that espresso hit to lift your energy. Let go of the espresso, let the breath work be your pick-me-up. And then last thing, Prakriti, is nighttime. Before bed, we might be a bit stimulated from the day. So that's a great opportunity to just, again, meditate with the breath, slowing down the breath, lengthen the exhalations. It's going to put you in a deeper state of calm and relaxation, perfect to then drift off to sleep.
Well, thank you. I think those are great tips. And I suppose I should call myself Di Mattina as well, because I'm a total morning person. I jump out of the bed really excited that the day started. And I'm kind of nourishing myself in those moments. But I have 3 kids, so it's kind of like a bit rare that I can nourish myself completely, because I have all the chores that I have to do to make sure that I can set them up. But what I find incredible is the daily practice that you're talking about and the morning time. And I am a clinical hypnotherapist, and something that we learned when we were doing the practice really was that you have the LIFO and the FIFO system in your brain, which is your last in, first out, and your first in, first out information system. And what you just described was the first in, first out information system. Like activate your brain in the morning to brain and mind and body, really the spirit, to begin the journey mindfully. And every morning that you do this, it becomes more and more habitual. And then your body needs it, just like you would for anything like caffeine, any kind of addiction. It's the same thing. You can give yourself positive addictions. So I'm glad you mentioned that. And LIFO, which is the last in, first out information system, which you're talking about, saying that, listen, at night, use this practice to calm yourself. It's the same thing. It's the last in, first out information system. So when you ground yourself and you calm yourself to be able to get into that ritualistic pattern of deep sleep, you are setting yourself up for success. So thank you for sharing that, because go ahead.
Just on that success piece, I'm a big into the ancient Greek philosophers, and Aristotle has got another great quote, which is, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, but a habit." So what you're saying, it's all habits. So if we develop these habits, and this is where journaling is also a great habit in the morning to start the day. What do you want to sort of bring into your world and create? And at the end of the day, what you're saying, that last thing, maybe let's reflect on the day. What was good? What do we want to, what wasn't so good? What do we want to change? What are we going to do tomorrow? So it's a great way to just anchor ourselves through habits.
And I want to add to that, because we're hoping that people get a whole lot out of our session today, Nico. So, talking about journaling, since we've not spoken about it at all, and this is the first time it's come up in the day, I think you're right. It's super important. And we have this VARC system of learning. Like I've been mentioning that you're a kinesthetic, I'm a kinesthetic, but we have visual, auditory, reading, writing, and then of course kinesthetic. And in that, when you write something, and this is again, when you're doing therapy, you get people to write, their feelings out. And the only reason you're doing that is because it taps into that subconscious information that's lying there. And you're using your reading and writing to be able to do that. When you do your journaling and you read it and you feel it, and then if it's something you want to keep, you keep it. If it's something you don't want to keep, you rip it up, you tear it up, you use your kinesthetic, somatic body to get rid of it, because you don't really need it in your life anymore. And
that's so powerful.
What a great,
that getting rid. I love that piece that you're saying. It's really beautiful when you can screw it up and throw it away or burn it up. It's very cathartic, where it's like, that's no longer serves me, and it's done. It's past. It's gone.
And you were talking about this. You were talking about audit your life. Take the things you want, get rid of the things you don't want. And if it's a habit that's not been serving you, you can replace it with a beautiful habit, because you have the choice. And like you're saying, was it Aristotle itself who said, repeat it again and again, it becomes a pattern?
Correct.
And I think that one of the things that our audience should know is that philosophy is the mother of psychology. And philosophy, when it said this, it was really talking about what now people have identified as the reticular activating system, which is exactly just that, where you keep doing something and it becomes a pattern, and then it becomes habitual to you. And therefore, even if you want to unlearn something.
Yes, this is the challenge though, Prakriti, which is we want to make sure we don't become too robotic though. We want to make sure we've got that Shakti flow of, have a bit of structure in our life, that hustle perhaps, that masculine, but then don't forget that feminine Shakti flow, the hustle and flow. And I think that's the real challenge. This is why awareness is the key ingredient. To be aware of when you're too structured, you're too focused, and you need to just let loose a little bit, open up a little bit, more flow. Sometimes you've got too much flow, not enough structure. So where's that middle path? And that's our goal here always. Yes.
Where's the balance between the yin and the yang, the push and the Shakti, sort of just like the dance that equalizes it. which reminds me of
Yes.
what we have in India. I'm sure you've seen this. It's like a statue of this Ardhanarishwar, which is like half man, half woman, in like a position where they're just open. And the dance is of a half man and half woman, and that's what makes a whole person. And that's really just talking to exactly what you're saying, Nico. I know if you haven't sort of studied that, you're in the flow and you're receiving all this information that's out there for these things.
Yes.
And
yes,
I really want to thank you for what you've been doing with RoundGlass. You've been such a pillar in as somebody that people can follow in the practice, and thank you so much for doing that and sharing your wisdom with all of us.
Thank you. It's been such a great pleasure, and love what RoundGlass is doing. It's such a great team, and I think it's so fun. We're better together, right? When we work together, collaborate, lift each other up. So love the mission of RoundGlass, love being part of it, and it's been fun to be able to share the wisdom with you all.
Thank you so much. My next live conversation, and the last one for today, is Shift Your Mindset with Nityashanti. But first, take a look at
Sanskrit mantra
beautiful
meditation
chanting.
creates a sound and vibration in your body, which reduces stress and anxious thoughts. I am Soumya Rao, and in this course on the power of mantra meditation, I'm going to teach you a little about the wonderful language of Sanskrit. Mantra chanting is much, much more beyond sacred traditions. It's a beautiful meditative tool that can be universally used. It is believed that repeated chanting of Om Namah Shivaya mantra will temper down your ego and aggression. Om Namah Shivaya. I hope you'll join me in this deep dive into the power of Sanskrit-based mantra meditations on RoundGlass.
My own experience is that meditation's not actually that useful unless you have an ethical orientation to life. So you do have to clean up a bit first. Now, we don't have to clean up perfectly or entirely, but so long as I'm engaged in some type of destructive cycle that I'm actively participating in, you're going to sit down with a mind full of fear and loathing, a mind full of regret, a mind full of restlessness, and your motivation to continue to meditate is going to falter if your behavior is not cleaned up. My name is Andrew Chapman, and I am the guiding teacher at Wild Heart Meditation Center, and I'm also a licensed clinical social worker here in Nashville. When I was a young kid, I got into hardcore drug and alcohol addiction around the time I was 16 years old, and got clean when I was 18. Was in 12-step recovery program for quite a while. It worked really well, helped me to get plugged into other people, give me something consistent, reliable in my life. But once I had a few years clean, I still struggled a lot with depression and symptoms of PTSD. And I couldn't really quite figure out why I was doing everything right, doing everything I needed to do, but wasn't feeling right. And so I called a friend and happened to know that he ran a meditation group, and I asked him if he could teach me how to meditate, and he said, sure, come to this free meditation group. And I went, and it resonated very deeply, from the first time I ever went. It's not that way for everyone, but it just made sense to me that a lot of our suffering is mind-made, and a lot of suffering that we experience is very normal, and there's nothing wrong with you if things are hard. We can use meditation to help make this extra layer of reactivity and negative self-talk and rumination, and that is layered on top of already difficult experiences, that we can meditate to help get rid of that second arrow, right? And it just clicked with me, it made sense. And this is why I appreciate things like 12-step program or Buddhism or really any spiritual religious tradition. I appreciate the foundation, in Buddhism we call it sila, of ethics, you know, of living a value-oriented life. Waking up at the beginning of the day and saying, you know, how can I share and carry my gratitude that I experience in my life to the benefit of all beings? How can I show up in a kind and generous and compassionate way? That supports the meditation practice. And so I think to some degree we have to clean up before we wake up. And I'm not perfect, you know, my life isn't completely clean. I use nicotine, you know, I drink caffeine. But as I meditate, I start to see that these habit patterns, they're kind of like a binding, you know, they hold me back. And mindfulness gives clarity, but the clarity has to support wisdom, and wisdom is really true behavior change. My entire consciousness has changed. I'm not the same nervous system as I used to be. The negative core beliefs are, you know, not as sticky. The anxiety, I almost experience no anxiety. You know, I get it at appropriate times, but that's it. Depression, I have moments, you know, days, a day, an hour, but it used to be months. You know, I went through one period of 1.5 years that I would be diagnosable as major depressive disorder. And I attribute all of that to my meditation recovery program. They say in recovery, if you were to write down at the beginning of your time everything that you had expected to get out of the process, that you would be selling yourself short. And it's so cliche, but it's true. I mean, the benefits that I've gotten from my recovery and meditation practice, Buddhist practice, are, you know, it's everything.
Have you ever heard or read the same news as a friend, but had a totally different reaction? That can happen because we relate to everyone and everything through our own personal filters. We see situations through the lens of memory of past experiences or desires and expectations of the future. Hello. I'm Gail Van Gils, and today we're going to manifest our own personal power to reduce our struggles in life. We will become aware of how we create our version of what's happening. You may find that you can experience greater ease and reduce resistance to what occurs through shifting your view or lens on a situation. It's often the case that people have different opinions about the very same conversation or the same political situation, or even the weather, anything really. We are all relating to everything through a filtered version of what we think is happening. Of course, it's very natural to see a situation through your own filters if you don't stop to examine your thoughts. And this is why, on a fundamental level, we so often struggle with everything because we think we should know how it should be. Maybe you planned a picnic with a friend. You wake up and step outside and think, it's too hot outside today. Or maybe you've said it's too cold. Or that you wish it would just stop raining. We create the struggle by wanting what is to be different. We want the world to conform to our idea of what it should be at any given moment. This constant stream of storytelling is exhausting. And over time, we may build up a story about an aspect of our life that can keep us in a struggle that truly limits us. For example, maybe you really love art and you'd like to take a class, say in watercolor painting, but you think, I'm not good enough at art. I just don't have an artistic bone in my body. You talk yourself out of it, telling yourself this story, possibly because you don't want to be disappointed in your ability. In any case, you struggle with kind of wanting to be artistic, but not daring to try it because you've told yourself you're not. There is an alternative. You can tell yourself a different story. Try turning the limiting story around. Your new story might be, I must have artistic talent. Everyone has some artistic ability. I'd like to explore what mine is. You tell yourself this different story and then you say, okay, on Monday I'm going to pick up that new set of kids' paints that I saw around the house. And on Tuesday, I'm going to pick up some crayons and play with those. And on Wednesday, I'm going to take a calligraphy pen and just see what happens. And you decide, I'm going to play with this. Your personal power is your ability to become aware that you were telling yourself a story and to see that maybe that story is not so solid or true. Once you notice that you're telling yourself a story, you now have the power to reduce the struggle that the story is causing. Let's practice this. Please allow your mind to relax. Breathe and come into your body. You can close your eyes as you relax further into the feeling of your body breathing. Let's take a few deep breaths in and out to center ourselves in this moment. Right now, we'll do a guided meditation where I'm going to invite you to think about something that you're personally struggling with. I invite you to ask yourself, what is it that I've been struggling with that I'm willing to let go of? Let's sit with this and take the time to bring the situation clearly to mind. Do you have your story? Great. Now let's play with turning that story around. Let's flip it and tell ourselves the very opposite. So if my story was that I have no time to exercise, my new story is I found the time in my day or in my week to exercise. Take some deep breaths and give yourself time to think about your turnaround. You can build this out even further now, using your personal power to make a commitment to yourself, such as, I'm going to get up 15 minutes earlier tomorrow and take a walk after coffee and before I even eat breakfast. Or, I'm going to do 30 minutes of yoga right before bed, starting tonight. Now it's your turn. Let's take a few breaths in and out. Now use your power to rewrite your limiting belief. Allow yourself to really experience how that's going to be. See if you can craft an action that will move your new commitment forward. When you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes, and if you wish, take a moment to write down what you experienced and decided. This exercise is a powerful tool that you can use again and again and again. You have the power to write the stories in your own life. You can write a new story that includes these basics. I know I'm a good person. I know I'm a loving person. I have power in my life. Journaling is so helpful here. If you can identify with a story that you wish to change, you can note throughout the day how many times you find yourself telling that same story. Then, when you can see how powerful that story is in your life, this heightened awareness can be a strong source of motivation to turn the story around. Thank you for your willingness to do this important work. If you journal every day, you will slowly but surely shift the story. Start envisioning, it will work, and enjoy the fruits of your efforts.
Namaste, and welcome back to the course on nature meditation. This is the 7th session, and in this session we're going to be doing an insight meditation. We're going to be using everything that we've learnt so far to look deeply into the connection between nature and ourselves. A lot of the time we think of ourselves and we think of nature outside of us, which is dualistic thinking. This type of dualistic thinking is going to bring about a lot of psychological and emotional distress to us. So by connecting with nature, seeing ourselves as part of nature, understanding that we are no different, the way we act, the way nature acts is exactly the same. So in this practice, we're going to be thinking about how our life changes, how it's impermanent. And then we're going to think about how nature is also impermanent. Then we're going to look at how life has made us suffer emotionally, physically, psychologically. And then we're going to look at how nature also suffers. Now, of course, the suffering is completely different, but it's still suffering. And then we're going to look at cause and effect, how we came into being through causes and effects. And we lived our life and we will die due to causes and effect. And the same for nature. Everything comes into being through causes and effect. It lasts for a certain season and then it dies. So in that way, we are absolutely no difference between us and nature. And so that's what this meditation is all about. I want you to really think carefully about your life and about the life of nature and understand that we are all interconnected. So let's begin. Sit nice and comfortable and lightly close your eyes. And we're going to start by doing 3 calming breaths. So breathe in slowly and deeply through your nose. Hold the breath. And breathe the air out through your mouth. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. And now breathe normally. And I want you to focus your awareness on the breath as it flows into your body and as it flows back out again. So don't change your breath. When your mind wanders, just very gently bring it back and start focusing on your breath again. And remember to relax on each exhale. So we're going to start by looking at impermanence and how things are forever changing. Nothing stays the same. Life is like a flowing river. So first of all, I want you to look at yourself and look how impermanent your thoughts are, your emotions, your perspective. even your body. Just sit and think about how your mind and your body changes moment to moment. And now I want you to think about the impermanence of nature. Think back over the last 6 sessions where we used our senses, where we really engaged with nature. So think back over those sessions and just see in each session how nature was changing. Think about how the leaves come and then in autumn they fall away. How fruit comes on the trees and falls away. How the wild flowers grow and then die off. So think about the impermanence of nature. So I hope you can now understand that everything about us is impermanent, and everything about nature is also impermanent. So we don't have to have dualistic thinking. We are one of the same. So now I'd like you to think about the suffering in your life, how you've suffered emotionally, psychologically, physically, and how that suffering has changed your life. Now think about the suffering in nature. Of course, it's going to be different from our suffering, but it's still going to be suffering. So think about how the trees have to go through the seasons, how the flowers get squashed underfoot, how forest fires burn down all the trees and the foliage underneath. Think about the weather changes and how that makes the nature suffer. So hopefully you can now see that even though our suffering is different, it is still suffering. And now finally, I want you to look at cause and effect. I want you to think about how you came into being through cause and effect. How every moment of your life is due to cause and effect. And how eventually we'll die due to cause and effect. Just think about that for a moment. And now think about nature and how everything in nature comes about through cause and effect. How even the biggest pine tree started off as a little seed. And how that pine tree is going to end up dying through cause and effect. So just think about all the different causes and effects that go on in nature. So I hope you can understand what I'm saying here, that there is no need for dualistic thinking. We are all part of nature. We're all impermanent. We're all changing, suffering, and everything moment to moment is happening through cause and effect. So before we finish, I want you just to reflect back over this practice and really try to understand how we're connected to everything in nature. When you thought about impermanence of yourself and of nature, can you see the connection? Can you see the connection between our suffering and the suffering in nature? And can you see the connection between cause and effect for humans and causes and effect for nature? Just reflect on these points for a moment. And now just very slowly start to open your eyes and just take a moment to bring yourself back into the outside world. When we do a practice like this and we really have insight and we really analyze, we can see we're all the same. And the good thing about this type of meditation, we don't actually need to be sitting out in nature. You can do this one at home. You can do it in a park, on your balcony, in your garden. The important thing is that everything that you've seen and experienced in the previous 6 sessions, we use it to develop our insight in this session. So I hope this session has been of some benefit to you. Thank you for joining me. Namaste.
What's the opposite of loneliness? Maybe this question's come up for you already since we've delved into this topic quite a lot and we've felt around for what the opposite of loneliness feels like in the body. We know it's not just people around or being in love, because we've talked about the ways that loneliness sometimes shows up when we're in love and when we're around other people. And we also have talked about the ways we may not feel lonely when we're single or when we're physically alone. My name is Yael Shai. Today, we're going to dive into this practice of what's found on the other end of loneliness. I want to argue that the opposite of loneliness is love. Not romantic love or platonic love or any one-directional modifier on love, but love itself as an energy, as a force that shines out from within us, that encompasses us and includes us. And when we feel it, when we really feel it, it reminds us that we belong, that we are interconnected, and that we're worthy, that we matter in this world just as we are. When we remember this, loneliness, it dissolves because it has nothing to hook onto. There's no separation between us and others, between us and trees and animals. There's no separation between us and love. It's easy, or it makes sense to talk about it, but it's much harder to feel it. Maybe you can tap into some experience of this kind of all-encompassing oceanic love. Hopefully you've felt that at one point in your life. But with practice, we can try and summon up the feeling, even if it's not easy or it's not readily accessible for you. Sometimes the best way to remember that kind of love is to drop in to the places right now, in this moment, that are supporting you, that are loving you. The people, the places, the clothes, the surrounding area, the oxygen, all of these little things that are not so little, that are life itself, that are keeping you alive, and in one way, really holding you in love. Remembering love, remembering care, remembering the ways that people and the nature and the universe and life itself supports us, we feel this blossoming of gratitude in our bodies. And from within gratitude, sometimes we can touch that kind of love. Let's try to practice it together now. Find a comfortable position. Give yourself any kind of stretch, opening that feels good for you in this moment. Settle into your seat. Take a few deep breaths to fully arrive, to let go of anything you were doing before, to let go of anything that is coming later, and to settle into just this moment, just this body, just this breath, rising and falling. You can close your eyes, or you can keep them softly focused in front of you. Enjoying a few deep breaths, letting the body know it's safe, it's okay to settle, to open, to get in touch with these forces of love. When you feel settled, I invite you to bring to mind people in your life, one by one, who took care of you in your earliest part of life. It could be your parents, you could have no memory of who these people are, but I want you to just imagine whoever it was that held you, that fed you, that changed your diaper, that somehow ensured that you survived day after day in this early period of your life. If you know what those people look like, you can imagine them. If you don't, imagine hands. Hands caring for you. Hands picking you up when you fell. Hands putting you to sleep. Hands cleaning up your messes. For some, these early pre-memories may be painful. These people in your life may not have loved you or cared for you as well as you would have liked. They may have hurt you or harmed you. But for now, I want to invite you just to focus on the ways you were loved and cared for. The ways that you were enabled to survive that early part of your infancy. Dropping into the truth that you wouldn't have made it here without some of those hands, without some of that care. Now I want you to bring to mind the people that loved and cared for you as you grew up in life. Maybe family members, friends, teachers, doctors, babysitters. One by one, see who pops up. Remember the things that they did for you, the ways that they taught or played with you, believed in you, helped you. Shaped you into the person you are today. Can you see their faces? Can you see their hands, the movements as they're tying your shoe or teaching you something you needed to know? Check in with your body. Notice again, your mind may want to go to pain, to ways you were disappointed. See if you can just notice, just touch the places of gratitude, maybe the places of love in these growing up experiences. Feel what it feels like in your body. Feel the care that they gave to you. Feel the natural gratitude that comes up in response. Now I want to invite you to think about, bring to mind people who love and care for you now, in your life, in this moment. Take a few minutes to picture the faces of family, friends, coworkers, classmates, pets, children. Look at each person's face that pops up. Look at the way that they look at you, they smile at you, the little, maybe big ways that they take care of you, that they give you love. Even if it's not perfect, even if it's not a huge list, allow yourself to take it in. Allow it to wash over you. Take the next few minutes to bring to mind the people that you care for, either happily or maybe sometimes not as happily. Bring to mind their faces and watch in your mind what you do for them. Try to tap into that love and that devotion and care, even when it's not easy, that you give to people or to pets in your life. children, coworkers, animals. Notice the full range of feeling that comes up from loving and caring for people. Finally, pan the camera out to feel the love that the entire world has for you. The care that the clothing that sits on your body gives you, warming and covering you. The care of your cushion or chair underneath you, holding you up in this moment, giving you this base of support and love. As you breathe, you are breathing the breath from the trees. We're breathing in their air, breathing out the air that they need to breathe in this beautiful symbiotic dance of love. And you can feel your own body breathing, keeping this being alive, allowing you to survive another moment. There are trillions of forces, of things keeping you alive right now. How many of them can you notice? Drop into that awareness, that care of the millions of trillions of forces, allowing you to take one more breath. Let go of who or what is giving and who or what is receiving the love. Just breathe. Just feel the love. Let go into the love. If you would like, you can keep repeating the words, love. I'm loved. I love. There is love. Over and over. Just sitting in the middle of it. When you're ready, I'm going to ring the bell, and you can open your eyes if they're closed and bring your attention back into the room. I hope you feel all warm and loving inside. I hope you feel open and connected with a sense that you are made of love because it's true. I want to encourage you to practice remembering love through creating a gratitude list each night before sleep or each morning after you wake up. Write down everything you're grateful for, no matter how small and mundane, for 5 full minutes. It'll remind you that you're loved and worthy and connected just as you are, just in this moment. Thank you for joining me as we explored the opposite of loneliness.
That was RoundGlass meditation teacher Yael Shai from New York. Her powerful course is called See Loneliness as a Gift. I'm very excited to introduce Nitishanti, a RoundGlass teacher who's done multiple courses. I'm back. Start from the beginning. That was RoundGlass meditation teacher Yel Shai from New York. Her powerful course is called See Loneliness as a Gift. I'm very excited to introduce Nitishanti, a RoundGlass teacher who's done multiple courses, classes, live sessions, and now a soon-to-be released podcast. Nitya is a former monk and a spiritual teacher who focuses on spreading happiness and helping others find their own inner wisdom. Joining us from India, welcome Nitya. Nitya.
Happy to be here, Prakriti.
I'm so excited to have you, and I'm kind of using you in a sense to wrap up the day and to bring everything together to really sort of catapult everybody from like a practice to spiritual wisdom. So I'm really going to turn to you for that. And I know that, you're in a different time zone, so you were probably asleep when I was doing most of this, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a recap. So Jay Vidyarthi, who you know, and you've probably, gone through his work with us as well, he spoke about McMindfulness. And McMindfulness has become kind of a trendy topic here where people talk about sort of commoditizing mindfulness and the fact that it may not be that beneficial for society because it really makes you individualistic. So we kind of unpacked that and broke that down. And then we spoke with Michelle. And Michelle Maldonado really spoke to, understanding awareness as a superpower. After which Maddie, who is, Maddie Richardson is a fantastic sort of TikTok teacher, but she uses mindfulness in her everyday practice and just teaching these children, sort of moving them from stress, anxiety, and making sure that they love themselves no matter how they behave, and then they give themselves permission to change. So it's a beautiful kind of, she has a beautiful way of bringing children into mindfulness. And so we asked her how parents can relate, how educators can relate to that, and what are some of the tips that can be done. And then we moved to Amy and Dr. Blankson. Both have been married for 20 years, and they practice mindfulness in their relationship with themselves, with each other, and with the family, which really, sort of talks to what we're going to talk about when we talk about your Mayur Ma, but we'll get to that. So they really spoke to that. And then Mason Kip came on, and he, spoke about his trauma and his journey and utilizing trauma really as a map to understand the tapestry of your life and move beyond your barriers. So he spoke to that. And then we had Sura, who was really talking about Prakriti, or really actually talking about the divine feminine energy. I just like to say that. But she was talking about the divine feminine energy and what that means, and, opened up our eyes to a practice and an experience really in utilizing that creative kinetic force. Nico came about, and Nico also has been a teacher with us for a while, and he really spoke to working with energy, breath work, and habit forming, at least with meditation practices and mindfulness practices. And the audience here has been asking us a lot of questions and been commenting on the day, and we realized that there are quite a few new first-time users of meditation. And of course, there will be some, obviously, people who've been in the practice for a while. But really speaking to both audiences, the idea is, okay, there are practices, and we're highlighting practices that you could utilize to form a habit. But how does that practice, habit, really take you and expose you to deeper spiritual truths?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And it's a really wonderful endeavor to create something like a World Meditation Day. You get all these wonderful teachers together. I think it's a great service that you provided. And I'm happy to be part of this. And that was a really nice recap. Good to see the things that have been happening. This is a good question about how do we go from all the different practices to a deeper sense of what it's all about. Essentially, in our life, if you notice, we are thinking and we are feeling, and then there's a sense of being. And for me, the meditative journey is about including all these three aspects. How can I think more skillfully? How can I tune into the wisdom of my feelings? And how can I learn to rest in being as being? So something as simple as I like to just, like, for example, touch my thumbs together and just, what does that feel like to touch my thumbs together? And then the index finger. Just something as simple as touching the fingertips. And each time just feel, what is it like? There's a slight warmth there, perhaps, slight tingling sensation. And right there, that's bringing us to a dimension of feeling, from thinking to feeling. When I can feel all my 5 fingertips touching each other, then I'm instantly, at least for me, it's instantly moving to a dimension of just being. And very quickly, in any time in my day, just touching my fingertips and shifting from thinking to the simple feeling of my fingers touching to a sense of being. And I would just say short moments of resting in this clarity, repeated many times. Short moments of shifting from thinking to feeling to being, repeated many times. This is the main practice I'd like to offer, which is leading us to that deeper state that we're talking about, where we are being guided not so much by our knowledge, but by what I like to call functioning. It's like the hair is growing, digestion is happening, skin is repairing itself. Our whole body, and in fact the whole universe, is operating. It's a state of natural functioning. And so as we get in touch with that, instead of trying to figure our life out, we align ourselves with this deeper intelligence of life. And in my experience, it makes life more effortless and also more joyful and more spontaneous.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question off of that one. Is there always that linear pattern where you're thinking, then feeling, and then being? Or can it also sometimes be, depending on how people sort of experience life, feeling, then thinking, and then being? And, you know, what is the interaction of these two different types of experiences that can actually get us? Because I just feel that everybody who comes here is experiencing life differently. And how do we make this something for all people to be able to receive in a way, just depending on which sensory function is more prominent for them?
True. Yeah, it doesn't have to be linear. In fact, you're right. It's all interacting. It's all simultaneous. Thinking and feeling and being are all simultaneously happening at all times. There is the spirituality of thinking, where we try to be more positive and we try to think of wholesome thoughts. There's a spirituality of feeling, which has more to do with the sentiments that come up. Like, for example, if you really are fond of some teacher or some place, then that sentiment that comes up, that feeling that comes up, is one kind of spirituality. The spirituality of being is what mysticism is about. It is a spirituality of high concentration. And ultimately, we want to go from thinking to feeling to high concentration. Whatever path one takes, it doesn't matter. And by high concentration, I mean doing things wholeheartedly. Like even right now in our conversation, can we be wholehearted? Can I be as present as I can? Can you be as tuned in as you can? And in this way, this is a full moment of our life. This is, in a way, I like to say, I've waited my whole life to be here right now. And like it or not, you waited your whole life to be here right now.
I love it.
Moment.
I mean, I recognize it. I've been waiting all my life to be here, Nitya. It's a fact.
That sense that this is not an ordinary moment. It's and no matter what you're doing, it is spirituality is demanding us to be there wholehearted. And that doesn't mean we can't think and we can't feel, and of course all of that will happen, and do that also wholeheartedly. Like these days I'm focusing a lot on not just meditation but reflection. I think that's not talked about enough. And the reason we can't meditate so well is because we don't take time for reflection. And that's why all that reflection time then comes into meditation time. Reflection is thinking consciously, thinking about what just happened, Why do I feel that way? Why do I behave that way? Why do other people react like that? What is that the best way to use my time and energy? This is reflection, to think consciously. If you don't do that, then in meditation, you start thinking about all of those things. And so reflection is also important. Meditation is also important. Contemplation is also important. These are all aspects of living a more juicy life.
Yeah. I wish I had time to do all three at every sort of like every moment of every day. And I unfortunately am a failure when it comes to finding the space in my life to do that. But I do think I do reflection, contemplation, not so often. Thinking actually is also something that I do not do as often as most people do. I kind of go with the flow. So I'm in the feeling of my everyday existence. But what I find really incredible from what you said, we heard something similar before where we were talking about, I think Michelle said something to the effect of ordinary people living extraordinary lives. And you're talking about these extraordinary moments in our everyday life. And our everyday life and every moment, according to you, and of course I believe it too, is extraordinary. And being able to allow that wonder in our everyday experience would be such a joy and I think a spiritual awakening. How do we get people, not only just how, of course we can speak about it, how do we get them to experience this? How do we get them to not look at what we're trying to provide on our platform or to any of your conversations or to any of my conversations or to any of our teachers' conversations? How do we get them to apply it in a way that they can see small sort of slivers of hope through that, through those experiences that they open up to?
Yeah. I would say be a little bit more experimental. Like as kids, we tried many things. We tried different kinds of foods. We tried different kinds of sports. We tried different groups of friends. And we were a little bit more willing to be experimental and try things. And I think just to bring that experimental nature back, I don't have only good qualities. I have all kinds of qualities. But one of my good qualities, I feel, is that I'm pretty open to learning. And even things that might not initially, like a part of me says, I don't think there's anything there. But I'm willing to give it a try. I'm willing to try and see things in a different way. Recently, we were reading about this lovely book by Brené Brown, Atlas of the Heart, which I highly recommend. She's talked about all the main emotions. In a very beautiful way, she's described these emotions and all the main emotions we'll experience. So one of the emotions we were talking about is amusement. And somebody, when I was reading this book in my group, somebody said, I've begun a practice of challenging myself to be amused multiple times a day. So like, for example, if I'm driving between one signpost and something other further in the distance, I'll challenge myself for that entire distance. I will be in an amused state. What fun. This is a great experiment, right? Like right now, what if you decide to just find everything amusing? And you actually will. What if you just decide to find everything that as though everything is supporting you, everything is guiding you, everything is blessing you? This is fun ways to play with our perception. One time I was about to give a talk and it hadn't begun yet. I was at some kind of a church in the US and I was standing by the window and I saw this tree just dancing in the wind, just playing. It was so alive. And in that moment, this question came to me: what if this is the most perfect moment of my life? And I love that question. Just to ask myself that question many times. What if this, right now, what if this is the most perfect moment of my life? And these are like micro experiments we can do with ourselves. We play with our perception. We choose to be more playful. We choose to be amused. Another great one I really recommend is self-compassion. We were doing an interview on my podcast, and there was a person who had attempted suicide. You'll hear that in my podcast soon. And he said the thing that really helped him most of all the different therapies he tried was compassion-focused therapy. I'd never heard of that before, so I looked it up. And essentially, compassion-focused therapy is just being more kind and compassionate with your experience, no matter what it is, including the shame, including the guilt, and just being more compassionate. So I try that sometimes during the day. That can I just be a little kind with myself? Can I just be compassionate? Can I not be hard on myself? And that's a moment of lightness. That's a moment of ease. That's a moment of non-criticism, not judgment. So I would just say bring a more experimental approach into your life. And I think that will make our lives more playful, more meaningful, more joyful.
And you talk a lot about playfulness and invoking that spirit, really. And I think that, repeating it now reminds me of course, like, what we have in our mythology with Leela and really being that that playful. And I have to say that I've obviously moved countries, and I'm here in the US. And I was just telling everybody, I mean, I go play tennis here, and everybody's so like somber, like they're just playing tennis, like it's got, they're just playing. There's just no emotion like coming out because it's not politically correct. And I'm like being playful, right? I'm like playing with myself. I'm talking to myself, and I'm telling them, no, this is not for you. I'm just talking to myself, right? And what you're, narrating really is, how do you become that person who talks to themselves, who questions their moments, who says, hey, what if they, like, even just what you're saying, like, what if this was the most perfect moment? I mean, that conversation with yourself, I think, is so important. And if people just began talking to themselves, I think they'd recognize the fact that there's no such thing as boredom, because you have yourself at all times. That's just a start, because there's no loneliness in your own company.
What you're saying is very similar to, I'm forgetting which philosopher it was. It was one of the students of Plato, and he was asked, after all this study of philosophy, what have you gained? And he said, I've gained the ability to have a conversation with myself.
Oh, that's
I found that a very beautiful answer.
Yeah.
So often in spirituality, thinking is criticized. Oh, we shouldn't think, and thinking is a problem. And but I think it's not a problem, and we can have very rich conversations with ourselves. We can have it's like, imagine if I was my own best friend, and I can think about things, and I can also not think about things. Meditation gives us the choice to not necessarily engage with thoughts for a while, because thinking beyond a point gets tiring. Yeah. And even not thinking after a while gets, it's like we have to interact with our life as well. So then we think. Yeah. And I think thinking, feeling, what's it like to really think and feel and be in more fulfilling ways? And that would be a lovely life for me, that I would recommend.
And I want to take it. I want to take it beyond that, because I'm always very intrigued by things that I see, and curiosity is something that is genuinely a good trait, I find. And behind you, that symbol that you explained to me is Mayurma. I really want people to understand what that is, because it obviously means something to you, since you have it in such a prime position in your life, and it reflects, it gives everybody some kind of meaning. And I would love to have you kind of explain what that symbol behind your head really is.
Sure. Let me just adjust my camera so they can all see it. So this is a symbol called Mayurma. It's a symbol of a heart. It's not a closed heart. It's an open heart, in a way that the lines above, which invite infinite love and light, and there's a heart. And then there are 3 infinity symbols. And so the idea here is, in fact, this is not just a symbol you look at, it's a symbol you actually draw with your hands. So you actually take your hands up, you bring them down, you make a big heart in the air. And then you multiply that heart energy, that love energy, 3 times. 1 time wishing yourself infinite happiness, peace and joy. Wishing your loved ones infinite happiness, peace and joy. Wishing everyone in the whole universe infinite happiness, love and joy. And then you come to the center, which is like the center of a torus field, and you make a powerful intention if something is coming, powerful wish, and then you send it out, Mayurma. And this is a way of, for at least a few moments in the day, your thoughts, your words, and your actions are in complete alignment with love and infinite good wishes, blessings. And so that's what Mayurma is about. It's something I end most of my sessions with. We end with a Mayurma. Maybe today also we can end with a Mayurma.
Well, that's very nice. I love it. I didn't expect you to take us on a journey of Mayurma, but that is fantastic. And before our final meditation of the day, which of course you're going to lead, I really would like for you to tell me one thing that you think that everybody who was watching here should take away, like a back present from our World Meditation Day. That one profound truth that they can keep with them.
I'm going to say something that I said once and some people didn't appreciate it, but I'm going to say it anyway. This is a quote by I think it's Longfellow or someone. And then I elaborated. The quote is that the fool who persists in his folly shall become wise.
Oh,
the fool who persists in his folly
interesting.
shall become wise. And the deeper meaning of that is, for me, is that trust your process. I used to really criticize myself for spending a lot of time reading. And I wish that, I wish I wouldn't read so much. I wish I'd meditate more. But all of that reading has supported me in my life and supported me even in my meditation practice. So in other words, when I look back now, I see that the things I used to criticize myself for and blame myself for, I'm actually finding, they had a place. And so the phrase for me is trust your process and don't pretend yourself beyond your evolution, and start from where you are. There's no mistake, right? So we don't have to compare ourselves to what anybody else is doing. There are wonderful people out there doing wonderful things. We don't have to compare ourselves. You trust your process. The fool who persists in his or her folly shall become wise. You take your foolish path to your fulfillment. Doesn't have to match somebody else's luminous.
I love that. I think it gives you permission to be yourself. So thank you for that. I want to thank all our guests who've been here today. What an incredible day it's been. And Nitya, to end, I would love you to lead us through a meditation. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's do a small practice together. And it's World Meditation Day. I'd like to remember the person who taught me meditation. And it was a teacher called S.N. Goenka. And he learned it from his teacher, who learned it from his teacher, who learned it all the way back from the Buddha. And I want to give two small incidents from the Buddha's life, and then we're going to get into the meditation. They will inform our meditation. So when the Buddha sat down under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, he had been practicing already for the last 5-6 years, and he had not attained his goal of enlightenment. But when he sat there, he sat with a very special attitude. And the special attitude was that today I will sit here and I will not get up until I attain enlightenment. Can you even imagine what kind of wholeheartedness, what kind of determination, what kind of courage it takes to make a statement like that? That today I shall sit here, and even if I die, even if my bones crumble and become ashes, I shall not get up from here. So this is inviting a level of wholeheartedness that very rarely do we bring into any aspect of our life. So the first aspect of the story is about wholeheartedness and courage to really show up no matter what's going on. And the second incident happened soon after the Buddha's enlightenment. He was wondering who to be grateful to. And he decided to be grateful to the tree that supported him during his enlightenment, the Bodhi tree. So there's a mound. If you go to Bodh Gaya, there's actually a mound not far from that tree. So the story goes that he went and stood there. And for 7 days and 7 nights, unblinkingly, he looked at the tree with gratitude. And I find that story so powerful. To be able to just, having attained enlightenment, to not just go about your business, but to actually stand and say, who can I be grateful to? I'm going to be grateful to this tree. And to look unblinkingly for 7 days and 7 nights, filled with gratitude. You supported me in this process. You supported me in this process. I want to invite these two attitudes in today's practice. The attitude of wholeheartedness, the courage to be with our experience, and the attitude of deep gratefulness and the ability to stay in that gratefulness, not rush on to the next experience and next experience. We can close our eyes if you're comfortable with that. The first part of what I shared is about owning your power, wholeheartedness. The second part of what I shared is about connecting with love and gratitude. At the risk of generalizing, I'm going to invite the women who are attending today's session to focus more on stepping into their power. I'm going to invite the men attending today's session to focus more on getting in touch with love, intense, immense love. How do we do that? For the women attending today, think of a time in your life when you felt powerful. What does power feel like? For the men attending, think of a time in your life when you were in touch with a pure love, an unconditional love. Power will lead us to true love, and love will reveal true power. So what's it like for each one of you to be wholehearted right now? To have courage in this moment. Feel your power. Feel it coursing through your whole body, your whole being. Connect with love and feel the power of love. We need to shift from the love of power to the power of love. Resolve everything in your life with love. Powerful thoughts, powerful feelings, powerful presence, loving thoughts, loving feelings, loving silence. And that mysterious experience the Buddha had, in a sense, it's a non-experience, in which the secrets of the universe were packed. That was sandwiched between these two moments of immense power and immense love. What's it like for that experience, that non-experience, to be available to you right now? Would you be open to receiving this? Would you be open to merging into this right now? I'm going to end with a chant that releases our limiting, the Tibetan chant. Om Bendarasato Samaya Manopalaya Bendarasato Tenopa Tishta Dridho Me Bhava Suto Kayo Me Bhava Supo Kayo Me Bhava Anurakto Me Bhava Sarva siddhi me prayatsa sarva karma sutsame. Sitang shriyang kuru hum. Ha 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 ho bhagavan. Sarva tathagata benzaramame munsa benzari bhava mahasamaya sato. So I'll take a slow deep breath. Whenever you're ready, open your eyes. Connect with your power. Connect with love. Power reveals true love, and love reveals true power. Let's make a final Mayurma together. If you like, just take your hands up and slowly bring them down, inviting beautiful light, beautiful energy into the space. Make a big heart. Bring your palms together, and we make an infinity symbol. First is a small infinity, wishing ourselves happiness. Second is a bigger infinity, wishing our loved ones happiness and peace. And third is a huge infinity, all beings. May they all enjoy peace and happiness. Come to your heart, make a wish. Whatever wish you make today on World Meditation Day will come true. Feel the power of that wish. And send it out into the universe. Mayurma.
Mayurma. Thank you so much. And good night. Good morning to you.
Yeah, true. Thank you.
I meditate to access parts of me that are hidden by consciousness and the routine of day-to-day life.
I meditate to be a kinder, more patient person.
I meditate to unlock creativity.
I meditate to get grounded and to stay in the present moment. I started meditating because it seemed like everything in my life was collapsing, and the coping mechanisms that I had weren't working anymore. There was so much change happening in my life at the time. I had just done a big move. I started a new job. I, was just really struggling with myself. And there was this internal firestorm that I couldn't really get control of. And my brain was foggy. I couldn't cope in the way that I normally would. And I couldn't seem to rest my way out of it, drink my way out of it, move my way out of it. I was at the end of my rope, and I was grasping for solutions, and I found meditation. Meditation brought back the gift of me to me. The really interesting thing is that I have the answers, and I have the answers all along. And so now when I think about facing tough challenges, I'm not looking for something that's elusive. I'm not looking for something that's not dependable. I'm not looking for something that's maybe there some days, but not always. I am my own consistent resource, and I can tap into that anytime, anywhere. Meditation didn't just give me hope. It gave me a lifeline.